We at Penguin Random House Australia
acknowledge that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples
are the traditional custodians
and the first storytellers of the lands on which we live and work.
We honour Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples' continuous connection to country,
waters, skies
and communities.
We celebrate Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander stories,
traditions and living cultures.
And we pay our respects to elders past and present.
This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales, is entirely coincidental.
Fully.
Chapter 1. There was a car on fire up ahead. Harvey stopped his vehicle, got out, looked all around. Saw the same thing he'd been seeing for the past 3.5 hours. Emptiness. One flat black mass, slightly darker than the black mass blanketed over it, peppered with stars and milky galaxies he'd known the name of once. The burning car was just a hazy dome of light rising beyond the curvature of the earth, maybe a minute and a half on. Harvey had seen plenty of cars on fire, from all possible distances. Knew that's what it was. Petrol stink and menace whispered past him on the wind. He got back behind the wheel, gripped it and watched the dark, shut his headlights off. A setup with a burning car was just the right kind of bullshit for the high wire. The secret track that cut through the Australian outback from Broome to Sydney had started out as a trucker-only thing. A flat, even, mostly hazard-free route that skirted Indigenous conservation areas, cattle farms, and small towns. It was far enough into the dusty forgotten corners of the states that joined hands across it that each jurisdiction liked to think any problems on the wire weren't theirs. Satellite coverage was patchy and routine patrols weren't feasible. So after the truckers let slip about it, the track became party central for drug traffickers trying to move cargo from the southeast corner of Australia to the northwest, and for the bandits who wanted to take advantage of that. Bandits who liked to set cars on fire, draw people in, rob and murder them. Harvey had two choices now: drive on or turn away. He liked to weigh things. On one hand, he had the knowledge and experience to know that a burning car ruse was the most basic of all honey traps. That the kind of idiots who spent their life out here on the wire trying to ensnare Good Samaritan truckers and hopelessly lost tourists probably weren't more inventive than that. There was a good chance Harvey would pull up to investigate the fire, only to turn around and find a gun in his face. The bandits would have it in their minds to beat the snot out of him, take what little he had, and bury him alive out here. That wouldn't happen, of course. But Harvey was already in a hurry. He didn't need to add putting space between him and a pile of dead bodies to his schedule. He tapped the steering wheel and thought about the other hand, a natural curiosity he'd never grown out of, and the idea that the burning car did indeed belong to one of the Good Samaritans or hopelessly lost tourists he'd just been thinking about. And if he wandered up, he might see them in the process of having the snot beaten out of them, or the whole alive burial thing. So, on the scales was him having to live with seeing two grinning backpackers in the newspaper the next day. Public puzzlement about where they disappeared to. Harvey huffed a sigh. Then he drove on. The haze became a glow, and the glow became a wobbly ball of light. Harvey kept his head on swivel, looking for figures out there in the blackness, his night vision compromised by the fireball. He got within about 20 metres and the figure, standing a good distance back from the car, heard his tyre pop a little stone on the hard earth and turned. She was tall, ponytail, jacket, jeans. Instead of coming over to the car, she backed away beyond the glow of the fire in a way that made Harvey's stomach turn. Because that told him something. An ordinary citizen with their car on fire in the middle of nowhere would welcome the help, at least come around the driver's side to get a look at who was offering it. He cut the engine and pressed the cigarette lighter in the console so that a hidden panel in the door popped open. He took his pistol out, opened the door, and put one foot on the ground. He kept a hand on the wheel and his gun by his side. "You okay?" he shouted. He had to raise his voice over the roar of the flames, but he raised it more than he needed to. It was an intentionally dumb question. If this was a trap, he'd want to be underestimated by whoever was waiting to pounce. "What happened?" The woman came into the light again. Tears glistened in her eyes, but her face was hard, determined. "It overheated." Harvey beckoned her. "Come here so we don't have to shout!" She hesitated, then came. Harvey hadn't completely let go of the idea that this was a play, but he was loosening his grip. The woman walked with the mechanical numbness of someone grateful to be told what to do for a minute, but she stayed out of swinging distance. "Are you hurt?" No, I'm okay. She gave a helpless, embarrassed laugh, swiped at the tears. I didn't know what to do. "Why the hell are you out here?" He watched her eyes. "This is not a good area." I'm from, She flung her hands south. "My friend has a farm, down there, near Kawari. I was bringing, supplies." Harvey stiffened. He looked out into the dark again, but it was a pointless exercise. The cabin lights in the car had ruined his night vision further. "Lady, don't feed me any bullshit, okay? I'm trying to help you out here." "I'm not. Kawari's that way." Harvey jerked a thumb behind him. "If you were from around here, you'd know that, and you'd know how to pronounce it." She opened her mouth, shut it without speaking. "You haven't come from anywhere around here in that car." "Yes, I have." "There's enough fresh dirt and dust on that car to tell me you've been on the road at least half a day," he said. "I'm not lying to you, mate," she scoffed. "I don't even know you." "Have you rung the police? Called anyone at all for assistance?" "There's no coverage out here, but you should be able to get an SOS call through. Although if you really did live out here, you'd have a satellite phone." "My phone's in the car." She gestured at the flames. "I forgot to grab it." Harvey dropped his eyes to the front pocket of her jeans, where the outline of her phone was clearly visible. She tugged her jacket down. "Get in," he sighed. "No way." She rubbed her turned-up nose, stepped back fast like a spooked deer. "I'm fine where I am, thanks. Just get in, would you?" "No. Why the hell not?" "Because I don't know you," she said, jutting her chin. "And I don't like your attitude, if I'm honest." He had to laugh at that. "I'm fine where I am," she insisted. "No, you're not," Harvey said. Look, I don't know why you're out here, but it's starting to become a moot point for me. Either you know you're on the highwire because you're doing something sketchy, or you don't know you're on it and you're just an idiot with a secret. In both cases, you're alone and you're in one of the baddest places in the country, and I can't leave you here. "Why not?" "Because I don't do that," he said. "I don't leave people in bad places, especially women." "Ah, well," she rolled her eyes. "Lucky me. I got a hero on my hands. You getting in?" She did a little uncertain shuffle in the dark beyond his reach. Looked like she was about to bolt, but didn't. When she slid into the seat beside him, she filled the space with woman-on-the-road smell. Sweat, sugar, coconut deodorant slapped on over the sweat. A nice laundry detergent trying to make itself known. It stirred up all kinds of things inside him that had been settled at the bottom of his mental swamp for decades. He slid his gun into the makeshift holster in the car door and nudged it shut with his thigh. "What's the high wire?" the woman asked. "It's the road we're on." "There is no road." "That's the point." "So how do I know you're not out here doing something sketchy?" "Maybe I am." Harvey leant back in his seat, drove on, still watchful for figures in the dark. "There's water here." He pointed to the bottle and the cup holder between them, half full. "Thanks," she said, but didn't touch it. Because apparently she was dumb enough to let her car overheat in the middle of the outback moonscape, but smart enough to know not to drink from an open bottle offered by a guy she didn't know. "You can just drop me at the next town." "Oh, believe me, I'm getting you out of my car as fast as possible." He was following shallow grooves in the desert floor, the only physical evidence of the track's existence. "I'm in a hurry and this'll set me back, whatever the hell this even is." "What's the hurry?" she asked. She was settling in now. Tired. When she reached over to turn the warmer up, he noticed bruises on her wrist as the jacket slid up. The distinct pattern of a finger grip. He was starting to paint a picture. "A friend of mine called this afternoon from Sydney," he said. "She's dying." "Oh, yeah, cancer. So you're going there?" "The doctors are telling her it's days, not weeks," he said. Harvey had no idea why he was saying all this. He sure hadn't said it to anybody else, but something about the situation felt so temporary, it didn't seem to matter. "I didn't know she'd been sick or I would have gone earlier. I'm trying to get there in time. Alice Airport is shut." "What? The whole thing?" "Some arsehole called in a bomb threat about a minute after I got to my gate. All planes grounded. Word was getting around that it was going to be at least 6 hours before they opened up flights again, and even then we'd be in the queue." "Jesus." "Yeah. So you're going to drive all the way to Sydney then?" She glanced in the back, saw the bag. "I was going to try my luck with Durham Downs airstrip. Can't get Birdsville on the phone." She nodded, her mind already trailing off, eyes on the blackness. He guessed the story was good enough to let her get back to her other worries. Whoever was after her. Whoever had grabbed her wrist so hard they'd marked her for the next fortnight. Harvey let his mind wander, because he had other worries too. Whether he was going to make it to Sydney before Shayna slipped away. Her voice on the phone had been thin, scared. And he'd never heard it like that before. Not when they were sitting knee to knee in a rattly old MRH-90 helicopter over flat blue ocean of Sumatra, and the thing got engine failure. Not when they got word their wing of the multinational army base at Taran Kot was about to be rammed by a suicide bomber in a stolen troop carrier. Harvey hadn't been able to get Shayna on the phone since she dropped the news on him. 6 hours, and all he could do was hammer it for the horizon and try not to think about what his world would be like without her in it. "What's that red light?" The woman was leaning forward in her seat, staring at the sky. "What light? Where?" Harvey looked. "It's gone now. Blinking red light. Probably a satellite." He shifted upwards in his seat, tried to shake off the fatigue. "I'm Harvey, anyway." "I'd rather not, She cleared her throat. "So make something up," he said. "It's 2 hours until we hit civilization. Don't make me sit beside a ghost the whole time." "I'm Claire," she relented, and he got the weird feeling that she was not, in fact, making it up. They started picking up speed. "Should you put your headlights back on?" "Not yet. I want to get clear of the fire," Harvey said. "There's a chance it got someone's attention, and I don't need any more The tyres blew out. Both sets, one after the other. 2 great explosions that made the car buck and then fishtail in the sand and gravel. Harvey's mind split in two. One half trying to wrangle control of the car before it flipped. The other half trying to wrestle his nerves back from panic mode, because he knew what had happened in an instant. And it was all confirmed for him when he ground to a stop, and above Claire's screams he heard the barking of a man in a balaclava, who approached the car at a run. "Hands in the air! Hands in the air!" The guy didn't wait for compliance, just punched 2 bullets through the driver's side window to show he was serious. One whumping to the back seat, one hitting the headrest an inch or 2 behind Harvey's skull. Cubes of glass showered all over his lap. A second guy emerged out of the moonlit night and stood by Claire's window, his gun trained on her face. Harvey did what any smart person would do. He put his hands up and looked out at the man on his side of the car holding the pistol, and tried not to think about how bad this all was. The road spikes, the shooter's excellent aim, the speed and accuracy of the takedown. This wasn't the work of road bandits. This was something else.
Chapter 2. Edna heard the shotgun blast take out something big and glassy, like a cabinet full of china, she guessed. Things inside the nearby house clunked and shattered on the floor, made that wobbling sound plates do as they're settling. The boy in the house gave an animalistic roar that morphed into a string of language so colourful it gave Edna cause to raise an eyebrow. The homeowner, one Alan Jacob Horn, had been standing at the roadside mirroring her with his arms folded. But now he raised them in dismay, and Edna prayed quietly that his burgundy bathrobe would stay fastened. "So, are you going to go in or what?" Horn asked. "We've been out here talking for 10 minutes. "I'll go when I'm ready," Edna said. "First, I want to know how the shotgun came to be in the young man's possession." "It was in the kitchen beside the fridge." Horn shook his head, blew out a chestful of hot frustration. "He spotted it while we were arguing. While you were discussing your little case of mistaken identity," Edna said. "I told you it's not like that." "I'm really trying to understand what it is like, Mr. Horn." Edna nudged her glasses back up onto her nose and eyed the man through them. "Because the story you've been telling me reminds me of a movie I saw once. It was called Catfish. You seen it?" Horn folded his arms again. "It's a good movie. Vulnerable young man falls in love with a beautiful, caring, kind, incredibly good-looking woman he finds on the internet, drives a long way to meet her, and discovers, oh, holy shit, she's not that person at all." Edna looked Horn up and down, from his hard, bare, yellowed toes to his sweat-beaded and balding scalp. "You can be whoever the hell you want on the internet." Horn's voice was low and full of dangerous shame. "It's not a crime." "It is if you're luring a minor for sexual purposes." "He's 18. He's not a minor." "You sure about that?" Edna asked. Another shotgun blast. The sound rippled out across the open plains, nothing standing in its way for 100 kilometres in every direction. The windows of the small house flashed white like the kid was throwing lightning bolts in there. "You piece of shit! Motherfucker!" "You've been lying to him. What if he's been lying to you?" Edna asked. "Look, his age doesn't matter. I wasn't talking to him for sexual purposes," Horn said, jaw tight with defiance. "I'm not a fucking faggot." "So, what are you then, Mr. Horn?" Edna squinted. "Because that kid and me, all we really know is that you sure as hell aren't a 17-year-old girl." I'm... Horn threw his hands up again. "I'm someone who made a mistake, okay? I was playing a game. I was bored. It was wrong, and that's very, very clear to me now." "Uh-huh." "He was never supposed to find out where I lived. Coming here, he did that. That's on him, not me." "Oh, so this is his fault." "Would you just get up there and deal with him?" Horn's eyes grew wide. "I'm standing here having my integrity questioned, and he's destroying my house. What are you going to do if he shoots himself dead in there? Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!" "How many shells did you have in the cupboard, Mr. Horn?" "Oh, my God! You're not listening to me!" Horn turned in a circle. "I'm asking questions, and you're answering them with questions." "How many shells?" 2 packs of 100. So we've got some time." Edna leant against her cruiser. People tend to wait until the last bullet to do themselves in. A shotgun blast took out the side window of the house, glass spraying against the wood paling fence. "Oh, please, do something," Horn cried. "Please, please, I'm begging you, okay? Please!" His pitch was high, desperate, pathetic, the type Edna had been waiting for. She gave it another 30 seconds, just to let him taste his own cruelty, then eased herself off the bonnet, passing Horn a look that she hoped told him exactly what she thought of him. She walked slowly towards the house, not bothering to unclip the pistol on her belt. There was dead silence from inside the dwelling now. The sound of curiosity. Edna walked up the 3 creaky wooden stairs to the front door, knocked on it, and took a step to the side. The shotgun roared, a hole the size of a bike tyre punching through the timber front door at head height and spewing wood chips all over everything. The little cane settee, the straggly pot plants, the woven grass rug. Edna kicked a big chunk of wood off her boot, but didn't cower, because she'd expected the shot. It hadn't been designed to kill her. The outback night was so silent and still, probably every soul in this part of the state had been able to hear the music of the floorboards beneath her feet. The plain as day fact that she had stepped to the right after she knocked on the door. The shot was designed instead to intimidate. Edna didn't feel intimidated. That took a lot these days. Instead, she felt tired. The drive out to the isolated property had tacked on an extra 2 hours to the bottom of her shift that she just didn't appreciate. "Well, what kind of a hello is that?" she asked. "Fuck you, you old bitch!" a voice boomed through the hole. The shotgun crunched twice as he pumped it. "Get away from the door before I blow your fucking head off!" "Old?" Edna felt her mouth fall open. She looked at Horn to see if he'd heard, but the robed man was cowering behind her cruiser. "I'm 58!" Another blast. Edna heard ceiling plaster and wood splinters rain over the floor inside the house. "Listen, mate, enough with the gun, okay? You're probably giving yourself permanent hearing loss." "Fuck you!" "I'm serious. Your hearing is important, especially when you get old, which I apparently would know something about." "Fuck you!" "Listen," Edna said again, lowering her voice so he'd be forced to do just that. "I've come up here tonight with a deal in my hand, okay? Because nothing would please me more than to let you keep punching holes in this asshole's house. I think you deserve to do that. But when my backup arrives, the deal I have is going to be off the moment his tyres come to a stop on that road." Silence. Edna powered on. "Mr. Horn is in a lot more trouble than you right now. On his own admission, he has fraudulently presented himself to you online. That opens him up to a world of hurt once we start digging around in your chat logs. If this whole thing started before you became a legal adult, that's using a carrier service to procure sexual activity with a minor. If you've ever sent him a racy picture or a single dollar of your money, there'll be child porn and cyber fraud charges in the mix. And I'm willing to guess you're not his only victim, mate." "Stop talking! Get off the fucking veranda, bitch!" "How long has he been selling you his cute little story that he's a girl?" Edna asked. "I bet it's at least 6 months. I know it would take me more than a couple of months of falling in love with someone to go so far as to track them down and drive 900 kilometres to surprise them with a visit." The boy walked off. Edna heard his footsteps retreating. Deep inside the house, she thought she heard a tightly stifled sob. But he was back before long, his rage reignited. "I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you both!" "You?" Edna carried on calmly. "You've done a lot of property damage here tonight, and I assume the car in the driveway there is stolen. The plate check is taking longer than it should." A roar of fury. "But that's not jail time worthy." She shrugged. "That's not make the news and ruin your life worthy." A threatening grumbling from inside. "You've got the upper hand here," Edna said, "so use it." Silence. "Put the gun down and come out of there. It's your only way out of this. You take the deal, Horn forgets about the property damage and you forget the online dalliance. I forget the stolen car and we all get to go to bed at a reasonable hour. That's bullshit. You're lying. Yeah, well, whether you think the deal is a lie or not, Edna went on, you've got about 20 minutes to decide if you'll take it because, like I said, my supervisor is on the way. I'll deny ever offering it. My boss is not as creative as I am about how to resolve a thing like this. But I'm tired and I want to go home and have a shower. She waited. Out on the road, Horn stood looking at the stars, shaking his head, huffing midnight mist. The boy inside wandered around a while, coming to the conclusion, Edna guessed, that there were, in fact, two ways out of this mess, and one was more permanent than the other. When she heard the sound of the gun being placed on a table, Edna stepped forward and looked in through the hole in the door. The boy was mountainous, broad-shouldered, roped with muscles and veins he could only have got from working bricklaying or construction jobs between school terms, if he still attended school at all. His black hair was shaved close to the skull, dusted with ceiling plaster, and there was fluff at the corners of his upper lip that would probably be a full and striking beard in a year. With his wild, agitated eyes and hard, downturned mouth, Edna was taken to thinking about all the cell windows she'd peered through in her career at young men like this, men choosing between death and consequences. The shotgun was on the table, within the kid's reach. Edna took the cuffs off her belt and held them up to the hole in the door. "You'll have to wear these," she said. Horn went in to inspect the damage. Edna and the kid sat in the cruiser, watched him go. "Didn't even say thanks," Edna sighed. The kid said nothing. She could smell him through the plexiglass. Nitro, sulphur, teenage funk. The papers are gonna love that prick. Edna started the engine. Weirdo loner out on the plains pretending to be a teenage girl? Jesus, we might even get a visit from a current affair. "You said you weren't gonna report him." "I say a lot of things," she rolled out, grinding gravel. "Saying things to get people to put their guns down is easier than shooting them, usually. I don't have a supervisor. That was bullshit too. I'm the senior officer out here. So I can still cut you a deal, but it won't be a straight walk. You did steal a car. You can't go around stealing cars, hun." "I didn't steal that fucking car," the kid grunted. "I've never seen it before in my life." "Sure. And everything he's saying about... The kid glanced back at the house in the distance. "Some online relationship? That's not me, okay? That didn't happen. I came out here in my own car, which, got a flat tire, and so I just started walking and stumbled on his house. It was totally random. I don't know the guy. He doesn't know me." The boy stared at the roof of the cruiser, searching for inspiration. "I was just going to use the phone and what? You thought you'd help the guy out by adding some ventilation holes to his ceiling?" "The dude wanted to fuck me. I was defending myself." "Okay. It's true!" "He told me your name is Talon Crest." Edna was driving with one hand and tapping on her mounted laptop with the other. "Is that right?" "Nope." "Never heard of Talon Crest?" "I said no." "This isn't your picture." Edna turned her screen so it pointed towards the plexiglass. "You're not Talon David Crest of 5139 Beaker Street, Smithfield, Adelaide." Edna and Talon both looked at the screen, at what was probably the best picture of the kid that was ever taken, Better than school photo quality, high res and glowing in the dark of the car. Nope. Edna laughed. You're right. Couldn't be you. Says here Talon Crest has no car and isn't registered to drive, whether it's his own car or a stolen one. Talon cursed, kicked the petition between them. I like the name, though, Edna said. Shame about David for a middle name. Missed opportunity. Could have been Beak. Do you ever stop talking? Or maybe Wing. The kid slumped back in his seat, making the cruiser sway. This is bullshit, man. You really need to clean up your language. My ears are bleeding. Fuck you. She pulled over, got out. There was a wind up here on the higher plane, and it ruffled her short silver hair. She opened the back door of the vehicle and waited. But Talon didn't get out. Did I mention I'm tired and I want to go home? Edna asked. He frowned. Get out, she said. He looked all around. You can't leave me here. I'm not leaving you here, idiot. I'm moving you to the front seat. She beckoned him. The cuffs and the perp seat were all for show for that dickhead Horn. Up here is less awkward. And guess what? There are snacks. Talon thought about it, got out and stood there while she uncuffed him. Edna opened the front passenger side door and the kid looked down at the seat. And at her. His frying pan-sized hands just hanging by his sides. Aren't you, scared of me? Edna snorted. I wasn't scared of you 10 minutes ago, and you had a 12 gauge in your hands. Why would I start now? Because you're half my size. Mate, if I was scared of everyone who's twice my size, I'd never leave the house. Edna gestured to the seat. The glove box. Take what you want, but don't touch the Twix. They're mine. The young man thought for a few seconds more and then went with it. Edna walked around and slid into the driver's seat again, put the cuffs back on her belt. The smell was stronger now. It made her think of past cases, bad cases. The way the gunshot residue hangs in the air after firing, the way it lies like dust on blood-spattered bedsheets. Cattle farmers who watched too many animals starve to death and didn't want to watch their kids do the same. The radio crackled as Talon was crunching loudly on a Kit Kat. Ed? Edna picked up. Yeah? How'd the call end up? Was it a prank? Edna reached over and poked the kid with a finger. Seems real enough, dispatch. Well, I got another job for you. We got a burnout up on the wire. Edna closed her eyes, let her shoulders sag. I'll be 2 hours into overtime by the time She stopped. There was no point complaining. While it was an hour north to the high wire and an hour east to her station, only she was available to drive that far from home base to investigate something as innocuous as a burning car. Rebecca Stevenson, the only other officer in their 200,000 square kilometre jurisdiction, would be tied up for the entire next day with a theft case that was threatening to turn into a neighbour war. Neighbour wars out here meant murders. If Stevenson didn't throw some water on it now, she'd be a whole lot busier in the coming months. Edna had a choice: go north now or do it the following afternoon, and by then it might not be such an innocuous case. Edna started the car and put it into gear. Buckle up, kid, she said. We're taking a little detour.
Chapter 3. Claire was trembling all over, looking from the men outside the car to Harvey in the driver's seat beside her. "What the hell is this?" "You tell me," he said. This has nothing to do with me! Even her voice was shaking. What do we do? You're going to run, Harvey said. As soon as you get the opportunity. Run for your fucking life. Don't look back. Just go. Claire said nothing. Not, but what about you? Or, what are you going to do? Harvey liked that. Because a woman with any kind of sense would know that as terrible as this could end up for him, it could be worse for her. There was no kind of loyalty that could possibly be established in the 15 minutes they'd known each other that was worth that. With your left hand, the guy on Harvey's right barked. Turn the car off, take the keys from the ignition, throw them out onto the ground. Keep your right hand up. This was bad. Very, very bad. Because whoever these guys were, they had either law enforcement or military training. The style of takedown was telling Harvey that. Everything about it, from the road spikes to the warning shots to the big dog voice the guy was using, the one they taught in the academy, the one from the gut. He reached across himself with his left hand and switched the car off, then silently unclipped his house keys from the car key and tossed the bundle out the window, leaving the single car key sitting in the ignition. Harvey had been keeping his car key on a separate clip to the rest of his keys for decades, in case this very situation arose, and it seemed comically sad now that it finally had. With all 4 tyres flat, there was no chance of making a getaway in the car, but Harvey was hoping the man on the left might cross the bumper, in which case he'd start the car up and floor it, ram the guy, use the distraction to get the upper hand. No luck. The man on the left walked forward and yanked open Claire's door. He grabbed her by the arm and pulled her out, shoved her so that she arrived at the front left-hand side of the car. Harvey kept watch on the other guy, waiting for the split second he took his eyes off Harvey to check his partner's activity, get confirmation to go to the next step. The moment came. The guy looked at his partner. Harvey dropped his left hand, punched the cigarette lighter in the console, and then shot his hand back up to the ceiling. The panel in the door by his thigh popped open. The butt of his pistol pointed downward in the makeshift holster. The second moment Harvey was waiting for arrived. Once his partner and Claire were in position, the man came forward to grab Harvey's door handle, taking one hand off his gun, halving the steadiness of his aim and his willingness to use the weapon. Harvey grabbed his own pistol, shoved the door open so that he smacked the guy in the thighs, and in the same motion, shoved his gun up through the broken window and into the man's ribs. Harvey fired twice. He felt the man's breath on his face. Coffee. Cigarettes. Blood mist from the bullet that just smashed its way through his ribcage and into his lungs. Harvey stepped sideways, shoved the man aside and double-gripped his own gun, swinging it towards Claire and her captor. But by this time, the guy's wide eyes were howling out of his balaclava, and he was holding a fistful of Claire's hair in one hand and the gun to her temple in the other. "Don't!" the guy hissed. Don't! Harvey didn't. He was a good shot, but taking out the black-clothed man as he cowered behind Claire in the moonlit night was a shot he wasn't confident in. Not then. Not when it had been some years since he'd had to fire a gun at all, and he was tired from the road and shaken from Shayna's news and a million other things. So he just stood and aimed and breathed, and watched the little prick in the glow of the cabin lights, and waited. Waited for moments, opportunities, mistakes, drawing on a sense of patience he'd spent a lifetime cultivating. The man on the ground at Harvey's feet gurgled and rolled over and vomited blood. They all listened to it, to him choking and aspirating and dying near Harvey's right boot. And Claire's captor did something that made the hair on the back of Harvey's neck stand on end. He let go of Claire's ponytail and pressed a finger to a little piece in his ear. "How far out are you?" he asked. Harvey glanced out into the dark for the third guy. He saw nothing. Heard a buzzing sound. The sound was fluttering. Nothing to bounce off to give it a source. Just a soft humming out there in the blackness that was growing louder. The spiralling dark formed 1,000 figures. Harvey made a decision. He advanced on the man who had Claire, because walking backwards over uneven ground is hard enough at the best of times, and doing it while dragging a hostage is almost impossible. He strode fast and long and kept his gun up, waiting for the man to roll a foot on a rock and fall and give him a shot. But Harvey was only 3 strides in when the buzzing rose suddenly to a roar and something smashed into the side of his head. Silence. the sickly, rusty glow of headlights. Harvey gripped the dust and dirt and tried to decide how much time had passed, whether he was clinging onto a rocky cliff face or the flat, barren earth. Something was tapping his heel. He looked around and saw the woman whose name he had forgotten now sitting with her back against the closed driver's side door of a car he didn't recognise. Her hands were bound behind her back. She was knocking his boot with her own. "Hey," she hissed at him. "Hey! Hey! Wake up! Wake up! Please wake up!" There were other voices. Harvey rolled onto his side. Pain soared through his ribcage. He didn't remember being hit or kicked. Must have happened while he was out. The pain thrummed down into his hips and up into his shoulders, stole his breath, made him cough and choke on dust. There were voices nearby. 2 men. "Waited for me. 5 fucking minutes. That's all it would have taken. We couldn't wait for you. He picked up a passenger, Darryl. We had no idea who she was. We had to shut it down before..." Something fizzed in Harvey's brain. The name. Darryl. The thought fluttered away, uncatchable. He clawed his way towards Claire, shifted himself up against the car she was leaning against. "What happened?" "They flew a drone into the side of your head," she whispered. Her eyes were on a hunk of robotic debris lying 2 metres or so from where they sat. In the darkness and swirling dizziness, Harvey could see shattered pieces of black and white plastic in the sand. "The third guy. He must have been controlling it. He drove it into your head and you went down and then he got here in a truck. They kicked the shit out of you while you were out." Harvey put his hands out, caught a stream of blood dripping from his jaw. "What the hell is this?" Claire snarled at him, panic giving way to fury. "Who are these guys? They know you, Harvey. They were saying your name." "Lean forward," Harvey said. She did. He just snagged a finger under the cable tie binding her wrists when 2 hands seized his shoulders. He was dragged away, dumped on the gravel, kicked in the stomach. He tried to get up, but his head still wasn't right, his limbs seeming to be moving through water. "Nice try, shithead," one of the men said. Harvey was wrenched into a sitting position. The world buzzed and spun. His t-shirt was dragged over his head. Cold night air on his chest and stomach and back. Something heavy was dragged down over him. A coat or vest. Both men were on him, holding his wrists, guiding his arms, dressing him like a sleepy child. There was dirt in his mouth. His vision was blinking in and out. Harvey spat blood and dirt and looked up at the masked faces. "Oh, Jesus," one said, crouching before Harvey, trying to wrestle the vest down his aching ribcage. "It's too small. Tell me this isn't... That's the medium. Fuck. Good. Okay. Get the large. Get it. Get it." Harvey lined up his shot, swung out, got the man keeping guard over him in the kneecap. The punch wasn't effective. His brain was slush. He was smacked in the jaw for his trouble, an open palm that coloured his world red. "Careful. Not the face. You did enough damage with the drone." The heavy vest was tugged off. Another was shoved on. Harvey's arms were wrenched through the armholes. He tried to shake the concussion off, got his eyes clearer, the fibres in the men's masks coming into hyperfocus, while his hearing sunk out completely. It took a second or two to get feeling back into his fingertips. When all his systems were online, he was sitting at their feet with a heavy black vest strapped to his bare chest, and they were both looking down at him, their smiles clear even through the balaclavas, 2 proud dog owners who have just taught the thing to sit. Harvey ran his bloody hands over the hard fabric of the vest, fingers wandering over sharp grooves and angles beneath the Kevlar. The vest was skin tight, cut perfectly around his arms, cinched at his waist, dipped at his neck without exposing his collarbones. It was so tight around his aching ribs, it caused a pounding through his middle every time he exhaled. Made to measure. "What the fuck is this?" The men laughed at his words. One crouched before Harvey, eye level, and even before he pulled the balaclava away, Harvey saw something in those bright, beady blue eyes that made his stomach plunge. A memory. something buried deep in the blackness of his past. "Harvey Buck," the guy said, pulling up the wall. "Welcome to your nightmare."
Chapter 4. Edna passed the kid her glasses. "Wipe these, would you?" she said. "I can't see shit out here." Talon put down the packet of tiny teddies and took her spectacles, polished them on the edge of his t-shirt. "I bet this is the first arrest you've had where you get to go on a ride-along afterwards." She gestured to the horizon before them, featureless and unmoving beyond the headlit blacktop. "Take a good look. Most people don't get to see this kind of thing until they're retirees, going across country in a caravan." The boy handed her back the glasses, didn't answer. "I mean, okay, so there's not much to see right now." Edna looked out at the blackness. "But tomorrow, when I drive you to the airport, you'll get to see all this. It's beautiful out there." "Uh-huh." "You should cheer up," Edna said. "Clifton Hills Police Station has one holding cell and a drunk woman pissed in it about a month ago. I've done everything I can to get the smell out, but it's still there. You could be sitting in that cell right now, becoming a connoisseur of odeur d'incarceration." The boy shook his head. They rolled on, only the roar of the tyres beneath them dispelling the silence. "You're not very chatty, huh?" Edna asked. "I don't need to be," he grunted. "You're doing enough chatting for us both. Look, Talon, you got duped by that idiot back there. You didn't deserve it. It was cruel and embarrassing. But you can't let something like that get inside you, hun. For every minute you spend hating yourself for what went down tonight, that's another minute you're giving to that guy. Man, you sound like you're trying to comfort some little bitch about a breakup." Talon looked her over across the space between them, head to foot. "I told you, all that stuff about an online relationship with that dude is bullshit. And how the hell are you going to sit there and tell me what I deserve? You don't know me for shit." "I kind of do." Edna smiled sadly. "No, you don't," the boy scoffed. "You don't know a thing about me. I could grab the wheel right now and pull us over and kill you and dump you out here. You're playing a dangerous game, woman, uncuffing me and bringing me into the front seat like this. How do you know I'm not like some crazy killer type?" "Because I know them too," Edna said. "No, you don't." He gave her another full-body once-over, then settled back into his seat with his biscuits. "If you were any good at your job, you wouldn't be stuck out here alone in the nothingness like this. You're just a cop reject on outback duty, babysitting cows and weirdo farmers. Save the life advice for the shrinks." They watched the horizon, the GPS in the dashboard showing a blank green square cut through with a grey line. Their blue bubble worked its way along the line, the numbers ticking slowly down. Green was the wrong colour for the world out here. It was black now, but by daylight, Edna knew, the earth here was dried blood red and tossed with boulders car-sized, wind-rounded rocks left over from some devil's game of marbles. Edna thought about how rehearsed the lines from the boy had been. "You're playing a dangerous game, woman." Almost as though the kid had heard those exact words said 1,000 times before. She tried to recall a statement she'd made in the past 10 minutes that the boy hadn't contradicted. She picked up the mic in the dashboard. "Dispatch, I'm about to roll up on the site." There was a double click in response. Edna picked out the shape against the distant mountain range. The shell of a car, still lazily leaking smoke as the fire chewed through a back seat. The sight had Talon's interest. Edna parked and flicked her head towards the shell in the low scrub. "Might as well take a peek," she said. "You can give me your assessment." Talon was out of the cruiser like it was the one that had caught alight. Edna watched him walk a slow circle of the burnt vehicle. Kids and fire. "Where's the driver?" the boy said when he'd completed his circle. "Probably at home by now, eating twisties and playing video games." Edna kicked the bent and buckled number plate off the front of the car and examined it in the light from her cruiser. "This area is called the High Wire. It's a track that runs from Sydney to Broome in a beeline across the middle of the country. Kind of like a shortcut for losers and drug runners. Kids come out here sometimes from the conservation areas, joyriding stolen cars." The plate was unreadable. So was the one on the back. Edna popped the still warm bonnet and licked her thumb, used the spit to clean the soot off the chassis number. She read it into her mic. "Who called this in?" Talon was staring out at the dark. "No idea. Might have been a pilot. There's an airstrip north of here, Birdsville. More likely a plane than a passerby around here." Her radio coughed. "Claire Holland," the dispatch officer said. 38 Alice Springs. "Is the car stolen?" Edna asked. "Not reported as such." Something stirred in Edna's chest, a growing sense of unease. She told dispatch to send her all of Holland's contact details. Talon was watching her, feet braced, ready for action. It tickled her heart a little, seeing him like that, so eager to leap into a distraction from his current predicament. She decided to let him tug on that line, pull himself hand over hand into a zone of mental comfort. "So, where's Claire Holland?" Edna asked the kid. "I don't know." "Take a guess." Maybe she, started walking?" Talon strode out of the reach of the cruiser's headlights, squinted off into the dark. "Like, the car overheated and caught fire and she thought, 'Fuck it, I'll walk.'" "Well, the evidence doesn't say that." "What evidence?" "I've got 2 sets of tyre tracks coming through here recently." She crouched. The boy just about ran over to see. Edna pointed. "This is her vehicle. See the chevron pattern?" "Yeah." "Then we have someone pulling over to pick her up. See how their tyre track crosses hers? That's how we know they came after. Different pattern on this one. And we can see she got in. See a shoe print?" Talon nodded gravely. "Then a 3rd vehicle comes along. Heavier, thicker tyres, deeper track, see?" "Yeah, I see. So, like a truck or something?" Maybe. All we know right now is the order. Claire's car, then someone else, and someone else." They walked over to the car, peered in. The rear bench seat was a glowing, smouldering sponge, the upholstery coiled back, tiny embers being lifted and tossed like fire fairies as the breeze came through the busted windows. Edna went to the rear of the vehicle and kicked the boot open, looked inside. It was mostly intact. She reached in and flipped over the rough grey carpet liner, stared into the empty wheel bay. Weird. "What?" Talon appeared by her side. "No spare tyre," Edna said. "Who sets out to drive across the country without a spare tyre? There's also no bag." Talon's tone was mildly hopeful. He shrugged to take the edge off, in case his suggestion was stupid. "Like, if she's driven from Alice Springs all the way here, why didn't she pack her stuff, "She might have grabbed the bag before the car caught alight," Edna said, "taken it with her when she got picked up. But it was a good observation." "Do you think she's dead?" Edna looked at the boy, laughed. "Nah, serious." Talon pointed at the tyre tracks. "Like she might have been picked up by a serial killer, you know? He followed her out here, hunted her. Maybe he did something to her car when she stopped at a petrol station so the car would overheat. Maybe the second vehicle, the truck, is part of it too. Like maybe that's a kill van. Maybe it's a pair of serial killers." Edna appraised the enormous teen. Supposing the same overactive imagination that was carrying him away now with thoughts of outback murderers and kill vans was the same kind that convinced him that his soulmate was a stunningly beautiful 17-year-old girl who lived alone in the middle of the desert. "Let's just calm down a bit." Edna put a hand up. "We might be getting ahead of ourselves here." Talon frowned. "It's possible the car is stolen out of Alice Springs," Edna went on, "and this Claire Holland person just hasn't got around to reporting it yet. The first set of tyre tracks could be the joyrider in Claire's car. The second set are the joyrider's friends who were following, maybe in another stolen vehicle, picking up their mate after they torched Claire's car. The third set is just some other unrelated driver in a truck or a van using the wire to get from here to there." Talon looked at the burnt car. "I know you'd like this to be something really exciting," Edna said, "but most of the time, in fact, almost always, it's not." A coldness had come over Talon's features, a blankness Edna had glimpsed so many times in her career. She knew what was coming, even before the kid opened his mouth. She knew in her heart that the total lack of emotion she was seeing now had been seen only hours earlier by Alan Jacob Horn, right before Talon picked up the shotgun from beside the fridge. It was an absence, that look. It was the space that hope left behind when it fled. "I'm not a fucking idiot, you know," Talon said. "Oh, I know," Edna nodded. The kid again looked her over, as if she'd just disgusted and disappointed him at a level no other person ever had. Or maybe in exactly the same way many, many people had before. He shook his head, walked back to the car and slid in. He rolled down his window and leant an elbow on the sill. "Hurry up with this, woman, so you can take me to jail," he barked.
Chapter 5. Harvey was sinking. The weight of his horror was so large, so fast-moving. It came down like a hydraulic press and squeezed all the air out of him, made him bend double in a way the kick to the stomach hadn't. Darryl and Tizza. Harvey looked over at the man he'd killed, still sprawled on the dirt, one arm twisted behind his back, his corpse already stiffening in the frigid night air. His balaclava was still on, but it was painfully obvious to Harvey now who he was. He didn't know how he couldn't have seen it, heard it in his voice. That was Parker. Darryl, Tizza, and Parker. His victims. Tizza had dragged his balaclava off and was smiling in Harvey's face. The small, rat-faced man was as lean and angular as Harvey remembered. Taut, freckled skin stretched over sinewed muscle. "Are you happy to see us, bucko?" Harvey couldn't speak. There were no words for this. Nightmare didn't come close. Tizza came behind him and cable-tied his wrists. He looked over at Claire, who had her head bent low, her chin tucked into her chest and her eyes squeezed shut. "Listen, guys, I'm not looking," Claire said. "I'm not looking at your faces, okay? I haven't seen you. You need to listen to me. I'm not a part of all this, okay? There's no need to do anything to me, okay? Okay? People are going to come looking for me, so..." "I'm Nathan Tizza, and this is Henry Darryl." Tizza gestured at Darryl with his gun. "So you're a part of it now, honey buns? Sucks to be you." "Please let me go." Claire's cheeks were wet with tears. her eyes still squeezed shut. "Please! I can't do this! I'm not involved in this!" Daryl went over and Claire cowered, tried to tuck herself into a ball. Harvey watched as the older man felt her pockets, back and then front, and pulled out her phone. "Who are you?" Daryl asked. He pointed at Harvey. "How do you know him? Do you know him?" "No. He picked me up after my car overheated." "What are you doing out here?" Claire's head was low, between her shoulders, shaking slowly. Daryl pressed the gun to the top of her skull. "I asked you a question!" "I'm Claire," the woman said miserably. "I'm 38. I fix dolls for a living, for God's sake. I have a dog. Her name is Shelley. She's a golden retriever. I have nothing to do with this, and you have to let me go, please." "Let her go." Harvey locked onto Daryl. The older man had put on pounds since Harvey had last seen him, but the blonde tanned man was still straight-backed and rigid, a commanding presence. "Whatever you got planned for me, she's only going to complicate it." "Shut up, Buck, you piece of shit." "Be smart about this," Harvey warned, still appealing to the older man, who he knew would be the brains of the operation. "You're one man down, Daryl. Don't double your prisoners when you're already short-handed in containing them. It's a dumb move." Harvey was working backwards as he spoke, reverse engineering and retracing the plan from where they were now. The vehicle Daryl had apparently arrived in was a medium-sized box truck, parked at an angle to the car Claire was leaning against. The one Tizza and Parker must have been following him in. The height of the tyres of the trucks told Harvey it was almost certainly empty. There was only one reason they'd brought an empty truck out here. Only one reason Harvey wasn't dead already. He was going in the back of that truck. Then there was the drone. It must have been Daryl who was driving the truck, screaming towards the takedown. "Only 5 minutes out!" when Tizza and Parker pulled ahead of Harvey, stopped, and threw the road spikes out for Harvey's car. It must have been Daryl who, seeing things were getting out of control up ahead, stopped the truck and flew the drone desperately into the side of Harvey's head. A last-ditch move to stop him from murdering Tizza. The smashed drone had to be the one Claire spotted from the car, the red flashing light Harvey had dismissed as a satellite. Daryl, Tizza and Parker had probably been tracking him through the desert with the drone auto-synced to follow his vehicle, maybe all the way from Alice, so Harvey wouldn't spot them tailing him on the long, barren plains. This was a creative venture, whatever it was. A carefully planned abduction. Months, maybe a year to set up. Harvey could only guess what kinds of pain and torment lay ahead of him, because to catch him and contain him alive like this meant his execution would be prolonged. If they didn't intend for him to suffer, they'd have come up behind him back in Alice on some ordinary morning while he was getting petrol and blown his brains out. No, Harvey knew it in his gut. There were bad things ahead for him. But Claire, whoever she was tangled up in it now, and that was his fault. He'd brought her into this. Harvey had to do something before Daryl and Tizza turned their creativity on her. "You already have Parker's body to deal with," Harvey went on. "Don't add another one to your workload. Load me up and leave the woman here." "Load me up?" Tizza snorted. "Listen to him. You're already resigned to what you think is going to happen here, Buck, aren't you?" "I know what this is." Harvey tapped the front of the vest. "Doesn't take a genius." "What is it?" Claire had her eyes open now, her mouth downturned, miserable. "These guys are weapons experts," Harvey said. "We were all in the army together. This is a bomb vest." Claire curled her feet up, looked at the men for confirmation. Tizza gave a round of applause. Daryl cocked his head. He was examining Claire as she cowered against the vehicle. "It's not just a slap-together bomb vest, Buck." Tizza nudged Harvey's knee with his boot. Playful. "Give us some credit. You've got 2.36 kilos of C4 plastic explosives strapped to your torso right now. That's enough juice to vaporise anything within 12 metres of you. Whatever's within 50 metres after that will be air-fried at 2,000 degrees Celsius. Anybody standing in the next 50 metres outside that He's going to need some serious skin graft action. Don't toot your own horn, Daryl moaned. I can't take it right now. What's the detonator? Harvey asked. Is it a phone? A remote? You think I'm going to tell you that? Tizza shook his head. Give you something to shoot for? Fuck you. Could be anything. Could be my watch. He showed Harvey his wrist. Could be my dick. What's the detonation range? That I can tell you, Tizza said. This is not some Haji-made IED you're wearing. We don't need to have a line of sight to turn you into the pink mist. So don't try to run, Daryl said. But the real art of this thing is in the construction. Tizza shoved Harvey from the side, made him sway. Look at that. It fits you like a glove. I took 3 measurements to make that vest for you, Buck. Your army dress shirt from back in the day, a T-shirt I stole from your clothesline in Alice, and a photograph I took in the street that I basically forensically examined, mate. You stole a shirt from my clothesline? Harvey squinted. I deep dived into your personnel files. Tizza grinned. I accessed your purchase records for your dress measurements. I was like a fucking detective. An old-school private eye. Nathan, Daryl growled. And I made 3 different-sized vests, just so we were prepared. Harvey looked wearily at Daryl. Wow, you've enjoyed every step of this. You really haven't gotten over what I did to you, have you? How long has it taken to cook all this up? The whole 12 years? Tizza punched him in the side of the head. Harvey swayed, but didn't go down. I told you to lay off the fucking face, Daryl snapped. I can't believe this is happening, Claire was muttering to herself. I can't believe. Now the only question becomes, Tizza said, do we just shoot the woman? Or do we put one of the spare vests on her and use her for a demonstration? I don't need a demonstration. Harvey dragged himself to his feet. Let her go. Look at him standing there making demands. Tizza giggled at Daryl, bound and trussed up like a fucking turkey. It's not a demand, it's a bargain, Harvey said. An exchange. You let her go, and when the time finally comes, I'll make sure it's fast for you, Tiz. I won't make you suffer again. Something washed over Tiz's face. Because that's what's going to happen here, Harvey said. I'm going to get free, and you're going to die. This is all falling apart. It's already started. Parker is dead. Listen to me carefully. Your plan is falling apart. We're going to be right back where we started. You and me. The smaller man stiffened, and through all the pain and exhaustion and terror, Harvey saw something that gave him a little spark of joy in his heart. It was Nathan Tizza remembering, with cold and agonising clarity, those last days they'd spent together. Tizza, the one bound like a turkey. Harvey, with his bargains and demands, his promises to make the suffering stop. Daryl must have sensed a change in his partner, because he stepped forward and grabbed the gun before Tizza could raise it. Tizza's whole body jolted. His grip on the pistol was that tight. Keep it together. Go get a vest from the car, Daryl murmured. The small one. Tizza walked stiffly around the car Claire was leaning against. Harvey had just begun to form the thought that now was Claire's chance. That with the car between her and Tizza, and Harvey between her and Daryl, this was the perfect moment for her to seize and use whatever she had left inside her. Then a snap noise sounded, and the woman's hands came apart suddenly. Harvey's whole body lurched with exhilaration as Claire leapt to her feet, holding the rock she'd been using to grind her cable tie off. He sidestepped out of the way just in time for her to hurl the rock directly at Daryl's head. The shot was beautifully on point. The tennis ball-sized piece of sandstone slammed into Daryl's face, directly beneath his left eye, snapping his head backwards. Harvey gave a roar of triumph as he watched the big man fall, and when he turned back, he saw what he'd longed with all his heart to see. Nathan Tizza struck dumb with surprise, and the woman named Claire sprinting away into the vast and empty darkness.
Chapter 6. Edna pulled up outside the tiny property and sat before the closed iron gate, staring at the shadows it made on the long gravel drive. The house was a one-bedroom truck-in job, a bungalow-style thing that had arrived on a semi-trailer some 5 years earlier. It had probably perched in a sprightly fashion for its original owners in Cairns, but out here it sagged on the exposed brick pillars under the veranda like a sad parrot in a cage, dreaming of the rainforest. 3 decades of baking heat had weathered its boards, split its gutters, wreaked havoc on the eaves. The original colour, a cheerful apricot, was now the same colour as the soles of Edna's feet, and was, like them, peeling. Talon woke in the seat beside her and stared in bewilderment at the unlit house, perhaps taking in the starkness of the dwelling on the barren landscape, and wondering if Edna had tired of his attitude and driven him right back to where she found him. A house without a garden, a lawn, a garage, or a driveway was an odd sight. Incomplete. A crude base on an unpopulated planet. Edna herself took a while to get accustomed to it when she arrived out here. Talon turned his head and spotted the only other building visible for hundreds of kilometres around, the moonlit police station, which was a stone's throw from Edna's house. Its blue and white checked side was also blistered. "You live right next to the cop shop?" Talon asked. "I used to live in there." Edna pulled up the handbrake. "Until I got the house trucked in." "Why?" "Because there was no Clifton Hills police force before me." Edna got out. "I started it." "How good am I? Its members have doubled in number since then too." She pushed open her gate and came back, drove in and parked the cruiser on the bare earth. Talon got out and stood guiltily by the corner of the veranda, hands in his pockets, staring at the hard, cracked ground. "I'm not going to make you sleep in the station cell." Edna rolled her eyes. Talon's face lifted slightly. "I've got phone calls to make. As long as you're useful, you can keep hanging around with me." "Okay." The boy followed like an eager hound. "If you don't know how to make a good coffee, you'd better learn quick." They went inside. He was like an adult in a child's play kitchen, picking open the cupboard doors with tweezed fingers because his huge digits wouldn't hook around the handles. He grabbed the kettle and started filling it. Edna opened her laptop on the dining room table and tried not to gawk. "So, where's the man?" the boy asked, fishing around in the pantry. "What man?" "Your man." "I didn't know I needed one." Talon balked, looked around the cupboard door at her. "You trying to tell me you just live out here with no guy protecting you? No dog, no cameras? What's to stop a bunch of dudes just walking right in here and taking your stuff?" "Me," Edna smiled. "Am I 45? "Oh, that's crazy." The boy made a loud click noise, sucking air down the side of his teeth. "The whole area, no cops around, people just living out in the open all alone. It's not safe." "Talon," Edna said, "I am the cops." The boy muttered to himself. "I don't know how you missed that fact." Edna whipped quickly through her empty email folder. "I'm literally working on dissecting a possible crime right in front of you. Open your eyes, kid." "But seriously, though," he said, "you'll have a crack at it and then they'll, bring in a team, right?" Edna sighed. "They can't just leave it up to you. You could search this place with 600 people and never find a bone or anything. If Claire Holland's body is out there, there are probably dingoes and—" "You're getting ahead of yourself again," Edna cautioned. "We don't even know if Claire was out there. We don't even know if she's missing. So how are you gonna—" We start slowly. Edna patted the chair beside her. And we inch our way forward. You sit here and dig up everything you can on Miss Holland. Join me in the year 2024, where women are allowed to live on their own, and you can research people using the wonders of the internet. The boy brought the coffees over, sat at the laptop and started tapping. Edna texted Rebecca Stevenson an update, went to the wall by the front door and looked at the huge laminated map she kept there. The map took in the upper right-hand corner of South Australia, a plain of almost entirely empty red desert, walled in on the eastern side by both New South Wales and Queensland, and in the north by Queensland and the Northern Territory. Edna's house and the Clifton Hills police station, a kilometre from the tiny town of Clifton Hills, crowned the top of her jurisdiction. In its entirety, her area of responsibility stretched 75 kilometres to the upper border, 150 kilometres to the border on the east, and 300 kilometres into the landmass on the west, extending 500 kilometres south. Overall, Edna and Stevenson, along with Indigenous leaders in the communities that dotted their jurisdiction, enforced law in a land area almost as large as New Zealand. Edna found the high wire, a solid red line she had charted on the map herself with a marker. It crossed her territory like a jagged scar, lifting and falling as it avoided small towns and Indigenous communities. She traced a finger up from Alan Horn's property at the edge of the Simpson Desert Regional Reserve, across what she knew were blank, featureless fields of cracked red earth, and touched the approximate area where she and Talon had stood 2 hours earlier with Claire Holland's burnt-out car. She took a purple pin from a canister on a table beneath the framed map and stuck it into the wire. "Middle of nowhere," Talon said. He was standing just behind her now. Edna turned and looked at him, shrugged. Yes and no. She put a finger on a spot on the map 60 kilometres south of where the pin stood. "We have eyes out there. We're not blind." "What, satellites?" "If some are going over and recording, sure," she said. "But there are other options. Here, for example. There's a sort of cult community settled here, doomsday weirdos, with a little cajoling and offers of money. Maybe we could try to get access to their security cameras. They're paranoid. They have their whole property marked out with heavy surveillance, and if you go anywhere near them, they know about it. Send guys out on horseback to stop you wandering in." Talon lifted an eyebrow. "So they have cameras up here, near the high wire?" No. But maybe whoever picked up Claire, or whoever was in Claire's car, was from the settlement, or came by there on the way to the wire. Maybe it's nothing, but we need to work with what we've got here." "What else have we got?" Edna noted the boy's use of the word we, her own use of it. Guilt was twinging in her chest. Well, there's also a line of electric grid towers that crosses from here to here." Edna tapped the map. "It carries power from Birdsville all the way up to these townships. I've actually dealt with the guy who services them. Some have cameras. We had a bit of trouble last year with kids going out there trying to climb the towers." She traced the power line, a thin blue cord that was marked on the official map. When this line was put in, it crossed over the high wire. That was a problem, because the whole point of the wire is that it skirts all civilization. People can travel on it without being picked up by cameras, running into tourists or cops. So when the power line was built over the top of the wire, they had to change it. The wire now runs down past here. "I don't get it." Talon squinted. If the high wire is a secret road and it's unsealed, how do you know you're even on it? It's marked in certain places, Edna said. What, with signs? Not with signs, Edna said. With signs. What the hell are you talking about? You have to know what you're looking for. Well, it doesn't seem to me like Claire's on that side of stuff anyway, like the badass side. What do you mean? She's not in the life, Talon said. He went to the laptop and turned it towards Edna. She's not cutting through the outback on a secret road to do shady shit. Why not? Because she's the top cop's wife. Edna went to the laptop and looked at a newspaper article that dominated the screen. She could see that Talon had Facebook, Twitter and Instagram open on other tabs, but it was 9 News that had a picture of tall and tanned Claire Holland wearing a white skirt suit and watching demurely as her husband spoke at a podium. Gareth Holland was blinking in the photo, his square jaw tight, a hand on the mic. The article was about a renewed search for the remains of missing backpacker Peter Falconio, presumed murdered in the desert between Alice and Darwin. Edna took in Gareth's steel-rimmed glasses and the dark 5 o'clock shadow trying to hint through the taut muscles of his throat, and something uncharacteristically shallow fluttered in her mind, a knee-jerk revulsion. She saw images of steel and razors and aftershave and sticky lotions. Edna told herself it was a symptom of dealing with police bureaucracy for too long. What does she do? Edna asked. She's got a weird-ass job, Talon snorted, flicking over to a Facebook page. People send her their old dolls and she, cleans them and fixes them up. Edna scrolled through the images of wet-the-bed-style vinyl dolls, naked and dishevelled, being measured by careful hands, she assumed, for custom clothing. A heavily filtered artistic shot of Claire in a messy ponytail bent over a porcelain doll dominated the cover page. She was peering through a specialised set of spectacles, painting eyelashes on a bald doll's face. The image was strangely maternal, Edna thought. Claire gripped the doll's whole head in her palm, like an apple. I guess she doesn't need to make any actual money, Talon said. Commissioner of Police, you'd be rolling in it, right? There could be big money in dolls, you never know. Edna shrugged. Collectors and stuff. Should we ring the number? Edna checked her phone. The mobile number given on Claire's Facebook page was the same as the one listed on her business website and her car's registration. She dialed it. An automated voice message told Edna her call could not be connected. She's out there. Talon nodded gravely. See? That proves it. She's got no reception. It's because she's out there rotting in the desert and her phone is with her. Or she's in the bath and her phone is switched off, Edna sighed. Talon, you've got to reel in that imagination. One thing I did see, there's an event for tomorrow afternoon, I think. Talon clicked and the page disappeared, making way for a different one. Oh, where is it? Yeah, okay, look, right here, an auction. Claire's selling dolls at a show in Alice Springs, or she's supposed to be. So if Claire was planning to still be in Alice 12 hours from now, Edna looked at her watch. What's she doing out here in the middle of the outback? They sat in silence, side by side, their coffees on the table and the laptop between them. It can't be her. Talon's shoulders sagged. It's like you said. Someone's stolen her car, driven it out here. She's, gotten too busy to report the car stolen, or she hasn't bothered because her husband is the police. You don't need to report something to the police if you're married to the police. She's in the bath, I guess, with her phone switched off. Edna looked up at the huge teenager, who had deflated a few inches in his disappointment. Because while she hoped deep down in her soul that Claire Holland was indeed alive and well, Edna knew that the unlikelihood of the case being anything titillating would quickly start dragging her young charge back to reality. And Talon's reality wasn't good. There were the charges for the car he'd stolen and driven to Horn's house, the plane trip back to Adelaide, the currently sidelined grief over the girl Talon had fallen in love with, the girl Horn had been pretending to be. Minute by minute, the boy was nearing the inevitable return to whatever awaited him in his life back home. Edna didn't know for sure, but she was starting to feel as if the kid's propensity to leap at anything that might take him away from thinking about that life was a hint that it was less than wholesome. The boy was like a bird smashing itself against anything that looked like a window as it tried to escape a house. She took a chance and patted his warm, wide back. As soon as her fingers met the cotton of his t-shirt, he stiffened and shifted away. "Don't lose heart, big fella," Edna said anyway. Claire Holland could well be out there, having her femurs munched on by dingoes. Talon smirked. "Let's take it slowly for now. Discover what we can discover." Edna took up her coffee. "There's no need to go to panic stations just yet."
Chapter 7. Darryl threw him into the back of the truck, just to be a prick. Harvey fell on his knees, rolled, tucked himself into a ball. No further violence came. There wasn't time. Claire was out there somewhere, and the big man needed to join the search. The door slammed shut. Harvey scooted over in the pure blackness until he found a corner in the truck bed and felt for the sharp metal edge of a seam in the wall to rub his cable tie against. But the truck started and swerved hard before he got the chance, sending him toppling sideways. The truck turned around and accelerated into the uneven desert, and all Harvey could hope to do was hang on. He lay on his good side and pulled his knees against his chest and squeezed his eyes shut. "Don't panic," he said to himself. "Don't panic, don't panic, don't panic." He drew a deep breath, held it, counted off seconds, let it out. Because the panic was right there, closer than arm's reach, as alluring as sleep to the exhausted. And while most people thought they knew what it was to panic, Harvey knew what it really was, because he'd done it. He'd panicked so hard he'd lost all control of his body, tucked himself into a ball on the desert floor, the huge sky above him raining down its hellish heat from every possible angle, the horizon a blinding, endless nothingness, a scream of helplessness exiting his lips and going nowhere, because there was no one out there to hear it. Being burnt alive, slowly cooked, a bug on a grill. No, 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 no! Harvey opened his eyes, sucked air in through his nostrils, blew it out through his lips hard. "I'm not there. I'm not there. I'm here." There was a tiny pinprick of green light high above him. It shuddered and shook as the truck crashed over clumps of spinifex and rocks and whatever else, racing across the outback. A camera. Harvey latched onto the side of it, pushed away the memories. He listened and picked up the sound of Tiss's car out there in the desert, hunting Claire alongside the truck. It seemed an hour he lay there listening, breathing, the truck stopping, idling, the two men shouting to each other through open windows, the truck going again. In time, he heard a scream and a scuffle, and he knew, with a sickening despair, that Claire had been caught. The truck doors opened. Moonlight poured in. Harvey pushed himself into a sitting position and immediately found a seam in the wall, started aligning the tie between his wrists with it. The run had taken all the fight out of Claire. She lay on the wood and sobbed, while they dragged the vest onto her and zipped it up along the spine. Harvey watched carefully, squinting, eyes fixed on what he could see of how Tizza's hands worked.
Look at that.
Tizza stood back.
No room for tits, but it's nice and snug.
It's like you made it just for her, Darryl smirked. They dragged her wrists behind her back and cable-tied them.
Break your ties again and I'll knock your teeth out.
Tizza was standing over her, the little man pointing down at the helpless woman curled on the floor at his feet. An image that made Harvey's blood boil.
You understand?
Don't get any smart ideas about the vests, either of you. Darryl was leaning against the truck wall. His face was lit for half a second, gold and hollow, as he sparked a Zippo against the end of his cigarette. He exhaled towards Harvey. The zipper is wired from inside the vest. Pull it down, you'll complete the circuit, and it's kablowy for the two of you.
Same if you try and slip 'em off.
Tizza was a streak of darkness against the flat blue moonscape outside.
There's a tension wire running the full circumference. Break that, and you're gone. I wouldn't even breathe too hard if I were you.
What are you going to do with us? Claire was huddled against the wall, close enough that Harvey could feel her body heat from the sprint into the dark.
You can't be serious with this. You're not going to blow us up.
The men looked at each other. Harvey could see Tizza was grinning in the dark.
What do you want from us?
Claire screamed.
Just tell us what you want.
They didn't answer. Darryl jutted his chin, and the two men hopped down from the back of the truck. The doors slammed, sealing Harvey and Claire in darkness.
I can't breathe.
Claire was panting hard.
I can't.
You have to breathe. Harvey rubbed his bound hands hard against the seam. Deep breaths, in and out.
He said this.
That was bullshit, Harvey said. The zipper, sure, I can see that. The zipper comes down far enough and it flips a switch on its way. Same switch it flipped on its way up. Boom. But they dragged the vest over your head without any concern at all for expanding a tension wire. You can breathe all you want. Claire sucked in a shuddering breath, blew it out hard. Harvey's tie broke. He flexed his wrists, then shifted over and reached out, tried to put an arm around her.
Don't fucking touch me!
Claire nudged him away.
This is all your fault!
All right. Understood.
What the hell are we going to do?
It was her shifting over to him now. Second thoughts about the physical contact, probably spurred by pure terror.
We've got to work together. Tell me what you know. I mean, you know these guys, right? From the army. You must know how we can get away from them.
We'll talk about all that later. Harvey dragged himself to his feet and stood back, tried to get a full picture of the truck wall, looking for cracks where light was showing. He backed into a large trunk he half remembered spotting when the truck doors were open. Almost sat on it. Then he noticed a tiny sliver of light where the seams of the steel panels on the side of the truck met. He went there, pressed an eye to the gap. Right now, we need to listen. He'd heard Tizza and Darryl out in the dark. Their conversation had lowered and slowed from the jubilant and quickened chatter he'd heard in the background of Claire's panic when the men first exited the truck. Now he could see them, standing maybe 20 metres away, 2 cigarettes glowing in the night. Harvey felt Claire shifting around at his feet as she tried to find an edge to cut her ties. He pressed his ear against the gap in the truck wall, closed his eyes, and listened hard.
Here is leverage, just in case.
No, that's not smart. Someone will know she's out here. The husband, the boyfriend, whoever the fuck. We don't need to complicate things. We'll take her a few kilometres down the road and use her to show Buck how the vest works. I'm dumping the phone here.
Shouldn't we look through it? See who she is? What if she's someone?
I don't want to know who she is, Nathan. I'm about to make fertiliser out of her.
Okay, but we should think about this. I mean, sure, it could end up that Buck doesn't feel anything for her at all. Maybe he won't factor into his next few moves. But if we keep her alive, Dar, she could be a useful backup option.
You're talking about doubling the prisoners with 1/3 of our party gone. Darryl gave a sharp, disappointed sigh, the voice of reason arguing with a moron. It's exactly what Buck called it. A dumb as shit move.
But she's a woman, Dar.
So?
You've killed plenty of fucking women. Don't give me that. You weren't sitting in that control room pushing buttons and blowing up cows. I mean, she's hysterical. It's not 2 against 2 here. Yes, it is. If we do it now, it'll be fun, but we might regret it down the track. Imagine if Buck pulls something, and you know he's going to pull something. He gets 1 foot on the road to freedom, say. Without her, we'll have no way of drawing him back in. We won't get half a foot out of line, Darryl growled. He makes a break for it, we toast him. That's what we agreed. Yes, but we said it from the start. We keep our eye on the prize. We don't get fancy.
They are literally out there discussing whether or not they're going to kill me,
Claire said. Harvey looked down, but could see nothing but a black mass by his feet. He slid to crouch next to her.
How did this happen?
Doesn't matter how it happened, Harvey said. We've got to plan how we're going to deal with it. First things first, we need to make a pact. Either of us get an opportunity to run, we run. You demonstrated a willingness to do that already, and that's great. But you got to understand, the best thing for me to do if I get a shot at freedom is to beat it and get help. Understand? He heard her sniff.
Sure, I get it.
It's not very chivalrous, but no, I get it. It's smart. Second thing we have to get our heads around is the fact that this is a long game, he said. They've put a camera in the ceiling. See the green light up there? And that box. What box? There's a box in the corner. Probably full of supplies, food, blankets, water. We might be out on the road for a couple of days with these pricks.
For what? For what? I don't understand.
Claire's voice was thin and rattling with frustration.
Why are they doing this to you?
It's a long story, Harvey sighed. He sat with his back against the truck wall. Point is this. They're going to exhaust us. We have to exhaust them right back. If they're exhausted and frustrated, they'll make mistakes that one or the both of us can exploit to get free.
Okay. So how do we do that?
Every time they come for us, we fight, Harvey said. We try to run. I mean every single time, whether it's viable or not. We need to be really annoying. We keep cutting our binds. We fuck with the vests.
If we fuck with the vests, they'll blow us up,
Claire said. Unlikely. These guys are weapons specialists. Tizza, in particular, is very talented. At least, that's how I remember him. He'd have sewn these vests by hand. They'll be beautifully designed and constructed. You heard what lengths he went to get my measurements. We'll get a proper look at them when we have light, but they won't want us detonating our vests unintentionally when we're standing right next to them. The vests won't blow until they're finished with... He searched for words. Couldn't find any. With whatever they're going to do to us. Claire's breaths had slowed. We have to undermine their confidence in their plan. Relentlessly, Harvey said. This is all falling apart. We have to repeat it. Get that into their heads. This is all falling apart.
This is all falling apart.
Claire's voice was tinged slightly with certainty. There was a mere whisper of it. They sat in silence. Harvey's vision was adjusting to the interior of the truck. He was picking out the makeshift blast screen welded to the front of the truck bed that would protect the driver and cabin passenger from an explosion if their vests went off unexpectedly. Although he'd just done a lot to sell the idea to Claire that her vest, or his, would not explode if she breathed too hard or moved wrong, the blast screen undermined that completely. Harvey tried not to think about that, or about the capture in general, and how Darryl and Tizza and Parker had known exactly where to catch him and when, had known so precisely that they'd set all this up, packed a box of supplies, been following him with a fucking drone, for God's sake. Harvey willed himself not to think about what that meant for Shayna, for the phone call, the cancer, her impending death, the frightened tone to her voice, for him being out on the wire that night in the first place. Instead, he went on. While we're in here, we need to spend every second we have trying to come up with something we can either use to escape or use to fuck with their minds. I know them. I know their relationship dynamic. We need to start digging away at that relationship at every available opportunity. You're a woman. That's been an issue for them already.
We need to use that. Daryl in particular, it'll be a big thing for him. He won't mind if you die, but how you're treated will be important. Won't they be listening to us through the camera? If that even is a camera. Although I suppose they didn't bank on me being here when they put it in. Claire sighed. Harvey knew she was swallowing some pretty hard resentment. You were supposed to be back here alone. Right. And it's a loud truck, Harvey said. Not worth the effort to rig audio decent enough to pick up anything above the background noise. How do you know them? She asked. He knew she wasn't going to give up, and pure instincts were telling Harvey he wouldn't be able to resist forever. I need to understand why they're doing this. I think I'd be able to cope better if I just knew what the hell happened between you all. Harvey chewed his lip in the dark, listened to the men grinding out their cigarettes and climbing back into their vehicles. He'd overheard a little of their plan. All he could do now was sit and wait for the next phase of it to play out. Harvey sighed. I kind of deserve all this, he said. 2011. Harvey should have listened to the dog. Even before they'd set out for Taran Cot, he'd been overseeing his guys packing the Bushmaster to roll out, and Jaffna had been walking around, panting and wild-eyed, occasionally coming up to paw at his shins, which wasn't like her at all. A skinny desert mongrel Harvey's section had brought back to base as a puppy, Jaff had almost certainly been born out here in the scrubby rocky wilds of northern Afghanistan, and could tolerate the blinding heat of the day as much as a mild night. Harvey had seen the dog walk on still smouldering ashes, bury herself under a blanket to sleep when the surface temperature of the trucks lying out in the sun was enough to scald a guy who brushed past. She wasn't hot, he would think later. She knew what was coming. The vehicle was in the middle of the convoy, right behind the Bushmaster carrying the booty. As Harvey rode shotgun beside his sergeant, Sav, he could see the back of the head of the guy they were escorting. The stocky, balding American weapons expert was an asset being moved from a stronghold in Durgee to the multinational base at the bottom of the mountains, and it had been communicated to Harvey and all the mission leaders in no uncertain terms that loss of the booty, either through his death or capture, would be like losing a nuclear missile. For a man who was apparently so important, he required 2 whole sections and 4 heavily armoured vehicles to make sure he made it to his rack safely. The man's gratitude was non-existent, or masterfully disguised. Harvey had introduced himself to the guy, Shearwater, before they loaded up, and it was like he hadn't been standing there at all, watching the man trying to fit a combat helmet on his fleshy skull, his brow wanting to fold down over his eyes. Harvey had struggled with the impulse to hammer his fist on top of the lid and jam the helmet on the man, the way he'd done to recruits a couple of times at the academy, because a too tight helmet was better than a loose one. But in the end, he just offered the guy his own lid, because if he'd learned anything since his enlistment, it was that you didn't piss off important people. Harvey rode now, with Jaffna still whining in his lap, held onto the window frame beside him and watched the back of that head in the next vehicle bobbing around, wondering how much genius it took to invent bombs that could seek out people the way bees sought out flowers from miles away, with no visual clue, flying killer robots that ran on instinct and rechargeable batteries. And okay, so maybe there was a little resentment bubbling in Harvey's chest that night. Since the war started, he had 4 confirmed kills to his name, all close up, and although they weren't fucking him up yet, he knew they almost certainly would. Maybe when he returned home to Sydney and bought a property out west, maybe at the foot of the Blue Mountains. No town water, no fences. Ghosts would wander the tree line, creeping over to his veranda, whispering in the crackling of his fire pit, dancing in Jaffna's eyes. Did old mate look forward to the same kind of haunting? Did Shearwater, hell, it was probably Dr. Shearwater, get printouts of how many empty-eyed, half-starved, war-exhausted Afghans his weapons had blown apart at the end of the month and go twisting and turning in his sleep? Would Shearwater be that twitchy, disgruntled crone in the corner of the nursing home, too ravaged by his active service to hold a conversation without dissolving into shaking, spittle-flying rage? No. Harvey knew that grunts like himself ended up in nursing homes, and weapons experts died in their beds in their harbourside mansions. He patted the dog on his lap and listened to Sav take the order from the guys in the back seat.
Caro, what are you having? Big Mac meal, 6-pack of nuggets, Coke for the drink, no ice. What sauce? Huh? What sauce for the nuggets? They never give you the sauce.
Caro chuckled.
Yes, they do. The sauce comes with the nuggets, dipshit. Not in the drive-through. It's a deliberate corporate strategy. You got to go inside to get sauce.
Harvey turned around in his seat, told himself not to encourage Caro, but did anyway. What?
Think about it.
Caro yawned, shifted his rifle against his chest. The only ADFA graduate in the vehicle.
One McDonald's restaurant directs its staff working the drive-through window to forget the sauce tub on every second order that comes in. Driver doesn't discover there's no sauce in the bag until they pull over somewhere to eat. And they don't go back for the sauce because, hey, it's just sauce. Doesn't make a complaint or leave a bad Google review because it's just sauce, someone moaned. Jesus, can we not? In a year, Caro continued, the restaurant that keeps forgetting the sauce racks up a couple of $100 in savings. Expand that policy and those savings out across hundreds upon hundreds of McDonald's restaurants all across Australia year after year. That's a sizable dent in expenditure. It's true, you know.
Sav nodded sagely beside Harvey.
I've had it happen to me. You look in the bag, no sauce, you do nothing about it. Your life is really hard, isn't it, Sav? Someone said. It is. The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer, Caro sighed. One packet of sauce at a time.
I'm going to need you guys to stop pretending you're hitting the McDonald's drive-thru every time we go out. Harvey rubbed his temple. The small helmet was like a vice on his skull. Find another game. The games. The rivalries. The weird pussy pool the section had created, where each man contributed a picture of his girlfriend or his cousin or his sister into a communal pot for wank material. The reality of day bleeding into day and night bleeding into night, with no action and nothing to do, dissolving the boundaries between kinky and mundane, laughable and dangerously weird. Harvey's job was closer to high school teacher a lot of the time, only his class was carrying weapons that could end lives, and some of them were eager to do that, and some of them weren't eager enough. He and the other teachers were coming together whenever they could to exchange ideas about how to keep their students from shooting each other, or themselves, or an ally, while Command seemed determined to make them do just that. Jaffna sat up in Harvey's lap suddenly, started barking at the two vehicles ahead of them, rolling through the desert. The bark was so loud, it seemed to pulse against the windows. Harvey flipped his night vision down, and for a moment, it seemed it was faulty, the glass showing dim outlines of the cars ahead in a wash of white light. Then he felt Savage whip his head around beside him.
What the fuck is that?
Savage was looking at Harvey's helmet, at the top. Harvey reached up, saw the shadow of his arm on the dashboard.
What? There's a light.
Where?
On the top of your helmet.
The crack came before the gunshot sound, a sonic snap, as the tracer round passed the front of the car. They were bathed in light, a roaring rush of noise mistimed to the explosion of the rocket-propelled grenade coming out of nowhere and colliding with the side of the vehicle ahead. Savage slammed on the brakes, and Harvey felt Jaffna tumble into the footwell, a collection of pointy, hairy limbs. The Bushmaster was a tough vehicle, but not tough enough to withstand the force of the grenade, which made a direct hit with the side and torched every man in the vehicle, crushing them against the doors and ceiling, a charred box of bones and flesh. Harvey moved on autopilot. He opened his door and slid out at the same time as Caro in English and Back Lee, just as a tracer round took out Savage in the front seat, light like an enormous halo expanding out from the back of his head, as his face was blown off from behind. Nobody shouted in combat. It wasn't like the ambushes and coordinated attacks the guys so loved to crowd around and hoot and holler at on someone's laptop at the base.
Get down! Get down! Run! Run!
Everybody knew what to do, and shouting over the gunfire was pointless. Harvey's mind was quiet, gathering information, planning, reacting. There were 2 layers of enemy combatants, a group on the shallow hillside, and a second group, close in, popping up from the scrubland like so many apparitions materializing out of the dark.
Harvey looked behind the burning truck that Shearwater was cooking in and saw the lead vehicle from the convoy was gone. He hadn't fired a single shot yet, though his guys were exchanging pot shots with the approaching footmen. This wasn't right. Any of it. The front vehicle should have backed up, joined the formation as a blockade behind which the soldiers could shelter. There were too many Hajis out there for this to have been an accident. Harvey leant on the bumper of the Bushmaster and lined up a shot and blew off the head of a guy who was trying to approach from the north. 5, he thought. He clicked the radio on his headset. Mayday! 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 Sick! Harvey paused, clicked the receiver a bunch of times. Got no feedback rattling in his earpiece. No static. Nothing. He crouched behind the bumper of the Bushmaster and felt his sweat turn cold the instant it rose on his skin. What the fuck? Harvey tore his helmet off, tossed it to the ground beside him. For the first time, he saw what Savage had seen in the truck. A tiny green light on the crown of the helmet, no bigger than a grain of rice. A microbulb he hadn't noticed in the light of day that was nevertheless giving off a powerful light now. Caro was lying slumped against the back tyre of the Bushmaster, death dancing, a hole in his neck. Harvey crawled there and dragged off his helmet, pulled it on, clicked the receiver. Mate! No sound. No life on the radio. It didn't make any sense. Harvey bashed the receiver on the side of the helmet with his palm. A shape materialised out of the dark in front of him. Harvey fired, teeth gritted, bullet holes from the guy's AK punching into the door of the vehicle beside his head, while the man took a double tap from Harvey's rifle in the chest. 6. There was another combatant behind the man Harvey killed. They just kept coming, one being replaced by another. How many were there? Harvey's rifle clicked. He popped and loaded another magazine, a half-second max. But by that time, the guy was right up on him, toe to toe, the barrel of an old AK in his face. Harvey squeezed his eyes shut and prepared to die. Hahuna! Lina Huna! He's here! He's over here! The guy wasn't pointing at Harvey. He was pointing to the helmet beside him, the tiny green light. He took his eyes off Harvey and a hand off the rifle. And though Harvey was too stunned and confused to take advantage of the moment, Jaffna apparently wasn't, because the dog slithered out of the gap in the open front door like a collection of black smoke and flew at the man with the rifle and took him down. The dog, somehow twice as big as Harvey remembered her being, her shoulders hunched and head tossing back and forth as she tore out the man's throat. Harvey got up and sprinted off into the dark, trying to get away from the lights, the vehicles, the flames roiling and licking up over the roof of the Bushmaster in front of his. He huffed and ran, cold night air in his lungs, eyes dancing across the rocky hills in front, trying to find a good place to set up with a rifle to give cover fire to the guys down at the convoy, if any of them were still alive. He tripped and fell over a body 20 metres out. The body sat up. Harvey swung his rifle up, almost lined up and shot the guy, until he recognised the shape of his helmet against the burning truck and the tracer rounds. The stupid little devil horns Back Lee had glued there. Boss! Boss! It's me! Come on. Harvey hooked the rifle across his body. He dragged Back Lee up onto his shoulders. One of the soldier's legs stayed on the rocky, dry ground. The boot slicked with blood. We gotta go. My radio! They're all out. We can't call for help. What the fuck? Shut up! Harvey started running towards the mountains, Back Lee's head on his shoulder. Just shut up and hold on. Chapter 8. Harvey was just thinking about those guys. His dead section. Back Lee with his devil-horned helmet. And Caro with his damn business degree. And Savage with the 5 or 6 photographs of busty women he contributed to the pussy pool. The one picture Harvey knew he'd kept back for himself and only looked at when he thought everyone was asleep. A smiling shot of a guy in a suit and tie at a function. Maybe a wedding. Harvey couldn't think of any nice things about the 6 men he'd led in Afghanistan. About where they were today. They were all in the ground. But now and then, he liked to imagine Jaffna had managed to escape the fray and was still out there in the mountains northeast of Tarin Kot, most of her mind given over to the wilds. Her first couple of years as his section's mascot faded to flashes in her brain. Somehow, he ached for her the most just then.
in the back of the box truck. He put his hands on his thighs and remembered the weight of her lying there. He had let his words about what happened way back when die down to nothing as the truck stopped, and they listened to Tizza dumping his car and sliding in with Daryl. As the truck roared on, he hadn't picked up the thread again. It seemed to weigh more than he had the strength to lift. "So," he said to Claire, running from it as he always did. "A golden retriever." She looked at him. "Shelley? You said she was back home, waiting for you." "Oh." She rubbed her face hard. He could see her more clearly now as the truck rattled along. Morning was coming. "No, that was bullshit. I was trying to give them something to humanize me. They say to do that on the true crime shows. So I guess you don't have any kids." "No." "The doll-making stuff? I mean, I repaired them. You got to study for that?" "No." She huffed a tiny laugh. "It's just a profession that finds you, latches onto you, gets into your blood. Like a parasite." She actually laughed. "Jesus, mate. It was your metaphor, not mine." "I found a doll," she said, "in the gutter. I was walking home from school. It was lying face down. I took it home and cleaned it up and... I was too old for dolls, you know? I was a teenager. But she just seemed so sad. And I felt good afterwards. Like I'd done a nice thing for her." Harvey smiled now, understanding. "Then I sold her for $4,000. "How much?" "It was my neighbour, actually, who noticed she was worth something." Claire nodded. "She said she used to have a doll just like that when she was a kid." "Well, this lady was in her 80s, right? So I got to thinking, if the doll's that old, it must be antique." And it was. I had a buyer inside of a week. A guy in Russia. That was back in the early days of eBay. Harvey felt his mouth twist, found himself not knowing what to feel. The story about the sad face-down doll had sucked him in. The eBay deal spat him back out. "I bought my first car with that money," Claire said. "That's a hell of a trick for a teenager." "Yeah, I got a real hunger for it." Claire shook her head. "Everywhere I looked, there was money to be made. But I'm rambling now. It's interesting. Keep going." "I found $300 dolls at garage sales with 50-cent stickers on them. Whole doll collections going free from deceased estates, worth tens of thousands of dollars. People didn't know what they were worth. And they don't care. They think dolls are creepy. And yeah, a lot of them are. Artists were terrible at getting the faces right, up until the 1980s. And the plastics were all yellow, and the eyes were all glass. Before nylon came in, these dolls had animal or human hair, which stinks after a while. But if you look past all that, doll trading and repair is big business." She glanced over at him. "Oh, God, listen to me. You're very defensive of your job." "I am." "Because people look down on it," Harvey surmised. "They think it's a weird hobby, a grown woman playing with dolls." "I'm just an antiques dealer," she said. "But the antiques have faces." "What does your partner think about it?" A muscle in Claire's jaw twitched. Harvey watched as she twiddled the wedding ring on her finger, probably deducing quietly that he'd noticed it, that it had inspired his whole line of inquiry, which it had. "He thinks what most people think," she shrugged. "You didn't mention him." "Well, this isn't a date," she snapped, her eyes suddenly fierce, turned on him. "I didn't mean to me. I mean to Daryl and Tiz," Harvey said. "You mentioned your job. You mentioned a fictional dog. You were trying to get into their minds that you're a person and not a game piece to be used or thrown away. You were trying to create empathy, and that's smart. So why not mention the husband? Why not say, I have a husband who I need to get back to, a husband who loves me?" She pressed her lips tightly, didn't answer. Harvey looked at the bruises on her wrist. She saw him looking and let her hand flop down beside her so that her legs blocked his view.
The truck slowed and then stopped, and Claire's whole body seemed shot with electricity. She scooted over next to him. Harvey could feel her shivering. The voices of Daryl and Tizza in the cabin beyond the reinforced wall were too dim to decipher. "Where are we?" Claire whipped around, pressed an eye to the seam between the steel panels. Pale light illuminated a slice of her face. "I don't see anything." "We're about to find out. Remember, mind games, Claire. If we see an opportunity, we use it." She made an uncertain sound deep in her throat. The truck doors opened. Harvey hung cut and bleeding wrists over his knees. Daryl pointed his gun at Claire. "You get out first." While Claire climbed awkwardly out of the truck, Harvey used the precious seconds of filtered light falling into the truck's interior to take in what he could of his prison. The camera in the ceiling was a cheap model, as he'd expected. Nothing that came with audio was standard. The box he'd almost fallen on was maybe 1 metre long, 1/2 metre wide, and insulated, 2 latches in the front. He scanned the floor quickly for signs of a nail or screw he might be able to use as a weapon, or to pick at his vest stitches, but there wasn't time. Tizza had his gun trained on him now. "Get out," Tizza said. Harvey went to the end of the truck bed, sat down on his edge, and slid out. He landed hard on one foot and pretended to stumble, and Daryl was close enough in that he bent at the waist, automatically, hands out as though to catch him. It was the same instinctive bodily response that made people stick out their palm when offered one from a stranger, the training to shake hands instilled in most people since childhood. Daryl checked himself in time, but it was too late. They were close, face to face. Harvey pretended to right himself with a hand on the ground, scooped up a fistful of sand instead, and pitched it as hard as he could into Daryl's eyes. "Ah, Jesus!" Harvey didn't wait. He punched the dark shape of Daryl's head. A devastating downward blow he hoped caught him right where the lump of sandstone Claire had hurled at him earlier. Daryl went down backwards, rolled, gripping his face. Harvey had hoped to draw Tizza in, to give Claire a chance to run again, even if she wouldn't get far, even if the vest she was wearing really could be detonated from long distance. It was worth testing the theory by seeing if either man tried. But Tizza had backed up, his pistol wavering between the 2 hostages. "Hands up! Hands up! Hands up!" Harvey put his hands up. Daryl was groaning, pulling himself by the edge of the truck bed. Claire was 3 large steps back from where she'd started, seemed set to sprint again, but Tizza wheeled the gun around. "Don't even fucking think about it." "I'm going to enjoy killing you so much, Buck, I swear to God," Daryl was muttering, clawing at his eyes. "You piece of shit. You piece of shit." A blinded Daryl climbed onto the truck bed and fumbled his way to the box. Harvey stood and watched Tizza and let a defiant smile play about his lips. The smiling was definitely unhinging something in the little man's confidence. He kept cocking his head like a dog, glancing towards Claire, trying to weigh Harvey's apparent assuredness against hers. Harvey let his hands come down eventually and folded them over his chest, a power pose. "I fucking told you we should have brought cuffs," Tizza called to Daryl. "He knows how to slip them, you idiot." Harvey could hear the water Daryl was pouring into his eyes, spattering on the truck bed floor. "Then he's got a fucking pair of handcuffs to use as a weapon. He can double them up and use them as brass knuckles. He can cuff the doors of the truck shut." "Oof, good idea. Why didn't I think of that?" Harvey mused. "Does anyone have a pen? I'm getting hot tips here." "How do you know he knows how to slip them?" Tizza asked Daryl. "Because any capable soldier does." "Do you know how to slip handcuffs, Tiz?" Harvey asked. "Are you a capable soldier?" "Shut up." "Are you happy with how he keeps referring to you, Tiz?" Harvey asked. "Calling you an idiot in front of the hostages. Shouldn't you two be presenting a united front?" Tizza licked his lips. Didn't answer. Claire was trembling from head to foot, staring off at a collection of black lumps on a nearby hillside. Kangaroos. Tizza turned to her, keeping the pistol trained on Harvey, a bully searching for a weaker target in the playground. "You cut your ties again." Tizza pointed to Claire's hands. "What did I tell you I was going to do if you did that?" "You said you were going to kick my teeth in." Claire looked back. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Tizza thought. Daryl was sliding back out of the truck. His right eye was already swelling shut, the brow black and blood-flooded in the dim light. "What are you waiting for?" Harvey asked Daryl. "You going to let me just manhandle you like that? Is that how this partnership works? He's the idiot, you're the pussy?" Daryl smiled. "I'm a patient guy, Buck. You know that. I won't forget about this little love tap. I can bide my time. I've got something special for you later. When we have a moment. We're on a deadline here." They faced each other. Two captors, two captives. "Here's the deal." Daryl pointed to a ridgeline, maybe 100 metres beyond the truck. A jagged line of blackness against the stars. He was still blinking, rubbing sand and grit from his eyes. "Over that crest, about 2 clicks, is Cooper Creek Township." Harvey glanced at the ridgeline, calculating. They must have continued southeast from where he and Claire had been abducted, still following the high wire, dropping down from where the secret road threaded the needle between tiny indigenous townships. "Buck, you're going to go into town and rob the bank," Daryl said. "What?" Harvey let the word come out as a laugh, though his stomach was plunging. "You can't be serious." "I'm not serious?" Daryl adjusted his grip on the gun hanging at his side. "You got enough explosives strapped to your chest right now to paint your guts over a 5-kilometre radius." "What would be the point of robbing a bank in a place like Cooper Creek?" Harvey glanced at the ridgeline. "They service a landmass with a population of 10,000 people at best. Their vault will be stacked with 20s. That's if they even have a vault." "You're not getting it, Buck," Tizza smirked. "This is not about money. It's about playing with you. The way you played with us." Harvey felt Claire looking at him. The memories tickling at the corners of his vision, of Daryl on his knees in the dark, begging Harvey for mercy. Tizza curled in a ball in a corner of the cell, flinching as Harvey yanked open the door. "Have you told her what you did yet?" Daryl asked. "Why we're all here?" "I started," Harvey said. "You started?" "I'm not trying to explain to her how to peel a banana," Harvey said. "I'm trying to explain why someone would do something as fucked up as all this." "Won't that be an interesting conversation when you get to the juicy parts?" "You want to play with me? Fine. I get it." Harvey kept his voice steady. "Let's get in the truck. You, me, Tiz. We find a quiet spot somewhere and you can do as you please. But let's get this straight. I'm not going anywhere near civilians in this thing." Harvey hooked a finger into the armhole of the vest, flicked it out. "You can forget that." "You're going to do as you're told," Daryl said clearly. "Or we'll make you watch as we blow her to pieces." He stabbed a finger in Claire's direction. "If you're still non-compliant after that, we'll hit the button on you." Harvey shrugged, looked at Claire. "Sorry, Claire. It's been nice knowing you." There was an icy pause. Their captors stared at each other. Harvey noticed that it was Tizza who waited for Daryl's direction. Daryl shrugged, just the way Harvey had, jerked his head. The men closed the truck up, hopped in, and started the engine. Harvey and Claire watched as the two men drove away, the red taillights like angry demon eyes shrinking and bumping in the purple light of early morning. Harvey and Claire were silent. They both knew this wasn't, couldn't possibly be, what they both desperately wanted it to be. The truck turned, made a wide circle, then stopped with the headlights cutting yellow towers of light across the uneven sand and rock, making enormous spidery figures of the spiny desert plants. The two hostages were, for a moment, surrounded by silence and spectres and kicked up desert dust that glowed gold. Then Harvey felt Claire twitch beside him, and the exhausted, battered woman gripped the front of the vest, where a tiny red light was now visible, dim and struggling to make itself known through the heavy black Kevlar. Then a pealing sound started up at the centre of the vest, a sharp and consistent alarm. Claire turned her wild and terrified eyes on Harvey through the pre-dawn gloom. And she let out a scream.
Chapter 9. "I've got you on the 2 o'clock flight out of Moomba," Edna said. When she got no response, she pushed the screen door open and looked out. Talon was slumped in the corner of the mustard-yellow corduroy lounge she kept on the veranda, his eyes on the pink-hazed horizon, watching the oily sunrise drip upwards into the heavy liquid night. Only hours before, Edna had let those old behaviours slip into her speech and her body, the way they had once before when a vulnerable young person had come into her life. Started saying things like, "We could do this, we could do that." For a while, as she strolled around and made phone calls and sent inquiries, Talon had occupied what she'd already begun to think of as his chair at the dining room table, and she'd taken his mug back to the sink. But those precise behaviours, those words, those thoughts, felt so familiar and so warm they'd become like a heater left on at the feet of a deep sleeper, delicious at first, potentially deadly. She forced herself to stop. The boy at the table had looked up when she started making calls that related not to Claire Holland, but to flights and pick-up arrangements for a trip to Adelaide. He'd slunk to the veranda then, letting the door slap closed behind him. Edna steeled herself now. "Couldn't get Birdsville," she said. "Somebody called in a bomb scare to them as well. Same jerks who cleared Alice Springs, probably." Talon spoke without even looking at her. "So the cops will be waiting for me at the other end?" "No." Edna came out onto the veranda. "I pled your case to the Salvation Army. They've got a volunteer who's going to pick you up and take you home. Maybe have a chat to you on the way about whatever it is that's going on there." "Nothing's going on there." Talon's voice was flat. Edna didn't answer. "I came out here because of Rosie," the boy said. "What I thought was Rosie. My home life is fine. I don't need fucking charity losers crawling all over my mum and dad trying to figure out if I'm being abused. Those people feed all their information to CFSS, and CFSS make your life a nightmare." Edna tapped her utility belt, wanted so badly to point out that Talon's intimate knowledge of the child and family support system and how they operated was almost certainly an indication that he had needed their help before, and only strengthened her belief that he needed their help now. Instead, she felt the warm fingers of her old habits creeping around her shoulders, and the sight of the boy slumped in the chair like a kicked cat made her bend to them again, if only a little. "We got two choices about how we get to the airport," she said. "We can go directly south from here, follow the highway down until we have to cut bush. There's a nice roadhouse on the way, makes good muffins." Talon gave no clue he was listening. "Or we eat toast here and go southeast, through the desert instead, find the high wire again and take that until we have to bush bash south to the airport." The boy froze. If a serial killer really has killed Claire and dumped her body, and it's being torn apart by dingoes, we might be able to spot it by the time the sun's up. The boy's head turned slowly towards her. Edna could see the whites of his eyes. "So, what'll it be?" she asked. "Highway or high wire? Muffins or toast?" Talon got up and ran down the veranda steps towards the car. Edna went back inside to put on the toast. They drove for an hour in silence, Talon's head on a swivel, watching the featureless desert with narrowed eyes, like he really was going to see a body out there being ravaged by native dogs. It wasn't impossible. Once or twice, Edna had been called to bodies in the desert. Not freshies, still being picked over, but dry, shrivelled husks that might have been mistaken for kangaroo carcasses were they not encased in sun-faded jeans and boots. Edna knew that it was more likely, in the heat of the day, to find a fresh body being tugged at by a wedge-tailed eagle than a dingo. But she didn't mention all that to the boy. He had a fierce certainty to his gaze that made Edna smile. Talon had toast crumbs all over his lap, and he'd sucked down the coffee she'd made for him in a plastic go-cup like he was a seasoned detective gearing up for an all-nighter watching a perp through binoculars from a darkened car. They passed an Indigenous couple, walking slowly through the eternity of flat earth and hard plants. Edna recognised the pair as coming from Gajalpa, guessed they were probably heading to see friends in Kauri. She slowed, but when they didn't flag her down, she pressed on. She wasn't surprised. The chances these two people had actually seen anything overtly nefarious the night before, something that might help her discover the situation surrounding Claire Holland and her burnt-out car, were slim. And, living so close to the wire, it was debatable whether they'd tell her anything even if they had. The best hopes Edna had for criminal tips from locals generally came anonymously through the aunties and uncles, the Indigenous elders who organised the communities in her jurisdiction. The elders routinely fed information to her when it became unavoidable that she or Stevenson, and, through them, the state, got involved in happenings in the area. Or when they failed to stifle discord in the townships under their watch themselves. Edna made a mental note to text a few of them, put the feelers out for tips. After 45 minutes, she slowed, and Talon looked over at her. "This is it?" he asked. "The wire?" "Yep." "How the hell do you know?" He looked out at the flat slabs of red desert and blue sky. Edna pointed to the cow skull the boy hadn't noticed, perched atop a chunk of reddish-brown rock, too high off the ground to be anything but intentionally placed. There was no sign of the rest of the animal's skeleton. The skull was bleached white from the sun, one hollow eye staring, unblinking, at their car as the nose pointed east and the base of the skull pointed west. "Like I said," Edna swung the wheel east. "You've got to know what you're looking for." They turned. It was only 10 minutes down this new trajectory before they spotted the car, a wet, inky dot shimmering through the heat haze a kilometre away, widening and solidifying as they neared. This vehicle wasn't burnt, but the way it sat, pointed southeast, with the driver's side door hanging open, brought an unseasonal chill into the car. Edna slowed to a stop 100 metres away. Talon was leaning forward in his seat, gripping the dashboard with both hands, the seatbelt straining to contain him. "Come on, let's get closer." "I don't think so." Edna pulled up the handbrake, left the engine running for the aircon. "I'm going to go check it out alone." The boy wheeled on her. "What? Why? You let me go look at the last one?" "Yeah, but I've had abandoned cars in the desert, plenty of them. When they're burnouts, they're usually empty. But most of the time when the door is hanging open like that, it's because there's a body nearby." "Why?" "Dunno. It's just how it works. Law of the desert." "I want to see it." "I want to see it, please." "I want to see it, please." "No." "Oh, what?" Edna patted him on the shoulder. "You're a kid, Talon." "I'm a legal adult." "Come on, mate. It's a dead person. It's not a museum exhibit." Edna opened the glove box and took out a pair of gloves, slipped them on, plucked her hat off the dashboard. "I'm sure someone with your technological prowess can find all the corpse pictures you want online." She shut the door on the protesting teenager, walked through the desert with the morning sun cooking the crown of her skull, even through the akubra. She kept to the left of the fresh tyre tracks leading to the vehicle. From 20 metres away, Edna could see that all the tyres were blown. The belly of the car hovering over a nest of spinifex like a weary bird about to sit on eggs. To the right of the car, in a depression in the desert floor, she spotted the body. The figure lay curled on its side, with its face twisted towards the low mountain range to the south. A man. Black flies were buzzing at the eyes and mouth of his balaclava. The night wind had kicked sand up against him so that the arm that flopped awkwardly behind his back seemed fingerless. "Well, this isn't good," Edna muttered, taking out her phone and snapping a dozen pictures in quick succession. The car, the body, the footprints, the scene as a whole. There were 4 bullet casings on the ground on the driver's side of the vehicle. 2 different brands. Edna snapped them, then leant into the car and saw a bullet hole in the driver's headrest. Glass in the footwell and on the seat. There was a weird panel cut into the moulded plastic on the driver's door, leaning open. She reached in, gave it an experimental push, heard it click closed against a makeshift latch. She looked around the car for an obvious switch to open it again, but found none. She saw the panel was connected at the base with a store-bought hinge that was painted to match the colour of the inside of the door. As she went to take more photos of the body, she noticed Talon standing, hands on hips, halfway between her car and the open one. "Get back!" Edna barked at him. Talon didn't move. She took the satellite phone from her belt and called dispatch, still clicking off pictures on her personal phone. There were deep puncture marks in the tyres of the vehicle and a single key in the ignition. The key was turned to the off position. When dispatch picked up, Edna looked back at Talon and saw he was closer again. "Dispatch, I've got a body on the wire, maybe 20 k's further southeast than the burnout from last night," Edna said. Talon was walking uncertainly towards her now, even as she gave harsh, angry waves to direct him back. "I'll let Stevenson know. Can you get me a unit from Cooper Creek if they've got someone free? I'll send you a pin. And can you get me a plate read?" Edna ended the call. The big lad was on the scene now. His lips were pressed into a thin, twitchy line, a mixture of guilt and defiance, even as his eyes danced over everything, trying to take in as much as he could in case Edna said or did something that would force him back to the cruiser. She let him do it, giving him a disappointed glare that went ignored. "Satisfied?" Edna asked. "There's the dead guy, there's the car." "Whoa," the teenager breathed. "Bullet casings." "You want to take a selfie with the body, Talon?" Edna asked. "You bring your selfie stick?" Talon crouched as near as he dared to the body, lips still tight, craning his neck to see into the eye holes of the balaclava. What he saw there made him shoot to his feet again, a shudder through his shoulders. "Ugh, so many flies. Where did they all come from?" "Talon, what the fuck happened here?" Edna waved the kid off the scene, into the dry, rocky surrounds and away from the footprints in the sand. It was clear he wasn't going back to the cruiser unless she carried him there. "Someone got ambushed," she sighed. "The car was taken out by road spikes. 2 people, maybe 3, came and tried to hustle the driver. He didn't like that. The dead guy is collateral damage. His friends left him here and took the driver, I suppose." That's as much as I've got." "How do you know all that?" "Well, I've got at least 2 shooters. One probably the driver, seeing as he's got a homemade gun holster in the car. From the look of that body there, the bloating of his belly and the bloody vomit on the ground, I'd say the dead guy came up and fired through the driver's side window. The driver gave him 2 in the guts from close range in response, firing upwards as he got out." Talon nodded, appreciating everything. "Couldn't he be the driver, though?" The boy pointed at the corpse. "I think he's the driver. He's right next to the driver's side door. Like maybe he fell out when the door opened and tried to crawl away." "He's wearing a balaclava," Edna pointed out. "He's not the driver. No reason a guy would be driving along wearing a balaclava." "Unless—" The great water wheel in Talon's mind was beginning to turn. Edna could see it in his eyes, digging a river heavy and slow-flowing with ideas, one paddle at a time. "Unless he was the guy who abducted Claire Holland." The cop squinted at the kid. "Okay, here it is. He's abducted her, right?" Talon's voice quickened as the wheel started making waves. "He was wearing the balaclava so she wouldn't be able to identify him. He was going to take her off somewhere and you know. But then these guys have jumped in. The guys with the road spikes, they've put out the spikes to stop the car and try to save her." "So who are the guys with the spikes?" "I don't know. Friends of hers?" "How did they know she'd been abducted?" "Well, she might have called them, secretly, with a phone down by her side where the driver couldn't see." Talon pulled out his phone, feigned dialing down by his thigh, chin to his chest and eyes low. "So they were just out here," Edna said carefully. "Those friends of hers, hanging around, with road spikes in the back of their car, waiting to rescue a friend in need." Talon stroked the fluffy beginnings of his moustache, frowning at the corpse. Edna licked her teeth and tried not to laugh, made sure she nodded like she was giving it consideration. "Oh, man, this is crazy trying to piece it all together." Talon put his hands on his hips, surveying everything. "Fun, though." "This is fun?" "I think so, yeah." "Well," she wiped away the smile threatening the corners of her mouth, "good thing I got you here, mate, to help me work it all out. And to spot things. I'm very observant." The big kid walked a few metres out into the desert and pointed to the ground. "Look! Check it out! Bet you hadn't noticed this yet." Edna went to him. There was a set of keys lying at the base of a clump of spinifex, protected from the night wind by the dense, bulky plant. Something slithered in the clump as Edna came over and photographed the keys. "Nice," Edna said, truthfully for once. "Nice." "Or that." The boy pointed to a spot at the front of the car. Edna followed his pointed finger. There was the husk of a black and white device, lying almost buried in the sand. Shattered, a spidery carcass with tiny screws and panels and exposed wires. She kicked over a shard of plastic shaped like a small propeller. It was dotted with a dried black substance. Edna said. "Very observant indeed." "There's also that!" Talon pointed. "Man, I'm on a roll here." Edna looked up in the direction Talon was indicating. There was a shape materialising on the horizon, swimming through the haze. The sound came afterwards. A car. But it wasn't coming from the direction of Cooper Creek. It was travelling southeast along the wire. Edna felt the first tingles of apprehension at the back of her neck. She opened the text app on her sat phone. pulled up the same message she'd just sent dispatch with the dropped pin and squinted to get the approaching car's number plate. She punched it into a message, sent the message off, and put her hand on her gun. "Get behind me, would you, kid?" Talon did what he was told. The car slowed as it passed Edna's cruiser, but kept coming, pulling to an abrupt stop some 20 metres from where she and the boys stood. Gareth Holland stepped out, gripping the car's window frame, his eyes huge as he took in the car, the open door, the body lying slumped on its side. "Is she there?" the Northern Territory Police Commissioner asked. "Oh, Jesus, is it her?"
Chapter 10. "No, please!" Claire wrapped her arms around him, the two vests pressed together between them, her fingers for a second gripping the hair at the back of his head and her face buried in his shoulder. "Please, please, please! No, God, no!" He held her tightly. "It's okay," he lied, even as the alarm whined. "I'm here with you. I'm here." "You gotta go!" She suddenly shoved him off. "Run!" "No way. I'm staying with you." "But we made a pact!" She was pushing at him again. "Don't let them blow us both up! Harvey! Jesus!" I'm staying. "But—" "I said that to make you feel better about running." "You asshole! You asshole!" "I'm sorry. This is all my fault." Claire fell back into the embrace, sobbing, shaking hard. "I don't want to die! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!" Harvey looked at the distant truck. His own vest began to squeal, the sound of it making both of them jump. He put a hand up, over her shoulder, searching the blank windscreen for Daryl or Tiz's eyes. The sunlight was glancing off the glass. He couldn't see them, but he knew they were smiling behind there. "Okay, you fucking pricks. Okay. The truck didn't move. For a shrill moment, Harvey saw his end coming, wondered what it would be like. He'd seen some things in Afghanistan. The rocket-launched grenade making mincemeat of Shearwater and everyone in his vehicle. No time to scream. He'd seen the handiwork of IEDs. People moving even after their spinal cords were severed. Eyes and detached heads, swimming, rolling. Harvey knew they were probably just muscle twitches, the finger taps and leg kicks he saw after death. But the idea that he might feel the explosion rip his body to shreds, even for a second, made him shamefully afraid, and not just for himself. He waved harder. "I'll do it!" he called. The truck started rolling forward. He held Claire's head and rocked her a little. "I'm so fucking sorry about all this." "It's not your fault." "Oh, yes it is." "Are they coming?" "Yeah, they're coming." The vests stopped squealing. The silence pulsed, but no relief came with it. Harvey didn't know if he could unlock his arms from around this woman he barely knew, but told himself he had to do it. Couldn't let her feel his fear and uncertainty, or it would worsen her own. She staggered when he let her go, wiping her eyes, shuddering. Harvey waited for the truck bumbling slowly towards them, their mobile prison. A grim kind of guilt lodged in his chest like a knife. Then Claire said, "We have to kill them both." He looked at her. She was watching the truck come, and the flat, quiet tone she'd used seemed to hang in the air between them. A tone that demanded, almost assumed, an agreement. It was the familiarity with the concept he could hear slithering through her words that made Harvey freeze. She'd spoken about killing the way he'd heard army captains speak about it. Men who only got to where they were in their careers because they'd cultivated the ability to talk like that, about lives like they were minor inconveniences, like they were dreaded housework. "We have to put a load of washing on. We have to kill them both." He felt an unsettling kind of flip inside his own mind, the same he'd felt when Claire revealed she'd sold the doll she rescued from the gutter, only on a much, much larger scale. He thought he'd begun to know her, but he didn't know her at all. Harvey stared at the woman in front of him and told himself that she was just a shocked and numb person speaking unemotional sense. Still, he felt unsettled. Tizza and Daryl parked the truck and hopped down from the cabin. Tizza tossed a small Kevlar pouch at Harvey's feet. "What is that?" Harvey asked.
"A pair of glasses," Tizza said. "There's a camera in the frame and speakers inside the ear hooks. Your eyes are going to be our eyes. The glasses have a mic, so you won't be able to play any games when you're in town." Darryl tossed a wad of clothes at Harvey's chest. He caught a black cotton t-shirt and a jacket and pulled them reluctantly on. He felt something heavy in the pocket of the jacket bump against his hip. A 9mm. As he pulled it out, he could already feel from the weight of it that it was unloaded. He checked the chamber anyway. Eternal optimist. It was empty. "What do I need the gun for?" Harvey lined Tizza up with it. Looked down the barrel of it at him. Imagined himself shooting the man in the head with it. Hoped the little prick was doing just the same. "Why don't I just walk in and say, 'I'm wearing a bomb vest'?" "You're not to refer to the bomb vest," Darryl said. "Why not?" "Because I just told you not to." The older man smiled. Harvey nodded. He understood. He met eyes with Claire, and he could see her curiosity there. And he wondered how the hell he was going to explain all this to her. That Darryl and Tizza's mission, which was now clear to him, made all the sense in the world. It made so much sense, in fact, that he was surprised he hadn't seen it coming. "Where's she going to be?" Harvey gestured at Claire. "I don't know. We might put her in the truck and park it right next to a playground," Darryl mused. "Or a daycare centre. You try to whisper to someone at the bank or write a note about what's going on, and we'll blow you and then her." "Or her and then you," Tizza shrugged happily. "Let's see what mood we're in." "I want her with me," Harvey said. "What?" Tizza frowned. "Why?" "I can't be sure you'll park the truck somewhere and leave her alone in the back of it unharmed. I don't know that she's safe with you. And I won't do it unless I know that she's safe." Darryl scoffed. "Are you kidding me?" "I know you won't touch her." Harvey looked at Darryl. "You don't really believe in that kind of thing." Darryl's lip twitched. "Do you trust him, though?" Harvey nodded at Tizza. "Do you know his history?" "What history?" Darryl asked. Wait. Tizza put his small hands up. "You're not doing this, Buck. You're not playing these games with us. He's trying to make you think I've got a sick little box of secrets that you don't know about hidden away somewhere. Stuff he might have found out about me in the container. But I don't, okay?" He looked at his partner. "You can trust me on that." "Can you, though?" Harvey squinted at Darryl. "He's been looking at me," Claire said. Harvey felt a tingle of excitement in his chest as Claire finally joined the game. She pointed a trembling finger at Tizza. "Since the beginning. He's been looking at me, at my legs, at my breasts, smiling at me in that dirty fucking way while your back is turned. I don't want to be alone with him." "What are you talking about?" Tizza's eyes were wide. "I want her with me," Harvey pressed. "You don't know him, Darryl. Not like I do. Enough!" Darryl marched over and grabbed Claire's arm. "You can all calm down. She won't be left alone with him. We'll be together the whole time." Darryl dragged Claire to the back of the truck and shoved her in. Tizza and Harvey stood in the desert, watching each other, the small, freckled man appreciating Harvey as he unpacked the little pouch and put the glasses on, calmly and slowly, like he was dressing for a meeting and not the possible violent deaths of several people, including himself. "This isn't going to work, you know," Tizza said. "What? This whole plan?" Harvey raised his eyebrows. "You're right. It's not. You should quit now, before it all falls apart." "I mean the mind games." "We're playing mind games?" "When you had us in that box back in Tarancot, you had all the control," Tizza said. "You had all the power. But you have to understand, Buck, you're our victim now." "Am I?" "This is happening to you," Tizza said. "That's what you kept saying to me, in the box. This is happening to you, Nathan. I've spent years and years trying to scrub those words from my brain. Every time I think they're gone, I'll be somewhere and I'll hear your voice whispering in my ear. Well, guess what, Buck? Those words are going to haunt you over the next few hours, like they haunted me."
This is happening to you. Harvey eased a long, painful breath, focused on one thing only, not losing it completely, because he'd spent even longer running from those words and had thought he was free of them until that very second. Free of what he did. Darryl came back from the truck and handed Harvey a black baseball cap. Get going. Harvey went. The sun hammered down on him, and he walked towards town and kept his pace steady, but his thoughts were hurtling, smashing into each other, none of them even related yet to the insane act he was about to commit. Because he was lagging desperately behind Darryl and Tizza and their plan, and now had the time and the silence in which to try to catch up. He'd planted a seed in Darryl's mind, planted it in a carefully selected place, used those secrets he'd learnt about the older man long ago to make sure that seed had enough water and sunlight and nutrients to grow. But how else could he mess with the two of them? What else did he know? He remembered Tizza with his head hanging in the chair, broken, crying, the words dripping miserably out of him like the spittle hanging from his lip. I'm a bad, bad man. I know it. I'm sorry. Harvey hadn't heard anything from the tiny speakers embedded in the earhooks of the glasses. Crazy thoughts pulsed within him, about tossing the camera glasses away, crushing them under his foot, running for his goddamn life. But he knew how it would end, with him blown to pieces on the outskirts of Cooper Creek, a dark red stain and a depression in the soil, the only evidence to mark his existence. He stopped and crouched and put a hand on the already warm earth and steadied himself, tried to weigh things, make a decision. Keep walking or give in and start running? Let them end it for him now. Could he really go into a town full of innocent people, walk among them with a fucking bomb vest strapped to his chest to save his own life? To save Claire's life? No, he couldn't. The maths didn't work. He needed to give up, to accept death. Get up. Darryl's voice in his ear. Harvey didn't move. Get up, Buck. I'm dizzy, Harvey said. He adjusted the sweat-damp cap where it was rubbing against the gash in the side of his head, a gaping wound it barely covered. I've got a fucking head injury. Don't give me that, Tizza cut in. You move your ass or we hit the button. We've just come up on a netball field. Bunch of little girls on it. You've got 10 minutes to get into town before I rid the world of 8 future teen mums from bumfuck nowhere. 10 minutes. Harvey counted them off in his head, making his way step by step across the plains. He tried not to think about another desert death march he'd taken, how the sun had seemed to choke him from behind, a steel claw locked on the back of his neck. Sun-baked asphalt appeared under his feet. He joined the road and let the hill give him momentum. A house materialised from nowhere, 3 mongrel dogs on the veranda, standing up and barking half-heartedly as Harvey walked by. The main street sprawled before him. Little buildings clustered in the distance. A sign by the roadside read, "Only beer for 16,000 kilometres." A pot-bellied man in an akubra was standing outside the first shop Harvey passed, nibbling on a fingernail and looking at his phone. He clocked Harvey at 10 metres, stood back and frowned deeply at the unfamiliar face. Harvey nodded and received no response, felt the man staring at his back as he passed. What the fuck was that? Tizza said. Did you signal that guy? He's probably wondering what the jacket is about, Harvey murmured. It must be 30 degrees today. You didn't plan this very well, did you? I'm drawing attention to myself just walking around in this. Keep your head down. Watch your hands. You signal someone and we'll... What am I going to do? Harvey went past the shop selling farming supplies. Sign, help me, I'm a hostage wearing a bomb vest in Auslan? What's sign language for, my captors have a woman in their custody, also strapped up with explosives? Shut up, Buck, Tizza snarled. Seriously, I can't be watching my hands the whole time. It's weird. You'll do what you're told, or you're red mist, and so is anyone who's near you, Darryl said. A little woman with a stroller emerged from a barren front yard, the blonde-haired toddler wobbling in the pram as the woman turned and shut the warped wrought-iron gate behind her. She smiled at Harvey as he passed quickly by. Harvey tried not to slow his pace when the words in the earhook speakers started up again, lower and less filled with vitriol, as whoever was controlling the feed apparently switched the mic back on accidentally.
Nothing to know, Dar. I don't have a history. It's mind games. It's plain as day that it's mind games. Why can't you see that? When I was in that room with him, he came out with things I didn't even know about myself. Nothing was off limits. He had access to personal documents, bank accounts, fucking sealed childhood records. I know. That bitch Shayna must have been feeding them to him. What's your point? Buck knew me better than anyone who I've ever... I know, man. It happened to me too, don't forget. If there's something that he learned about you back then, something that he's hinting at now, that you haven't told me... What? You're what? We're in this together now. All the way to the end. You said it. We have a pact. I just don't want to discover I've made that pact with a person, only to find out there's someone else in
The line cut out. Harvey smiled. He turned right at the town's only intersection and looked at the front of the bank, a tiny sandstone building that must have been 2 rooms deep at best. There was a rollaway iron grille behind the shop front window, and strands of tinsel still stuck to the corners of the plate glass, leftover Christmas decorations being bleached white by the sun. Harvey could see a woman inside, blue-tacking a sign about high-yield savings accounts to the wall. He went in. The bell above the door tinkled. Harvey was struck by that. It was a small thing, but within it, the sheer absurdity of the whole situation rang impossibly loud in his brain. That anyone would rob a place like this. A place that required a brass bell to be hung above the door because it was frequently so quiet and calm at the front of the bank that the single teller standing there might need to be roused from the back room, having snuck there to put her feet up and have a cup of tea. The teller was an Indigenous woman with a pink scarf in her hair. She was clicking through something on a computer, probably still booting it up this early, the shop draped with the dusty smell of carpets ground in with desert earth. "Hey," she said in greeting, without looking up. Harvey stood at the beginning of a long aisle of shelves. There were toys here, gift cards, notepads. The bank obviously doubled as a post office for the tiny town. Made sense. The security of the only stone building would protect both its mail and its cash. Harvey glanced at a display rack to the left of him, which was full of different-sized envelopes, and the one to the right, which was stacked with stationery.
What the fuck are you waiting for?
Tizza said in his ear.
Go!
Harvey didn't move.
Go, Buck.
Daryl's voice.
My finger is on the button.
Harvey saw his vest exploding. The woman at the counter being hurled across the cool stone wall behind her, obliterated against the rock by a pressure wave that would simultaneously cook and pulverize her. The blast would take out the bank's front windows, lift the roof off its rafters, torch the shelves, their contents, the carpet, the walls. Paint would blister and peel in the ensuing fire. The lights and electric fixtures would melt. If there was anything left of the teller after the fire, she would be handed to her family in a Ziploc sandwich bag. "Hey," he said to the teller, trying to will his legs to move, to carry him up there. Harvey had done a lot of things in his life. Robbing a bank wasn't one of them. He gripped the useless pistol in his jacket pocket and figured drawing the weapon might inspire his feet to become unplanted. He had the butt out of the pocket when the bell above the door rang again, making his heart thud against his ribs. The door bumped into his shoulder. A woman pushed away inside. "Ah, sorry, mate." The cop strode past him without waiting for a response. Harvey stared at the tan uniform, the dusty boots, the glossy brown braid at the back of the woman's head. He put the gun back in his pocket. Silence on the airwaves. Harvey went to the stand with the stationery, put his hands on the uppermost shelf. "Hi, Carol." "Oh, hi. You're in early." "I'm still working on this bloody thing between Vinnie Stone and his neighbour," the cop said. "About the tractor." "What? It's still going?" "It is," the cop sighed.
Look, the neighbour's now saying he gave Vinny the money in December last year, not September. Can we get a look at his deposits from that period? The cop trailed off, looked back at Harvey, took her elbow off the counter. Harvey knew he was staring, but couldn't bring himself to stop. Shit! Sorry, mate. The woman, whose nameplate said Stevenson, made an exploding motion against the side of her head with her hand. I wasn't even thinking. You were here first. Harvey stiffened. Then he turned, went to the shelves nearest to him, and grabbed 2 handfuls of pens from the canisters. Black Artline pens with numbers indicating their nib sizes. He shuffled them in his fingers. Oh no, don't worry about me. Harvey waved a pen at the women at the counter. He spread a collection of pens on the edge of the shelf and dumped the rest back in the canisters. I'm just browsing. The stationery. The choices, you know, of these pens. Too many choices. The women looked at each other.
You'd better get your act together and fast, Buck.
The voice came in his ear. Darryl, low and deadly.
Think carefully. There's a lot on the line here. You blow this, and we'll blow you.
You go ahead, Harvey urged. No, you do your thing. I'll wait. The cop stood back. I shouldn't really be discussing matters of law in front of civilians anyway. Caro, I'll hang out over here, and we can get back into it after you've seen to our friend. She moved to the end of the counter, took up one of the brochures, stacked there in neat little piles. Harvey stifled a curse word. He heard the mic and the ear hooks stutter on.
A good time to do it anyway. A cop and a bank teller? That's not a bad take. It's a thought. What's he doing? Hey, Buck, move your ass. You're being awkward.
Listen, I need to... Harvey started. His words ran out. He thought of movies he'd seen, cartoons, men with laundry bags with dollar signs on them, westerns, where men rode in on horses. He started again. This is actually a what? A robbery? He couldn't continue. Didn't have words for what this was, or how ridiculous it was. How dangerously, wildly evil. More crazy thoughts pushed their way into his brain. He imagined himself telling the cop, Stevenson, that he was a hostage, screaming for them both to run. Or turning and running and pushing his way back out the door, waiting for the light at his chest and the beeping and the inevitable bang. Would he even hear it? But then, he remembered the little girls at the netball court. Claire. With terror pulsing in his brain, he went to the counter, where Carol was beckoning him, if reluctantly. Harvey had one pen still in his fist, the plastic tube swimming in sweat, the hook on the cap cutting into his thumb as he squeezed the item for dear life. He drew a long breath and let it out slow. He walked to the counter, passing loaded shelves on either side. A stiff-legged groom walking to a horror show marriage before a hellish altar. He reached the counter. By the register was a rack of hand-beaded friendship bracelets made by local kids, and discount slips for entry to the Yamuna Opal Mine and Museum. Harvey put the pen down on the glass. Both women stared at it. By now, they knew something wasn't right. It was in the air. It was in his eyes. Harvey knew it would come out in his voice, the urgency, the wrongness, which they would interpret as malicious intent. But he had no choice. He sucked in another long breath, and the teller locked her curious eyes on him. Anything else? She asked. Yeah, Harvey relented. This is a stick-up.
Chapter 11. Edna got the same inexplicable icky feeling meeting Gareth Holland in person as she had when she saw him on her computer screen. Everything about him seemed pleasant enough, on the surface. The light desert wind tugged his clean, pressed collared shirt gently against his frame as he approached. Big, soulful eyes took in the scene before him with a desperation Edna knew should have been plucking at her heartstrings. Edna knew people, had a sense for them. Sometimes it was a certain gait or a tone of voice or a gesture, the flick of a hand. But there was nothing here to point to. Nothing yet. But a measured man on the verge, just holding it together, locked in a tightly bound crisis. Despite all this, she found herself walking forward without completely being able to take her hand off her gun. Though she had no plans yet to pull it, she knew the power of the gesture, the fingers resting there over the holster guard. She held up her hand as Holland approached what she had decided was the edge of the crime scene. He seemed to have a slightly stiff walk, like he'd been driving for a long time, and everything had seized up. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, I've got to stop you there." "I'm Gareth Holland." The big guy swallowed. "My wife's missing, I know. I found a car last night, burnt out, a couple of kilometres back that way." Edna nodded. "She's not here, Commissioner Holland. The deceased hasn't been identified yet, but I can tell you one thing. It's not Claire." Jesus. Okay. Holland turned away, let his shoulders rise and fall with a long breath. He looked over at Talon, but seemed not to take the kid in. "So, what do we know? Was she here? Are any of her things in that car? Whose car is that?" "I haven't searched the scene properly yet," Edna said. "I just got here myself." "Who's the dead guy? Is it his car?" "Commissioner Holland, just take a look." The man tried to sidestep Edna. "We're wasting time standing here chatting about it." "I knew you'd say that." Edna put a hand up again, higher this time, right under the guy's nose. She matched his step with her own. "Commissioner, with all due respect, I can't have you anywhere near this scene. And I sure as hell hope you haven't just come from messing around at the sight of your wife's car. Considering what's happened here, I'm going to have to lock that space down as a major crime scene also. At least until I can figure out if they're connected." "Oh, you're not serious," Holland scoffed. "Step aside." "I'm deadly serious," Edna said. "And no." "Officer," the Commissioner said carefully, "as I'm sure you're aware, the cross-border justice scheme gives me jurisdiction here and seniority over you." He took her in, seemed to think he had the measure of her in seconds, like most people did. His interest was again drawn to the teenager, the unknown quantity, who was by now standing off to the side, staring at his shoes, the vicarious discomfort reddening his face. "Whoever the hell you even are, you need to—" "My name is Norris." Edna tapped her nameplate. "Senior Sergeant Edna Norris. Says so right here." "Great," Holland said. "So move the fuck out of the way, Senior Sergeant Edna Norris." "Hey!" Talon barked. Edna looked over. All the inhibition had suddenly fled from the boy. He was wild-eyed, puffed up. "Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?" "Settle down, kid. Settle down," Edna said. "She said to get off a crime scene, bro." Talon took 2 steps forward, boxer steps, his feet never leaving the ground. With those couple of strides, he was now in swinging distance of the police commissioner. The fist by his side was clenched, a mallet waiting to be swung. "Or do you have a hearing problem, Talon? Because I can help you out with that if you want," Talon said. "I can be the interpreter." "Talon, for fuck's sake!" Edna tried to push the big kid back. He didn't budge. It was Holland who stepped casually out of strike range. "I've got this handled, mate. I didn't ask you to play a bodyguard." "Jesus," Holland laughed. "Who is this thug anyway? Don't tell me it's bring the local delinquent to work day here in the southern state. Or were you already at the scene? Are you the assailant? Let me guess."
Holland pointed to the body nearby. "He tripped on a bullet and you found him like that." "He's a charge I'm escorting to the airport," Edna snapped. She got in front of Holland. "Back away from the crime scene, now, sir. Regardless of cross borders and regardless of rank, a conflict of interest excludes you from having access to this scene. Return to your vehicle immediately and wait for further instruction." Holland thought about it for a while, then limped back to his car, slid into the driver's seat, and immediately took out his phone. Edna let hot air out of her lungs. The sun was blinding off the abandoned car's windscreen. There were already twice as many flies crawling and buzzing around the body's balaclava as there had been when she and Talon arrived. She looked at the sweat running down Talon's neck and felt dread for this, all of this, the car and the body and Holland and his wife, wherever the hell she was. Right in the middle of the slowly expanding mess was Talon, whose face was rigid under the dangerous blankness that had overcome him once before in her presence, the same kind, feral cats got before they pounced on baby possums. "Talon, that guy is the commissioner of the fucking Northern Territory Police," Edna said. "I don't care if he's John Cena," Talon shouted. "Where I come from, you get your head smacked in for talking to women like that." "That may be true, but it doesn't change the fact that Commissioner Holland is sitting in that car right now trying to dig up everything he can on you and me." Edna pointed to Holland's windscreen. "This is what they do. Smart men with power who don't get their way. They don't smack people's heads in. They take a minute and they arm themselves." Talon looked at Holland. The commissioner was leaning back in his seat, watching them, the phone pressed to his ear. "All we can hope is that he gets so interested in what he finds on me that he doesn't bother about you," Edna said. "Or you can forget about the salvos and family services being the ones waiting for you when you get home, Talon. He'll have the big guns locked and loaded." "Oh, come on." The kid rolled his eyes. "I'm not scared of some old puss in a fancy shirt, and you shouldn't be either." "Just get in the car." Edna took out her satellite phone. She noticed her hand was shaking. "I've got to get Stevenson here. I need someone to take you to the airport." Talon leered down at her, turned and marched off towards her cruiser. Edna called Stevenson, but got no answer. She called again and watched the flies crawling around, the dirty black creatures walking lazily down the slope of the dead man's forehead and into the murky black holes in the front of the mask.
Chapter 12. The cop's phone rang. It was exactly the moment Harvey needed to split the air, divide the women's attention, so that he could act before they could react. He pulled the gun from his pocket, stepped back, and pointed it at Stevenson's face. Her hands were hanging by her sides. Her right one twitched, the hand by the gun, but Harvey's voice stopped it in place. "Don't," he said. Carol exhaled. Harvey swung the gun around at her, just for a second, let her look down its empty barrel before swinging it back and lining the cop up again. "You don't either," he said to Carol. "Get your hands up on the counter and take a step back from it. Don't hit any alarms." Carol did as she was told, flattening her palms on the counter, and took a step back so Harvey could see her to the waist, see she wasn't hitting a trigger or button with her knee. "Don't touch anything," he repeated. "I'm not. I won't. The alarms, they only call them anyway." She glanced at Stevenson. "Keep going," Darryl said in his ear. "Move fast. Don't stop. Watch the cop. If she shoots you, you'll all die." "This isn't a joke," Harvey told Stevenson, who was frozen on the spot. I'm seriously robbing the place. So we can get through this, all of us, but it'll mean doing exactly as I say and not trying anything funny, okay? Stevenson nodded. Put your hands on the counter by hers, Harvey said. I'm going to take your gun and your taser. This is just... Stevenson ran out of words. Couldn't believe it was happening, Harvey supposed. Just like he couldn't. That a man who was smart enough to speak and breathe and function on his own was also dumb enough to rob an outback bank with an armed cop standing smack bang in the middle of it. Stevenson put her hands on the counter, slow and numb, the shock probably trying to take hold. All her mental power fighting to prevent that from happening, to stay calm and remember her training. This is some incredibly stupid shit right here, man. I don't need the commentary, thanks. What's your name? Mr. Bank Robber, Harvey said. No more questions. Jesus. Stevenson shook her head, dismayed, bewildered. Jesus. Harvey grabbed a gun and taser and slipped them into the waistband of his jeans. The two of you, hold hands. Interlace your fingers. I'm going to back up and lock the front door. He watched them, made sure they did as he said, gripping each other's hands across the counter, fingers intertwined, like lovers on a date. Harvey was working on pure adrenaline and instinct, but he figured that if either woman made a snap decision and a sudden grab for something, a weapon, a phone, anything, the maneuver might be made marginally harder by having to unlock her hand from the grip of the other. He backed to the door, flipped the deadlock, and turned the sign to closed. Anyone looking in would see what was happening. There were no blinds or curtains, but he was hoping to be out the back door with the money before the next customer arrived at the building for their business. Sir, Carol said, as he marched back to the counter, I gotta tell you, there's like 20 grand in the safe at best. We don't keep a lot of money here. It's a pretty small town, you know? It doesn't matter. Harvey walked around the counter. The most we ever pay out is like if someone wants to buy a car or something. A couple of $1,000. It doesn't matter, Harvey repeated. So we don't have Carol. Harvey was behind her by now, on his way to the safe. He put a hand on her shoulder. It was slick with sweat. She flinched under his touch, and Harvey's heart burned. Just tell me the combination to the safe, and then keep quiet. She told him the numbers. Somebody's birthday, for God's sake. The safe was a $200 job, the size of a slab of beer, bolted to a hand-welded stand that was itself bolted to the floor. It was hidden from view of the public at the counter by a corkboard partition, so that, standing by it, he could easily see the women clutching hands over the counter, their wild eyes trained on him. The kick to the heart, as Carol shrank from his touch, was nothing compared to when Harvey went around the partition and spied the staff area behind it. 2 rows of shelves packed with the personal items bank workers left for their shifts. Carol's shelf had one of those glittery water bottles with the times marked on the side, so she could stay consistently hydrated all day, purple and pink, filled with water and lemon slices. There was a paperback of some well-thumbed crime thriller poking out of her handbag. Some guy named Bob had a shelf with a Sudoku pad in it and a neatly folded grey cardigan. Harvey wondered if Carol would ever be able to read crime thrillers again after she'd stared down the barrel of a weapon she surely thought was loaded. Whether Bob would wish he'd been here at that moment to take the attack in Carol's place. Whether he'd open the bank the next day while she had time off to recover and would stare impotently at the front doors, willing Harvey to appear and try it on again, so he could kick his ass. Why are you doing this? Stevenson asked, as Harvey punched the code into the safe. It gave a tinny, cheap squeal as the door popped open. This doesn't make any sense. Shut up, Harvey said. There were several dozen notebooks in the safe, and 2 unsealed cloth bags of cash. He upturned one cloth bag on top of the safe, keeping his eye and gun on the women. I don't know if you realise this, Stevenson pressed, but you're basically in space right now, man. Harvey could feel his heartbeat pulsing in his ears. Beyond it, Tizza and Daryl's mic seemed to accidentally crackle on again.
So fucking good. I could watch this all day. I could jerk off to this. Do me a favour, Tiz. Don't.
I don't know what you're talking about, Harvey said. You're not from around here, Stevenson said. You don't have the tan, so maybe you don't realise it yet. But out here, you're basically in outer space. Harvey looked at her, stuffing stacks of hundreds into his pockets. This town is its own little planet, Stevenson said. The closest planet to this one is Clifton Hills. It's even smaller, and it's 60 k's from here. So, Harvey's pockets were stacked with notes. 20 grand. Not even enough to buy a decent car. So between here and there, there's no cover, Stevenson said. You're out in the open. Outer space. Harvey noticed that Carol was crying. At her feet lay a puddle of liquid. She hung her head. Stevenson's eyes were blazing at him. Big whites, dark pupils. We're gonna find you out there, motherfucker, Stevenson promised him. Between the two women, their clasped hands were shaking. Harvey didn't know if it was Stevenson's rage or Carol's terror, or a bit of both. He went to the back door of the bank, pushed it open, and bolted out into the blinding light of outer space.
Chapter 13. Edna slipped into the car beside Holland. He was leaning back in the leather seat, his arms folded, and the immaculate space that enveloped Edna in icy air conditioning and new car smell gave her the odd sense that she'd just sat down in the middle of a luxury car advertisement. There was a small bottle of rubbing alcohol in the cup holder between them. She had to force herself not to start speculating about whether the guy actually sterilised the entire car every time he used it, and get to her queries about his wife. "Why was your wife out here, Commissioner?" she asked. "Should we start there?" I don't know how useful that would be for you, me answering that question." Holland stared into the rearview mirror, through which Edna was sure he was keeping an eye on Talon, the boy sitting sulking in her cruiser. "I'm going to have a specialist team from Adelaide meet a team from Alice Springs here in about 3 hours. I've just organised it. They'll be taking over this case, and I'll have to repeat my entire story to them anyway. It's still my duty to take a full and proper report with any and all witnesses involved in this case as soon as I'm able," Edna said, "regardless of who'll be taking over. I need to hand over the freshest information to the lead investigator when they're assigned." Holland sighed long and hard through his nose. Edna took out her phone and hit record and read him his rights. She dated the recording and identified herself and Holland. "Why was your wife out here?" "She decided she needed some time to herself. She said she was driving to Sydney where her mother keeps an apartment." "She just randomly decided she needed some time to herself?" Edna asked. "What, following an argument, you mean?" "I did not say that." "So it did not precede an argument?" "I didn't say that either." "Jesus! Is this your first day?" "What spurred the decision, then?" "My wife's motives for wishing to spend time by herself were not clear to me at the time she left." "So the trip was spontaneous. It was not planned. She made the decision that she needed some space shortly before she set out to achieve that goal." "Yes." "She left from the family home?" "Yes." "What time would you say your wife left, approximately?" "I don't know, 5:45. "Were you present when she left?" "No, I arrived home at 6. "Did she call or email you to let you know she'd made the decision to leave?" "She called." "When, exactly?" Holland took out his phone, fished through it. 5:31. "And she was not home at 6 p.m. Is that how you approximated what time she left? Because you arrived at that time and she wasn't present in the house? Yes. Your wife seems to have made some strange decisions yesterday evening, Commissioner Holland, Edna said. Holland paused for a long time. Then he raised his hands, opened them, palms out. Was that a question? She seems to have just rushed out suddenly, a half an hour or less after she let you know she had decided to leave, to take some time to be alone in Sydney. Your listening and interpretation skills really need some work, Norris. Holland sighed. I told you that the phone call to let me know of her decision was at 5:30. Perhaps she had made that decision much earlier and only let me know about it at that time. She was home all day. Perhaps she'd given it several hours' thought. Did you regularly arrive home from work at 6 p.m? Yes. If she knew you were due home only minutes after she had decided she was going to leave, why not wait to say goodbye to you? Are you really going to spend the next 3 hours before this case is handed over dissecting the idiosyncrasies of my marriage? Holland folded his arms, cocked his head at her. Because whether or not a wife is in the practice of modifying or delaying her activities so that she can kiss her husband goodbye in person is surely an individual thing, isn't it? Something that varies marriage to marriage? Why did she decide to take the high wire to travel to Sydney rather than a safer, more traditional route? I don't know the road you're referring to. Oh, come on. Edna smiled. Holland smiled back. Claire couldn't fly, the Commissioner said. There were bomb threats called into both Alice Springs and Birdsville airports at about 4 p.m. So why didn't she delay her alone time until flights opened back up? Are you asking me to retrospectively read my wife's mind, Senior Sergeant Norris? Because I can't even do that in real time. No one can. How does she know about the high wire? I have no idea. Did she learn about it from you? Had you had occasion to mention it in casual conversation, in your work pursuing criminals who might be using it? I was not in the practice of talking about my work with my wife. Did she tell you that she planned to use the high wire to get to Sydney? No. Then how did you think she would get there? You just said you knew about the airport shutdowns. I'm the Northern Territory's police commissioner. Of course I knew about them. So how did you think she'd get to Sydney? I thought she'd take the Edna waited. Her breath seized in her throat. She could see Gareth's mind ticking away, trying to avoid the next question. If you didn't know that your wife knew about the high wire and planned to use it, why were you looking for her here? She asked. Why didn't you assume she'd driven south from Alice on the Stewart Highway? A gut feeling told me she went this way, Gareth said. A gut feeling? Edna's voice was high, outraged. She tried to swallow her excitement, the wild thing pulsing in her brain, telling her to grab the animal she had just cornered, to slit its throat. That's what you're going to go with? Do people not have gut feelings, Senior Sergeant Norris? Holland watched her carefully. Are they a myth? Well, no, but I'm sorry? What was that? No. I said no. People do indeed have gut feelings. Oh, they do they? Had you placed a tracking app on your wife's phone, Commissioner Holland? Is that how you knew where to find it? How absurd. It's a yes or a no question, Commissioner. My answer is no, Sergeant Norris. Claire set out without a spare tyre in the vehicle. The vehicle itself was not roadworthy. It appears to have overheated. Edna pressed. Were those questions? Look, I have to put it to you, Commissioner Holland, that I believe that you are being evasive with your answers to my queries here today. Excuse me? Holland's brows popped up on his forehead. What did you just say? I believe you're being evasive, Commissioner. And I believe you're being an idiot, Senior Sergeant. Holland's smile was hard and ugly. How dare you launch an accusation like that at a distressed and emotionally vulnerable witness, and on completely baseless grounds? Oh, it's not baseless, sir. Claire didn't. Isn't it possible that Claire did, in fact, set out for Sydney with a spare tyre in her vehicle and found herself with occasion to use it? Tyres do blow, Norris. That's what we have spare tyres for. Perhaps, but she would have put the blown tyre back in the wheel well after she swapped it out, so that she could have it replaced or repaired without having to buy a new rim. Or equally, she might have dumped it by the side of the road, rim and all. Holland snapped. It would have been illegal. That doesn't make it implausible. You're making an enormous number of assumptions about my wife and her propensity to follow the law without, to my knowledge, ever having met the woman. Edna felt her neck burning. Further, isn't it possible, Senior Sergeant, that Claire's car was indeed roadworthy when she left Perth? Holland continued, spittle gathering at the corners of his mouth. And that some misfortune along her route caused her to become not so. Have you conducted a forensic examination of the vehicle already? Have you confirmed that a rock did not flick up and puncture her car's radiator, causing the coolant to leak and, in time, the car to overheat? Edna licked her molars, looked at the car's ceiling, told herself not to reach over and punch the Northern Territory Police Commissioner square in the teeth. Holland sucked in a huge breath and let out an enormous sigh. Jesus! He shook his head. You know what, Senior Sergeant? I've breathed 2 enormous sighs of relief today. The first was at arriving at this scene and finding that the deceased is not my wife. The second came just now, when I remembered that you won't be lead on this case for much longer, because, damn, he laughed, I think the desert heat has cooked your brain. Edna terminated the interview, got out of the car, and stood there in the heat and light, and willed herself, with everything that she had left in that moment, not to kick the side of the car. Holland was back on his phone before she had even caught her breath. She took out her own phone when it started buzzing and prepared herself to feel the sweet relief flood her when a friendly voice came on the line. Instead, Stevenson's voice crackled with horror-tinged energy. You're never going to believe this, she said.
2011. Americans were on the gate. Harvey started hearing them from 800 metres out, laughing and shooting the breeze. He dumped back Lee on the roadside and carried on alone, knowing Americans would shoot at anything with a pulse that approached the base unannounced and not showing hands, even if it was a half-dead man, with another half-dead man on his back. Harvey had walked through the desert carrying his Section Private Gian Back-Lee for 3 days, out of the mountains where the ambush had happened and straight into the blazing white, sandy eternity. No choice but to make a beeline for Taran Kot across the surface of the hottest place on earth. He'd figured the Taliban fighters who had attacked them would look for him in the foothills below Durji, rather than guessing he'd be insane enough to go out into the desert. He'd been right. Step by step, kilometre by kilometre, he'd carried his wounded cargo and used the stars and the trajectory of the sun to find his way home. and he had not encountered a single other human being along the way. Now, as he set that burden down, he expected his whole body to hum with relief. But it didn't. While Back Lee had spent the first day crying and pleading, and the second day sweating and shivering, he was unconscious and cold and silent now, and the clock was ticking. Harvey needed to get medics to the man as soon as possible. But third-degree sunburn, extreme dehydration, and impossible amounts of muscle fatigue meant he wasn't walking fast or straight. At 400 metres, the Yanks on the gate clued to his approach and hit the floodlights, lighting up the desert for miles around. Harvey put his hands up as high as he could, which was about eye level, and kept shuffling. He'd torn down his uniform shirt to use as a tourniquet for Back Lee's leg and a headshade for himself, jettisoned all his gear and weapons, and his undershirt, pants and boots were so filthy from the dust storms and blood, they appeared black as he looked down at them. He was certain he wouldn't be recognised. So when the voice came through the megaphone, he dropped to his knees.
Stop where you are. Do not take another step. You have entered a restricted military zone. Leave, or you will be shot.
Harvey didn't leave. He knelt and waited. Dogs started barking. A gate lifted. Figures in the murky brightness, big and small.
Get on the ground! Get on the fucking ground!
Harvey slank to his hands and knees, everything popping and trembling and shaking with effort. The palms of his hands so scorched, he couldn't feel the gravel at all. He lay down on his chest, hearing more encouraging sounds that he wasn't about to be shot. Boots and buckles, radios growling. Paws sounded on the gravel, and then a huge black German shepherd came out of the brightness. Harvey let himself be sniffed for bombs, the insistent nose pushing at his belly, his armpits, his head. The dog whined and disappeared. Harvey tried to speak when he heard the boots getting louder, but all that emitted from his lips was a rasp. Australian. He reached for the dog tags hanging around his neck. It was a stupid move. At least 4 rifles cocked.
Move a muscle and I'll blow your fucking brains out!
Someone shouted. Harvey froze. The pain was everywhere. His hips and lower back were throbbing weirdly from being locked in position so long, bearing the weight of Back Lee across his shoulders. His knees were spasming. It felt like his crotch was on fire. I'm Army.
Do not fucking move!
All the barking died away, and Harvey listened to the squall of radios and tried to wet his lips, but his tongue was like sandpaper. Australian Army.
Tower 1, we got some fucker out here who's been, I don't know, hit by a car or something,
a guy with a heavy Texan accent was saying.
Give October a sit-rep, will you? And tell us what he wants.
Harvey turned his head on the gravel, looked up at the black shapes of the soldiers moving towards him. A couple were right up on him, rifles raised, pointed at his head. Others were further back on their radios. There was enough ambient light from the moon for Harvey to get a look at the man closest to him, who was behind a rifle. He sucked in a lungful of air and tried again. Harvey Buck, he wheezed. Australian Army. Buck? The guy's head popped up. He remembered himself, put his head back behind the scope. Sergeant? Sergeant, get up here! A pause. Harvey closed his eyes and prayed. He wasn't even a praying man. They came in a rush, boots and dust and hard breaths, someone grabbing his wrists and twisting them behind his back, someone patting his pockets, tendons popping and crunching, pain shooting down his arms. His head was shoved back, the dog tags fished from around his neck and yanked off. The lights twirled red and green against the backs of his eyelids.
Jesus fucking Christ! It's Harvey Buck!
He was dropped like a sack of shit on the gravel. Shock, rather than anything else, he told himself. A flurry of radioactivity. He was dragged up and his arms slung over someone's shoulder. A bunch of questions were fired at him, all at once. A spray of verbal nonsense he couldn't follow. Where had he come from? How the fuck was he alive? All the rifles were pointed at the ground now. Harvey raised a finger towards the dark, hoping he'd lined up the road out into the wildlands. Back there, he said.
What? Is there someone else?
Yeah.
Get a medic. Jesus! Shit! Get a team! Go, go, go!
Harvey had his feet on the ground now. Here was that relief he'd so longed for. It was energising him, getting into his veins, swimming around, loosening hard muscles. He could walk, at least stumble step, between the Americans. He could see. The gates of Taran Kot were rolling over him. The air was thick and moist and carried with it so much blessed humanity. Gun oil, motor oil, whatever tasteless mass-produced slop they were serving over in the chow house. He could hear music. Hendrix, of course, because it was a regular Tuesday night, and everyone was swimming around in their stupid little fantasies of Vietnam, like they weren't literally inside their own war at that very moment that deserved its own music, its own culture. By the time they were taking him through the second perimeter, Harvey could almost walk on his own, bent and shuffling and zombie-like, but unaided. "Sit here, Corporal. We'll put you on a stretcher." "Forget that." Harvey gripped onto the guy who was trying to sit him down. "I want to go straight to command." "Sir, you're in bad shape right now." "Fuck you," Harvey snapped, held on harder. "I need to speak to Camp Russell Command. Now. Take me there." "Yes, sir." He didn't need to argue his case further. By now, word was spreading all over the base that someone had returned from the carnage of 3 days earlier. Harvey stood there and watched the crowd gathering. Guys running out of the open doors of the mess rooms, standing, pointing, staring. Someone handed him a water bottle and he sipped from it, expecting the world's greatest relief. But the liquid was like fire roaring down his throat. Already there was misinformation. He heard someone tell someone else he'd been captured and tortured and dropped back at the gates. Back Lee was whizzed past him on a stretcher. The guy looked gunmetal grey in the face. There was more fussing about Harvey getting medical treatment, but he ignored it all, stood there waiting until a carrier pulled up. He searched every face, looking for them, Parker, Darrell, Tizzer, and Lipton. He didn't see them. Major General Evan Leasing came around the corner of the briefing room where they put Harvey so fast he almost bounced off the door on the way in. The guy was wearing sweats and a t-shirt, was all puffed up like he'd been working out when he got the call. Beads of moisture on his bald scalp, big veins in his temples. Harvey had never seen him like that. Probably no one in the room had, and there were plenty of people in the room. Basically anybody who had managed to tag along with the procession without being scolded and sent away for gawking. This was going to be a story to dine out on for the rest of a guy's life. People wanted to be there. Leasing pulled a chair out from the table without even slowing his stride and slid it in front of Harvey and sat down. "What the actual living fuck, Corporal Buck?" "My thoughts exactly, sir," Harvey said. "We chalked you up as a dead man the past 3 days." Leasing sat rigid as a stone, his big hands on his thighs, eyes bright and locked on Harvey's. "We hit that area outside Durgee with everything we had. Took us a day and a half. We recovered the remains of some, but not many. Everything was torched. It was assumed you were among those lost. We held a fucking memorial for you. For all of those guys." "It was assumed?" Harvey said. "Excuse me?" "It was assumed I was among the dead? Or you were told I was among the dead?" Silence enveloped the room. Whispers drained away. A medic came in and dumped his bags and knelt beside Harvey and started hooking him up to an IV bag, huffy and pouty, presumably about Harvey refusing to be seen at the medical centre. "There were 4 survivors of the massacre," Leasing said carefully. "Tech guys who were in the first vehicle in the convoy," Harvey said. "They told you there were no survivors." "That's right. It's because they set the whole thing up." There was no collective gasp, no cries of protest or outrage. The room was so quiet, the humming of the fluorescent lights in the ceiling sounded like a jackhammer. Harvey's skin was so ravaged, the medic was struggling to find a vein. Harvey just sat there while he fished around and around with the needle, finding nothing, turning Harvey's wrist to try to go in behind his thumb joint. Harvey told Leasing and the audience about the green light on his helmet, about the lead vehicle in the convoy taking off right after the RPG hit. about trudging through the desert, mentally raking over who had been in the convoy, every soldier, what their role was in the transport mission from Dergy to Tarancot, coming to the inevitable conclusion about who had access to the helmets, who was leading the convoy, who had survived the entire thing unharmed. It makes perfect sense, Harvey said. Those weapons tech nerds, Parker, Darrell, Tizza, and Lipton. They would have been working closely with the American guy, the expert Shearwater, before he arrived in Dergy. They would have known his routine, what he was carrying, what might be valuable to enemy fighters. Parker and Darrell and Tizza and Lipton. They would have been briefed on the transfer to Tarancot, the timeline, the route. I'm telling you right now, Major General. Those guys hooked up with some Taliban assholes and decided to sell Shearwater to them as a hostage, and everything Shearwater had on him as intel. Leasing's mouth was small and hard, his eyes fixed. The green light on my helmet, Harvey went on. It was supposed to turn on when we were in position and show the fighters lying in wait for us in the hills which guy Shearwater was. They wanted to make sure they captured him, that he didn't get hurt. But the plan went south when Shearwater and I swapped helmets. Buck, Leasing said, listen, the light was tiny. So small I didn't notice it on the helmet when I put it on. But it was bright enough that it lit up the whole vehicle, he said. We were riding dark. You would have been able to see it from the roadside. Leasing nodded. They hit Shearwater's vehicle with the RPG instead of mine because they thought I was Shearwater. When they came for me on foot, a guy pointed a rifle at my face. He didn't shoot me. He called to the others. He said, "He's here." Harvey was getting a sinking feeling. He didn't know if it was the fluids laced with drugs that the medic was now pumping into him because he'd finally found a vein, or if, horror of all unspeakable horrors, what he was saying was not being believed. He searched Leasing's eyes and saw nothing. Not denial. Not affirmation, just placid alertness. Harvey told himself not to think that way. He just couldn't think that way. Those guys, the tech guys, Parker and the others, they're traitors. They set up the ambush and fled the site when the attack started. Leasing said nothing. The comms were dead, Harvey pleaded. I mean completely dead. No signal, no power, nothing. I checked multiple radios. Who would have the ability to do that? To wipe out comms for an entire convoy? It would take an electromagnetic pulse, someone said. Leasing held up a hand. Silence followed. You believe me about all this, right? Harvey asked. Corporal. Leasing exhaled. Tell me you believe me. Corporal, we're going to deal with this. I need to hear that you believe me. Harvey could feel the painkillers creeping up his arm, warm, tickling, humming in his throat, making the lights above him shimmer. It's all there. It makes sense. It's the only thing that makes sense. I believe you, Leasing said. He looked over Harvey's shoulder. Sergeant, bring me those guys. The weapons techs he's talking about. You got it, sir. Buck, you're a fucking hero. Leasing stood. Get to your rack. Your watch is over. They lifted Harvey and walked him out into the hall, the huffy medic squeezing the IV bag, Harvey's little unofficial entourage following. Harvey saw Shayna arrive at an intersection of hallways ahead of him, looking around, a couple of women from her section right behind her. He couldn't feel the floor under his feet, was walking on balloons, pushing through curtains of light. The pain that had been a fire, roiling and turning in the hollows of his bones, now a memory. Shayna flew at him, and his entourage of handlers all protested, worried he'd drop dead right there in her arms. Harvey held his girlfriend and smelt her, and felt her fingers in his hair and her sobs against his chest, and he pushed down the slowly intensifying sense that everything he'd just said had been wasted breath. Chapter 14. He walked out of town the same way he'd come in. Arrived in the little valley 2 kilometres or so from Cooper Creek Township. The cop, Stevenson, hadn't followed, as Harvey predicted. She would be as powerless outside the bank as she'd been in it, with both her weapons in his possession. He guessed she'd stayed to comfort the teller he'd terrorised, Carol. The kangaroos who had lounged on the hillside at the break of dawn had moved on. Harvey stood in the sunlight and put his hands on his knees and stared at his shadow on the ground. Tried not to think about those days in the desert, the times he'd had to put Backlee down and walk away, sit on his ass on the desert floor, and tried not to weep at the hopelessness of it all. He remembered that time now, gripping his sandy knees, the trauma aftershocks coming out of nowhere from the battle, as they always did, flashing and stuttering over his view of the desert. Caro's brains on the inside wall of the Bushmaster, the burst of light that had ended the lives of the men in the vehicle in front of them. Between the paralysing episodes of memories of the ambush, he'd also been besieged by guilty urges to leave Backlee in the middle of nowhere and walk on alone. He must have thought about that 10,000 times while he counted his steps over unending sand dunes, rocky valleys, featureless plains, the sun searing him from the side, then above, then the other side of him. A live rotisserie chicken dripping his sweat and Backlee's, reeking, huffing breaths through a seared windpipe. The same guilty feelings were pressing at him now, about leaving Claire in their hellish predicament and taking an out. Because he could do that. It would mean his death, but he was sure he'd be able to get a couple of rounds out of the gun and into Tizza or Darryl before that happened. But who would he aim for? Who was more dangerous? He certainly wouldn't be able to get both of them before he was blown to pieces. And that would leave Claire at the mercy of the survivor. But would his death cancel out that murderous fury the two men held for him? Would it mean Claire's freedom? The truck ambled down the slope from the roadside and stopped 100 metres away from where Harvey stood. The tiny speakers in the glasses crackled.
Place both guns and the taser on the ground and take 20 steps back.
Harvey took the gun out of his waistband. He actioned it and pointed it at the truck. It was Tizza behind the wheel. Harvey saw the man shrink slightly.
What the fuck, Buck? What are you doing? Drop the gun!
This is what it's going to be like, Tiz, Harvey said. Harvey felt, rather than saw, the red light blink on at the centre of his chest. The mechanical squealing followed. He stood there for a moment, in the sickening discomfort it gave him, the vest armed and ready to blow. Wondered if he could ever become accustomed to that feeling. Then he lowered his aim, hoped the mind games were working. He wanted Tizza to be able to envision the situation falling apart. See it acted out in real time. Harvey with a weapon. Him, helpless. The bullet, coming. Harvey had spent a lot of his time in Afghanistan preparing young men to kill for the first time. Most had never so much as hit a bird with their car. Visualization was important. The academies drilled into the men that they should never point a gun at another man. Terror of headlines about accidental shootings on bases. Harvey was more worried about his men seizing up when the moment came. He encouraged them to face each other, to look down the barrel of each other's loaded weapons, to feel the power in their hands. This is what it's going to be like. He was hoping the same principle that had helped him calm his soldiers about taking lives would be the one to unnerve Tizza now. Our time is coming, Tiz, Harvey said. A bang, and then darkness.
Jesus, he's lost it, Dar. Push the button then. End the motherfucker.
Harvey put his hands up. The men in the truck were still. The vest stopped squealing, and the light went out. Harvey walked forward, put the guns and the taser down, then stepped back. Tizza drove the truck up and parked a few metres behind the weapons. The pair got out, and Tizza snatched at the taser a little too fast. Harvey smiled. "Did you enjoy the show?" Harvey asked. He took the glasses off, folded them, placed them inside the cap. "What'll I do to entertain you next?" "You know, I've never skydived." "Where's the money?" Tizza asked.
Harvey took the sad little cloth bag from his back pocket and tossed the measly stack of cash into the breeze. It didn't even make a good plume. They all stood and watched the notes fluttering away. "Turn your pockets out," Tizza demanded. "Lift the waistband of your jeans and turn 'em out." Harvey did as he was told. "I didn't pocket anything. You had eyes on me the whole—" "Shut up, asshole!" Darryl slid a packet of cable ties out of his back pocket. He walked towards Harvey and tossed them on the ground at his feet. Harvey dropped the cap with the glasses in it, just near the cable ties. When Darryl bent to pick them up, Harvey faked forward, and the man snapped up at the waist, his back foot grinding in the gravel. "Ooh-hoo-hoo!" Harvey grinned. "I've got you on edge, haven't I, Dar?" "You sure do, Buck." Darryl smiled and handed the cap and glasses to Tizza. His bruised cheekbone was navy blue, bulging and shining in the sun. "Fool me twice, right?" Harvey took a cable tie from the packet, made a loop of it, and slid it over his hands, tugging it tight. Darryl came around behind him and yanked it tighter. "Get down on your knees." "I'm not in the mood to suck your dick, Darryl. I've got a headache coming on." Darryl nudged the back of his right knee. Harvey dropped to the ground. As the older man came around in front of him, Harvey watched the gun hanging at eye level, the gnarled finger on the trigger guard, following the curve. The t-shirt and jacket he'd worn over the vest all the way into town, throughout the bank robbery and back again, was suddenly stifling him. He knelt and wondered about the sweat rolling from his throat and into the neckline, the effect of its dampness on the electrics of the bomb strapped to his body. "What are we doing?" Harvey asked. "Put me back in the truck." "I said I had a surprise for you," Darryl sneered. "I don't like surprises." "Tiz, give me a minute alone here, will ya?" Harvey's stomach dropped. Tizza gave an uncertain smirk. "You're not really gonna—" "Go!" Darryl snapped. Tizza's tongue unadhered from the roof of his mouth, thickly, making an audible cluck. The smaller man glanced back towards the truck. "But, dude, you—" Darryl turned around. Tizza put his hands up, walked off. Harvey felt like the ground beneath him had been hollowed out, like there was only a thin layer of red dirt between him and oblivion. He opened his mouth, sucked in air hot and thick. "You know, I've had a lot of therapy about what happened in the container," Darryl said. Harvey stared at the ground, concentrated on his heartbeat thumping in his hands and fingers. "They make you do that, at Holsworthy?" "Uh-huh," Harvey said. "Military prison isn't the same as regular prison. You get your own cell. There's a Bible in every room. They load you up with a lot of airy-fairy shit about honour and brotherhood. And then there's a therapy. Lots of therapy." Harvey exhaled. "We tried to work out, my therapist and I, how you learnt how to do all the stuff you did to us," Darryl continued. He reached over and put a hand on Harvey's head. Fingers spanned across the crown of his skull. Harvey stiffened, forced himself not to resist, as the muscular man dragged his head towards his thigh. "How you got so deep inside our heads?" Harvey couldn't bear it. He tried to pull back. Darryl dug his fingernails in, scraped up a handful of hair, locked Harvey's head to his crotch. Harvey could smell him, feel the zipper against his brow through the denim. He told himself, if Darryl's other hand came for the zipper, he'd kill the man right there. With his hands bound behind him and a bomb vest on his chest, he'd kill Darryl. Whatever it took. His teeth were clenched so hard they were squeaking and grinding in his jaw. "When you had me tied to that chair, and you brought up my daughter, and what happened to her," Darryl was saying. His voice was soft, distant, high above where Harvey knelt. "How I didn't protect her. I felt what she had felt. In that moment, with the guy, at the party." Harvey concentrated on the hammering in his ears.
The powerlessness, Darryl was saying. I felt it. I became it. And that's what you wanted, huh? Harvey tried to speak. All that came out was a low, furious growl. I'm not going to make you suck my dick, Buck. Darryl ground Harvey's head against his thigh. But I could. And I want you to take that in for a second. Think about all the different things I could do to you. Right now, you're exactly who I was, in that chair, in that shipping container. You're powerless. You're my victim. This is happening to you. Fuck you, Harvey snarled. It wasn't articulate or well thought out, but it was all he had. Darryl let his head go and came down into a crouch before him. Harvey watched him pull a Polaroid picture from the breast pocket of his shirt, but before the older man could flip it and show him the image, he squeezed his eyes shut. Oh, Jesus, no. You must have been wondering, this whole time, about how he got you to come out here, Buck, Darryl murmured. Harvey turned his head down, tried to hide in the darkness, but he could feel the corner of the Polaroid picture stroking his cheek. How he got set up so fast, with Tiz and Parker behind you, and me coming from Sydney with the truck all ready to go. The drone already in the air, the vests designed, built, tested. Shayna calls you, and suddenly the airports are out. You hit the road, and wouldn't you know it, we're ready to go. Don't do this, Harvey broke. He shook his head, looked at the ground, at Darryl's shoes. Come on, please, man, just... Maybe you've been avoiding it, Darryl said from somewhere above him, focusing on the minute to minute, trying to survive. But it's okay. We've got plenty of time, Buck. Let's stop and smell the flowers for a second. The Polaroid fell on the ground between Harvey's knees. He glimpsed her. Shayna. Harvey didn't recognise the place, not from what he remembered of her apartment, but he'd been there once, years ago. He and Shayna had run into each other randomly in a bar in Parramatta, her blowing off steam with the other military recruiters after work, him being blown in by some unpredictable wind, the same kind that had been carrying him from job to job and place to place since he came back. They'd come together. They'd talked about whose fault it was, about whether he'd forced her to do what she'd done in giving over those men to him, and helping him with the information he needed to break them. He'd taken all the blame. He'd assured her she hadn't known how far he'd go. They'd managed to put aside all the horror of what had happened in Afghanistan for a single night, before he woke in the early hours and looked at her sleeping face and remembered it all. Remembered what he'd done to her. To them all. Shayna and the traitors. He'd moved to Alice Springs the next day. Knew she hated the desert and wanted to avoid ever running into her again. In the photograph, she was slumped over the edge of a bathtub. Her bloodshot eyes told him she'd been strangled. Where is she now? Harvey whispered. Will someone find her? No, Darryl said. She's somewhere west of Wenaring. I had to make sure I could get up the wire after the phone call, get to the meet point before Tizza and Parker jumped the gun and grabbed you on their own. I was only seconds away. But Tiz, he's been hungry to grab you for months. I should have known. You buried her in the desert? Harvey's voice was low, weak. She would have hated that. She doesn't hate anything anymore, Darryl chuckled. And to think your last words to her were about how you were coming, and you'd be there as fast as you could. I feel sorry for you, Buck. Just a little bit. I know what it feels like to fail to be there for the one you love. Harvey let air out through his teeth. He couldn't speak. Cut your ties again, Darryl said. Play your mind games. Go on. Try it. I'll reach my breaking point eventually, Buck. And when I do, I'll bind up that woman in that truck over there, and I'll put a cable tie around her neck, and I'll yank it shut. And you'll have to watch her fight off the darkness closing in all around her with everything that she has. Harvey tried to breathe. I wonder if she'll fight as hard as Shayna, Darryl pondered aloud. He rose to his feet. Or take as long to die.
Chapter 15. Edna slid into the cruiser beside Talon, reached across him, flipped open the glove box and took out a Twix. In the vehicle ahead, Holland had an elbow on the sill and was watching them in the rearview mirror as he talked on the phone. Edna scoffed the chocolate bar wordlessly and took a deep breath, hoping it would relieve the rolling feeling in her stomach. It did not. "We've got to get you to the airport," she said. Talon's lip twitched. He sucked in a breath that was big and fast enough that Edna knew he was gearing up to state his case. She spoke before he could. "No, I'm serious. This is turning into something." Edna shook her head. "Something weird." "What do you mean?" "I mean, a bank just got robbed." Edna glanced at the desert. "Out here?" Talon sat frowning at her. "I've had all kinds of cases since I arrived in this job, you know," Edna said. "Killings, bashings, rapes. I had to arrest a guy last year because he wouldn't stop sending this woman in Darwin jars of his own kidney stones." "What?" "Yeah, but this is weirder." Edna tossed the Twix wrapper into the back of the cruiser, popped the boot, opened her door and got out. Talon followed her. "Stevenson, my colleague, she was there for the robbery, said the guy hardly seemed interested in the money, which there would have been shit all of anyway. So why the hell have I got a burnt-out car, a missing woman, an ambush, a shooting at a symbolic fucking bank robbery all happening within 24 hours? I don't know." Talon watched her slide the crime scene pop-up tent from the back of the cruiser. "But I can be here to help." "No, you can't." "What? Are you kidding? You just finished saying you were glad I was here to help you work it all out." Talon pointed to the spot where they'd been standing 20 minutes earlier, where she'd said precisely that, by the still open door of the flat-tired car. "Those were your exact words." "I was joking." "You were joking?" Talon's eyes narrowed to slits. "Fuck you, Edna." "Fuck you, Senior Sergeant Norris." Edna turned on him. "Not Edna. Listen, boyo, it's been fun, it really has, but we've got to stop playing around. We started out as police officer and legal charge, and we've ended up as—" She gestured to him, herself, the invisible space between them, crisscrossed with God knows what energies and complications. "Whatever the hell this is, it should never have got this far, Talon. It's my fault it did." The boy glared at her, his jaw muscles flexing. "You're not my investigative partner, okay?" Edna went on regardless. She slammed the boot closed. "So stay here." She went to the body by the roadside, walking past Holland's car. The man was writing on a notepad balanced on the dashboard. Talon was right behind her, of course, an unspeaking ball of hatred and fury, coming to a stop and watching impotently as she unzipped the tent. "The team from Adelaide will be here in a couple of hours," Edna said. "I'll get one of them to drive you south." "I'm not leaving." "Yes, you are." Edna's phone beeped in her pocket. She picked up the satellite call. "Hi, Ed." A smooth male voice. "This is Richie on dispatch." She held her head. She hated Richie. Never met the guy, but his unshakably honeyed voice reminded her of late-night radio, not emergency services.
I just took over from Jane Haywood, and I'll be your dispatcher for today.
Great, Edna sighed.
I've got a number plate read you were apparently waiting on?
Yep. Edna watched Talon unloading the fold-out tent from its case with dismay. I'm with the car right now. Who's the owner?
Harvey Michael Buck, 48.
Richie said.
There's an address in Alice Springs you wanted?
A phone number, too. Edna switched to speakerphone and opened her notes app. As she typed in the details, Talon unfolded the tent. Its concertina-style structure fanned out and snapped efficiently as the legs locked into place. The boy gave Edna a defiant glance as he shook out the reflective tarpaulin cover and started applying it to the frame. Edna watched him lift the whole tent by one aluminium corner and walk over to the body, where he plonked it down and started unfurling the sides to shield the body from view. Richie, are there any missing persons reports or keep a lookout for orders with Harvey Michael Buck on them? Edna asked. Who's his next of kin?
Woman named Shayna Kinthrop, Sydney, and I've got... let's see here. Nope, no sign of a Buck on the open call sheets from missing persons.
Give me Kinthrop's number.
Consider it done.
Edna ended the call feeling vaguely slimed. Talon was standing by the tent, chewing his nails, looking at his phone. The stomach-churning anger she'd felt as she watched him rig her crime scene drained away as she approached. Listen. Edna put her hands up in surrender. The boy didn't look up. Just listen to me. There's something you need to understand. Talon spat a gnawed nail on the desert floor. I brought a young person into my life once, Edna said. Someone like you. A person who was in the midst of very, very bad things. She was really drowning. I thought I could help her, so I pulled her into my boat. You know what I'm saying? And all the boundaries and rules and structures went to hell. It ended up going as wrong as it can possibly go. Not just for her, for both of us. We sank. Harvey Buck. Talon turned his phone screen towards her. Edna glimpsed a fit, middle-aged guy with salt and pepper hair and a beard, posing with a bunch of men in army desert camos. He's some kind of war hero, I think. Talon, did you hear anything that I just said? Maybe that's him. Talon pointed to the tent, the body encased within it, protected from the desert breeze, the sand. Should we pull the balaclava off and see? Talon, you are not my partner, Edna snapped. You're not a cop. You're barely an adult. I can't go home. The boy roared back. Suddenly, tears were welling in his eyes. His phone was forgotten, his face twisted. Please, Ed. Senior Sergeant Norris, please. I can be helpful here. I know I can. You are being helpful, but that's not appropriate. But I said please. That's nice, but it doesn't help in this situation. But this is all I have right now. The boy was huge, trembling, every muscle tensed, trying to contain the pain. Last night, Rosie was all I had, and today, this is all I have. If I lose this, I'll have nothing. That's not my problem, Edna said. The phrase wasn't her own. She'd opened a tightly locked door in her mind, and those words had come through, straight from her past, spoken with someone else's voice. Now, They were adapted and fitted to her lips, carrying no meaning whatsoever. "That was not your problem, Norris." "That's not my problem." Talon's mouth pressed shut, and he turned, and Edna saw the telltale dust cloud on the horizon that meant a car was coming. It was moving fast, from the direction of Cooper Creek. Stevenson. "Send me the link about Buck," Edna told Talon. "Then go wait in the car." Edna stood there, doing her own Googling, listening to the kid's footfall fading and the gentle roar of Stevenson's car getting louder. She could feel Holland's eyes on her, so she retreated from that searing gaze into the images she flipped under her thumb. Buck's face provided a strange sanctuary in that moment. He wasn't smiling in any of the photos, but had the lines at the corners of his eyes that came only from doing it a lot. In one image, he was helmeted, crouching by the wheel of some enormous military tactical vehicle, his arms slung around a young mongrel dog. The headlines spoke of a massacre of Australian soldiers in Afghanistan, some superhuman attempt made by Buck to save himself and a fellow soldier. There were no mentions of the man before or since his active service. No social media profile, no LinkedIn. Edna was deep in her analysis of a full-body picture of Buck in his ceremonial dress uniform, attending a funeral, it seemed, when Stevenson parked beside her. Buck seemed taller and broader-shouldered than the dead man in the tent, but Edna couldn't be sure. She called dispatch back. "Send out a KALOF for Buck, will you?" she said. "Just say police requires assistance."
"Consider it."
Edna hung up, looked back at the soldier on her phone. "What the fuck?" Stevenson said in greeting. She'd come to Edna's side unnoticed and spotted something on her phone screen. "That's—" Edna looked up. Stevenson's mouth was agape, and she was pointing at the phone. "How the hell did you find him so fast?" Stevenson asked. "Who?" "The guy." Stevenson pointed to the news article. "That's the dude, the one who just robbed the Cooper Creek Bank." "This guy?" Edna's mouth fell open. It stayed open as she heard her cruiser start up and the tyres grind in the dirt. She and Stevenson watched as Talon swung the vehicle in a tight circle and took off back down the wire the way they'd come. Commissioner Holland opened his car door and slid stiffly out, leaning an elbow on the roof of his vehicle to watch the police cruiser disappear into the distance. Even from behind, Edna could see he was smiling.
Chapter 16. Harvey hit the floor of the truck bed and stayed there, the effort to scoot into a corner, like trying to climb a mountain. Every limb was heavy, his spine was on fire, and his fingers throbbed from loss of circulation. The doors whumped closed behind him, and he heard Darryl and Tizza walking off into the desert, the flick of Darryl's cigarette lighter, telling Harvey he had a few minutes to languish in despair before he'd have to make the effort to get up against a wall or get tumbled around the truck bed when the thing took off. Claire was suddenly over him, trying to lift him, sliding down beside him when she couldn't. He opened his eyes to find her face centimetres from his. Her hairline was glossy with sweat, and the hand on his cheek felt damp. "Are you okay? What did they do?" They killed someone. Shayna. It's how they got me out here." Harvey shifted into a sitting position. It hurt to move, to speak. "I just need a minute. Can you give me a minute?" "No." Claire hooked her hands beneath his arms and tried to drag him back towards the wall of the truck. "You can grieve for your girlfriend later. Every second we're in here together, We've got to work on our escape. That was the plan. A fucking minute won't make a difference. Yes, it will. I'm going to help you grind your ties off. I don't know if I want to do that. Of course you do. Get off me. He twisted sharply, tried to push her away. He gave up. He scooted on his butt to the wall of the truck, gripped the sharp steel edge, and tried not to think about this woman twisting and kicking and clawing at a cable tie, cinching off her airway. Somewhere out there, he heard Darryl laugh at something Tizza said. Harvey shifted his legs in against his body and put his forehead against his knees. Until a couple of minutes ago, I had a hope that maybe we're going to get out of this alive, he said. Claire waited, daring to put one hand on his thigh. They're destroying my reputation, Harvey said. That's what this is all about. I came out of the war with a lot of credit for surviving the ambush, for making it back to base, for doing what I did, to get the men who set up the ambush exposed. Lipton, Parker, Tizza, Darryl. The ones left behind, everybody but Lipton. Those guys might have just sucked it up if they'd been caught in any other way. But the way I went about it, I went too far. I really messed them all up. And now they're going to make me undo all my good standing. They're going to make sure the world doesn't see me as a hero anymore. And then they're going to kill me. That's what the bank robbery was about, Claire said, making it look like you've lost your mind, turned over a new leaf, a criminal one. And that won't be enough for them? Harvey shook his head. No. If they were willing to kill Shayna, they'll have some amazing plan to kill me. All I can hope is that it involves the vest. At least then it'll be fast. So we escape. Claire's voice was shaky, uncertain, shot through with a tenuous determination. We find a way. We have to, Harvey nodded. Because they've come this far. They'll kill you, just to make sure you don't tell the world the truth about me. They're not curious about who you are at all. You notice that? They don't want to know who might be looking for you, what kind of hole you'll leave in the world, what that might mean for them in the long run. That's a problem, Claire. She nodded. She was looking at the box in the corner, the insulated case strapped against the wall and clipped at the front. Out there in the desert, Tiz's voice drifted on the wind.
Best day of my life, man.
Harvey's first tie broke. Hurry up with that, she said. I have an idea, but I need your help. 2011. We have a problem, Shayna said. Harvey slid his eyes over to her. It was a deliberate effort, just moving his eyes, like he was a heavy lead puppet, and every gesture required the working of levers and cables inside his skull. He got the sense, rather than knew, that Shayna had been sitting by his hospital bed in the Tarancott Base Medical Centre for a while. But the painkillers were washing together pieces of time, like slabs of ice floating on the Arctic Ocean. The word problem pulled him far enough out of that dark, delicious sea that he managed to shift upwards on his pillow, a bunch of tubes and monitors coming with him, his puppet wires. Huh? I said we have a problem. Shayna was in her undershirt and combat pants, the hard, tight bun of blonde hair at the nape of her neck. Are you with me, Harvey? Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Because we need to talk. What happened? A meeting happened, with command. Shayna was holding his burnt and bandaged hand. He hadn't even noticed until he looked. There was no feeling in his fingers. They got together to nut out the whole thing about the accusation. Nobody believes you, Harv. Now he was fully awake. Harvey pushed himself up higher in his bed. The rest of the ward was empty. He assumed that meant Back Lee had been medevaced out. What are you saying? I'm saying it's not holding water, Shayna said. The idea the comms blinked out, that the first vehicle in the convoy fled.
The whole thing about a green light on your helmet. Harvey stared at her. It all sounds insane, Shayna said. She waited, but Harvey didn't speak. Couldn't. They're putting it down to combat trauma, dehydration, heat stroke. They went and looked at the carrier those tech guys were travelling in, and it was all shot up like it was there for the whole battle. Just the way that Lipton, Parker, Darrell and Tizzer said it was. But it wasn't. Harvey was shaking now, wide-eyed. They were gone right after the RPG hit. They took off like a bat out of hell because they knew what was coming. I know. Shayna took his other hand now, held them both, squeezed them as hard as she dared. I know, Harvey. I believe you. But that doesn't mean shit, babe, because they're shipping you out. Your entire section is dead and you're medically unfit for duty. You're scheduled on a medevac out of base tomorrow morning. Harvey was getting feeling back in his fingers. He gripped Shayna's hands and felt a god-awful love for her deep in the pit of his guts. Of course that urgent love was there now, because it had only ever been present when it was wrong for them to be together. First as recruits, sneaking off and fraternising in the armoury sheds at the academy. Then as frantic lovers, catching each other when their deployments put them together. 3 days here in Darwin, 2 days there in East Timor. Stolen, forbidden moments, always in uniform, always in the dark. Being here with him now, alone in the hospital, when he'd sullied his survival act by making the worst accusation a person could make against a fellow soldier. The wrongness and rightness of it all was so familiar. The next question came out of pure terror, because of course, real love didn't exist without a deep layer of terror shimmering underneath it. The thought of the men who had almost killed him remaining on the base with Shayna made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. What's the plan for those guys? They're scheduled on a flight out this afternoon. Shayna shook her head. Command are swapping them for a team from Kuwait, just in case there's hostility. The major feeling around the base is that you were the one in the wrong half, but Command doesn't want to risk there being a couple of dissenters. Harvey was silent. His mind was churning. Who's driving them to the airstrip? Shayna watched his eyes, didn't speak. Who, Harvey? There was a warning flash in her eyes, dark clouds full of lightning. No, you're head of transport. You can put yourself on that assignment. Harvey, did Backley make it? Harvey asked. He knew the answer, even before she spoke. He could see it in the way her throat tightened. No, Shayna said. He lasted about an hour after you both made it to base. The medics did their best. His family, they want to do something for you, for trying to save him. They sent an email for you through base command. There's a printout of it there. She gestured to the table. Harvey didn't look. He was thinking about a section of the base far to the southwest, just outside the guarded perimeter, where broken down and disused surplus items were dumped. There were shipping containers there. Some were loaded with military trash, the broken vehicles, packing material from the endless supply runs, bags and bags of domestic garbage from the troops. But some of the containers were empty. When he looked back at Shayna, he could see the acceptance in her eyes. The dread-heavy acceptance. You could let this go, you know, she said anyway. Not on your life, Harvey answered.
Chapter 17. Stevenson drove. There was no sign of the kid in the police cruiser, not even his dust cloud, which meant he was putting the pedal to the metal. Edna gripped her seatbelt in one hand and her phone in the other and dialed Talon every minute or so, but received no answer. For a long time, the desert rolled by them, the occasional ghostly or charred gum tree whipping by among the scrub, gnarled fingers pointing back down the wire like desert demons urging them on. Stevenson would have known Talon's story from the station run sheet from the night before, but Edna recounted it for her anyway, both their gazes on the horizon ahead. "You're going to be in deep doo-doo over this, Ed," Stevenson tutted. "They'll start with you disarming the kid at the Horn residence without calling in a backup team. And they'll end with him being killed when he flips your stolen cruiser in about 5 minutes' time. I know. Then they'll have you for leaving Commissioner Holland, prime suspect in his wife's disappearance, alone with a crime scene that may be in some way related to that disappearance. I know, Stevie, I know. Jesus, no sign of him. He must really be fanging it. What is it with boys and stealing cars? Someone's probably done a study. Hey, this all works for me. Stevenson shrugged. A mess this big will take the shine right off me letting some asshole take my gun from me back in Cooper Creek. You owe me a beer, Edna said. They rode on in silence for a while, the Never sprawling on either side. So, what's the theory? Stevenson loosened her hair, shook it out, ran a hand through it. She was doing 120 on gravel and sand, one-handed and clear-eyed, because she'd been roaring through the desert on mopeds since she was a toddler. Claire Holland's on the run from a dickbag husband. Buck stumbles across her, picks her up, rapes and kills her, then he keeps trundling along on his way to Cooper Creek to rob a bank when suddenly he's ambushed. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, it does, Stevenson said. Because it has to. We just can't see it yet. We don't have all the pieces. How lucid was he? Edna glanced over at her partner. He's a veteran. He faced serious conflict. You know how those guys end up. They either get depressed and shoot themselves or put their tinfoil hats on and start wiring up their property. Stevenson laughed. Because between them, Edna knew, the two outback cops could name 10 combat veterans in their region who had moved there to try to carve out a safe place, away from the nightmares, the visions, the sounds of cars backfiring and firecrackers going off and kids screaming in playgrounds. Some were successful. They bought large slices of land, rigged them up with cameras and tripwire alarm systems, and sat on their verandas, growing withered and smoking weed and pointing rifles at anything that moved, filling the comment section of conspiracy theory and doomsday prepper Facebook sites. Others were not so successful. The isolation and the quiet drove them to put their rifle in their mouths. He seemed sane enough, Stevenson said after a while, almost like he felt bad about what he was doing. Okay. I asked him, in fact, why the hell he was doing it, Stevenson said. He said, I have to. I have to like voices in my head are telling me I have to, or I have to like I need the money damn fast so I have to. No idea. So he was already there when you arrived? Edna asked. Take me through it again. Stevenson did. Edna listened. He wanted Carol alone, Edna concluded. He stood there, fiddling with the pens, trying to see if he could get you to move along with your business and go away. When you wouldn't, he pretended he'd come in the first place with the intention of robbing the joint. So the real goal was Carol, Stevenson mused. That might fit. He's picked up Claire Holland, had some fun with her, finished up, headed out to find victim number 2. Got sidetracked by some road bandits for a spell, but inevitably ended up in Cooper Creek. He saw Carol opening up the bank alone and thought, she'll do. I want to know if this guy has a history of violence. Or has he just snapped recently? Edna sat texting a request to dispatch. This is the best theory I have yet for this whole thing, and it's thin. But it's all I've got. I also want to know what vehicle he's driving now. Whoever tried to nail him, the guy in the balaclava and his crew, they must have been out to get a tourist or a drug runner, and they ended up with a rapist on a spree. Maybe Buck's got their vehicle now. Teams are coming in from Adelaide and Perth to deal with that crime scene. Edna sat up as she spotted a dust cloud ahead. They should be able to get me an ID on the dead guy pretty fast if he has a record. Slower if he doesn't. Then I'll have a hint at what kind of car we're looking for, maybe. You worried about the commish back there at your scene? Stevenson asked. Not terribly, Edna said. I photographed it pretty well when I arrived. The dust plume ahead began to grow. Edna saw flashing blue and red lights in the heat haze. In time, the shapes materialised. Her cruiser turned sideways by a huge collection of red boulders, the driver's side door open. Stevenson was leaning forward, knuckles white on the steering wheel. How unstable is this kid? He has my cruiser, Stevie, Edna said. Were you riding hot? Stevenson looked over. Edna's stomach plummeted. At the very same second that she recalled the rifle she kept in a zippered case in the boot of the cruiser, she saw Talon standing there with it, a pot-bellied, bearded man kneeling on the ground in front of him. There was a Harley-Davidson motorcycle lying on its side in the gravel. Talon was yanking back the slide bolt on the rifle as the two officers pulled the cruiser to a stop.
Chapter 18. Take your pants off, Claire said. Harvey did, because in his 48 years on the planet, no woman had ever said that to him, and he thought it was a bad idea. He sat on his butt on the truck bed floor and dragged his boots and his stinking socks off. Claire took the thick black jeans from him and went to the back door of the truck. She threaded a leg of the pants between the vertical swivel poles which, operated from the outside, locked the doors in place. Then she went to the big cooler, flipping the latches and shoving the lid open. Harvey found inside what he had expected to find: a couple of boxes of muesli bars, some bottled water, blankets. The box was way too big for what it contained, but Harvey saw the thinking behind it. If Darryl, Tizza and Parker's plans had gone awry, and they'd needed to transport Harvey's body for any length of time, the insulated box would prevent the remains from contaminating the truck bed. Claire took one of the 8 water bottles and handed another to Harvey. He didn't need to be told what to do. He took the cap off and drank. She did the same. They eyed each other, gulping, tossing the bottles aside when they were done. Claire got through a bottle and a half. Harvey, too. When they couldn't drink any more, they dumped the contents of the rest of the bottles on the floor. Claire flipped the lid of the insulated box closed and latched it. She gestured to the other side, and Harvey went there. They pushed the box across the floor. There came a voice from outside.
What the fuck you doing in there?
Harvey and Claire tipped the heavy insulated supply box onto its end. Harvey went to the truck bed doors and grabbed hold of the legs of his jeans, doubled them over his hands, leant back and hung on. He heard one of the men outside flip up the levers on the doors, and the vertical bars twisted inside the makeshift rope brace made from the pair of jeans. Buck held steady. The truck doors jolted slightly, but no more. Tizza's voice was already enraged.
What the fuck?
Harvey looked back. Claire was climbing up onto the box. One of her fists was wrapped in one of his socks. She steadied herself against the ceiling with her other hand, lined up her socked fist, and punched the camera. The punch had no effect.
Pull up the camera feed.
Darryl's voice was low and dangerous with frustration.
Buck, whatever you're doing, stop now. You get one warning. Go!
Harvey yelled at Claire.
Go, 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 go!
The truck doors jolted. Harvey set his feet. He knew there was pure science behind his advantage, that he didn't have to hold the doors with all his might based on the sheer fact that Darryl and Tizza would be pulling at them from ground level, a downward angle. His own angle of pull horizontal from the centre of the doors. He could almost hear them calculating this. The metal steps that folded from the rear of the truck squeaked as one of the men outside flipped them down. Claire was punching the camera hard. Harvey guessed the dome was made from plexiglass, and there was no reason it would be thick, but the dome shape itself would withstand a bashing. He heard a crack sound, and Claire gave a laugh of triumph. It inspired his own grin as he heard the dome collapsing under her muffled blows.
He glanced back and saw that she was unsocked now, ripping at the innards of the camera with her fingernails, pulling wires. The main lens clunked on the floor beneath them. Harvey timed his move to the rhythmic yanks on the doors, then let go. The jeans whizzed through the gap between the bars, and the doors flew open. Harvey saw Tizza fall sideways, managing to keep his grip on the lever, his whole body smashing into the side of the door before he tumbled to the dirt. Daryl was standing nearby, staring up at the captives, a phone in his hand. Harvey guessed the now useless camera feed was playing there. "You stupid, stupid bitch." Daryl shook his head. Claire came to Harvey's side. He swung an arm around her waist, immediately regretted the decision, remembering how she'd blasted him when he tried to comfort her in the first few moments of their captivity. To his surprise, she put an arm around his shoulders. The ridiculousness of it all got Harvey again, right in his hollow, bleeding heart. And he stood there in his boxer shorts and bomb vest, laughing down at the men who were almost certainly going to murder him and the woman at his side. Tizza had recovered, spat blood in the dirt and wiped a smear of it off his busted lip. "You morons! You dumped all your water!" He grinned. The blood between his teeth made the already small, square bones look like baked beans swimming in sauce. "That wasn't the right move. Daryl and I have got all our own water up the front. You two just made the next few hours a nightmare for yourselves. You know how hot it's going to get in that truck when the sun's fully up?" "You're right, Tiz. I already feel lightheaded." Harvey nodded solemnly. He stroked his throat. "Parched. Did you two factor in the midday temperatures when you cooked up this little scheme? Couple of hours back here. No airflow. No water. I might slide right into unconsciousness." "Same," Claire shrugged. "We'll just have to run back into town. Stock up." "You walked through the fucking desert for 3 days without a drop of water, Buck, you stupid prick!" Tizza barked. Bloody spittle flew from his lip. "You think dumping your water is going to shake our plans? You're out of your mind!" Harvey kept smiling. It seemed to slice right through the little man below him. "I hope you suffer in that box, the way you made us suffer." Tizza thumped his chest. "I hope you sweat and bleed and beg for mercy back there." "Are you okay, Tiz?" Harvey let his smile morph into a quizzical frown. "You sound unhinged right now. Are you losing it? Is he losing it, Dar?" "Fuck you!" You got to be wondering by now about how things would be going if it was Parker who survived the ambush back there on the wire, and not this idiot. Harvey held Daryl's eyes. "You've got a subhuman assisting you in this, Daryl. You'd be better off with a 5-year-old. When Tizza came into the world, the doctor who delivered him went straight home to his wife and said, 'Honey, I can't do this anymore.' The guy retrained as a vet." Claire snickered. "This is all falling apart, Daryl," Harvey said. "Enough of this shit." Tizza grabbed the edge of the door. "Let's get moving." "Hold up," Daryl said. He was the only person at the back of the truck who hadn't yet given a hard, evil smile. That made Harvey's skin prickle. The older man bent down and picked Harvey's jeans up from where they'd fallen in the dirt and threw them up at Harvey's chest. "You wanted to go on a water run?" Daryl said. "So we'll go on one." He gestured for Tizza to flip the truck doors closed. The little man did as he was told. Harvey and Claire stood arm in arm in the dimness and listened to the men climbing into their seats in the front. "What did that mean?" Claire asked. "I don't know," Harvey said. "But it didn't sound good."
Chapter 19. Edna drew her gun, prepared to fire it. She'd done that twice in her career, and as the weapon slid out of its holster, she felt a different kind of energy in the metal to the thousands upon thousands of times she'd withdrawn it to clean it, check it, lock it away. The whole butt seemed to buzz in her fingers. Talon turned those fierce eyes on her as she and Stevenson exited the patrol car and stood behind their doors, their pistols trained on the boy. Even in a ready-to-fire stance, Edna found she couldn't line the child up directly in the gun sight. She was aiming well above his head. "Put it down, Talon! Now!" she shouted. "He ran!" the boy said. He edged closer to the old man so that the rifle barrel was just centimetres from his cheek. "As soon as he saw it was a cop car, he turned the bike and took off. He's out here doing something bad." "You're doing something bad, you idiot," Stevenson barked. "You are holding a man at gunpoint. You better snap back to reality in 3 seconds flat, kid, or I'm going to blow your befuddled mind all over that rock behind you." Talon fingered the trigger guard. His eyes flicked between Edna and Stevenson. Some of the power seemed to drain from his shoulders. He was a slowly awakening sleepwalker, trying to make sense of his surroundings. Edna was sure he was going to drop the gun, but the boy turned to the old man on his knees instead. "What's in the bag, bro?" I'm just a guy delivering some food to a mate who's sick," the bikie said. His forearm tattoos were so ravaged by the outback sun they appeared like dark blue bruises over his brown, sagging skin. When he waved his raised arms, the skin of his biceps flapped like crepe paper. "I only turned because I forgot my phone back at the caravan." "Talon, put the gun down." "You turned because you saw it was a cop car." Talon seethed. "Don't lie to me!" "Talon!" Edna snapped. "Boy, I am going to pop the top of your head like it's the lid of a tube of Pringles." Stevenson had one eye closed, the pistol trained on Talon's skull. "It's going to make that air-sucking noise as it comes off. Schlunk!" Talon looked over, his eyes bugging. "Bet you didn't know bullets could do that." Stevenson adjusted her stance. "Peel back people's lids. They can do all kinds of things if you know where to aim." "What the fuck are you saying?" Talon quivered. "You heard me," Stevenson said. "I'm having a hell of a day. When I have a day like this, you know what I do? I go out looking for wild pigs, scratch that itch to pop something." "Is she for real?" Talon turned to Edna. "Unfortunately, yes. What do you think, Ed?" Stevenson asked. "Give him another 3 seconds to comply?" "Just put the gun down, Talon," Edna sighed. 1. "You have to check his bag." Talon jostled the rifle uncertainly, seemed to want to put it down, raised it again instead. The old bikie flinched. "He bolted from me, I'm telling you." "Put the gun down." 2. Talon placed the rifle at his feet. Stevenson swapped her aim to the bikie, walked over and shoved the old man flat to the ground. Edna holstered her weapon and went right to Talon, grabbing a fistful of his T-shirt, the rage making her whole body feel like it was on fire. She walked him to the cruiser and threw him up against it. Being twice her size, that took some force. But she could get like that now and then, driven by almost primal emotions that filled her limbs with liquid strength. Edna cuffed the boy and shoved him into the cruiser, clambered in after him, slammed the door on them both. Outside, Stevenson was chit-chatting to the old bikie, hands on her hips, the cuffs she'd put on him as he lay on his belly, shining in the hard midday light. "How could you be so fucking stupid?" A fire in the boy's eyes. Edna snapped again before he could fill the car with his own rageful ranting. "No, don't even begin to tell me you're not stupid," she snarled. "That little moment of recklessness, that teenage brain snap you just had, is going to get you up to 10 years in prison. Do you understand that? I'm not talking about juvenile detention either, Talon. I'm talking about a men's prison." The boy blew out air, leant back in his seat. "Oh, I can handle myself in prison. It's not what I'm worried about." "It should be." Edna couldn't help herself. She reached over and scuffed the kid across the back of the head. "Get a hold of yourself. You talk a big game, my child, a huge game. But I have seen the kind of things that go on inside correctional facilities. You think you got an impulse control problem? These guys don't know how to plan past the next 15 minutes. They can't fathom consequences. They see what they want and they grab it. And when they see you, you're a handsome young man, Talon, and you're naive as a spring lamb. It's going to be a feeding frenzy." "Oh, well, I don't think so. I think it sounds like I'm going to fit right in." Talon shifted his cuffed wrists against the car seat behind him, trying to get comfortable. "I might even end up in charge." "I got no plan past the next 5 minutes. Jesus. Edna held her head. "I haven't come across someone with so little regard for themselves in a long, long time. You know that?" She glanced outside. The bikie was sitting on his arse now, watching Stevenson, who was picking her way carefully into the saddlebag attached to the motorcycle, starting with the front pockets, tentative fingertips peeling back hems. Edna could vaguely hear the bikie protesting through the closed window. "No legal right to search me stuff." A tear was rolling down Talon's cheek. He swiped at it with his shoulder, gazing at the desert. "You have so much to offer the world," Edna said. "I know you've heard that before. I can almost hear other people saying it to you, because it's plain as day. You must have teachers and social workers and whoever else tell you, Talon, that you're smart and you're funny and you're creative." The boy kept staring at the desert. "Your creativity with this crime stuff is really something." Edna licked her lips, her mind racing. "You're destined to do something like that, you know. If you stop doing everything in your power to fuck it up, you might be a cop, or a writer, or a lawyer. Shit spinning together complex, convoluted possibilities to cast doubt on a perfectly obvious series of events is basically all that defence lawyers do." "My dad's going to kill my mum," Talon said. Edna closed her mouth. She watched him. "He raped her. Day before yesterday." Talon rubbed his nose on the shoulder of his T-shirt. "I tried to stop him, but you think I'm big. He's twice as big as I am. He goes to the pub and she texts him the whole time he's there, trying to get him to come home before he gets too messy. Eventually she makes him angry enough that he does come home." Edna took her handcuff key off her belt. She reached over and pushed the boy forward. Once freed, his big, shaking hands came over his face, mashed his wet eyes. "She just keeps going back, you know." Talon's voice came from within the mask he made of his hands. "Like every man and his dog has been to the house to try to break them up. Family services, the rape counsellor people, the police. She never does what they tell her to, because at the end of the day she's got no schooling and no job history and no skills. How's she going to survive? But it's not even that in the end. It's because he says he's going to kill her if she ever walks out. And she believes him. Oh, man, I believe him too." "We're going to fix this," Edna said without hesitation. "I'll pull in every favour I have." "You can't fix it." Talon waved her off. "I figured that out for the last time, day before yesterday, standing outside their bedroom door listening to what he did to her. I thought, I can't help here. I'm just making it worse. Because half the time it's me that sets him off, you know, not her." Edna listened. "Rosie was a safe place to be during all that time." Talon laughed sadly. "The past year or so, since she's been getting worse and worse, she was always there. Wasn't surprised by anything. I could tell her everything I felt, like I actually
thought about killing him so my mum could be free. I told Rosie that, and she didn't call the cops on me or anything. I also thought about, myself. Maybe if I was out of the picture, that grief or whatever would bring the two of them back together, make him snap out of it. Jesus. Edna pinched the bridge of her nose. I guess Alan Orne liked all the drama, Talon said. First thing I'm going to do is drive back there once all this is over and punch that man square in the mouth. Edna shook her head. Right after I'm done making all the right calls and having your father locked up. Outside, Stevenson and the bikie were still arguing about the legality of her search. Stevenson made one last furious point and marched back over to the motorcycle. There's a way out of this, Talon, Edna said. I'm going to help you find it, I promise. I thought it wasn't your problem. Talon's voice was flat. It's not, Edna said. It's ours. Talon didn't answer. Edna heard a yelp from outside, turned to look, and saw Stevenson approaching the cruiser at double pace. The younger cop wrenched open the door beside Edna. She slid out and stood looking at Stevenson's face, which was bloodless and spotted with sweat. Go look in the bag, Stevenson said.
Chapter 20. Harvey lay on the floor of the truck and looked at the broken camera in the ceiling, watched the loose wire waving back and forth. The truck had rolled onto the tarred road outside Cooper Creek for a while, but it was definitely off-road again now, almost certainly back on the high wire, heading east. Claire lay next to him, sweat running from the middle of her forehead into her hairline. She was also watching the wire in the ceiling dangling and swaying. "How do you know about it?" Harvey asked suddenly. Claire turned her head and looked at him. "Jesus, I was almost out." She rubbed her eyes. "It's so hot. It's putting me to sleep, even with all this going on." How does an antique restoring, married city woman in her late 30s know about the most dangerous cross-country driving route in the entire nation? "Mid-30s, she said, "if you don't mind." Harvey looked at her. "What says I'm a city dweller anyway?" "The full head of blonde highlights with the keratin blowout?" Harvey said. "That's a $300 haircut right there." "How do you know so much about women's hair?" Her eyes were wide. "The first section they ever gave me to command had 4 women in it. Answer the question. How do you know about the high wire?" "A friend told me about it." "A friend, meaning the husband," Harvey said. "What says I meant the husband?" "Your tone. What does he do?" "This is not a relevant thread of conversation." Claire looked back at the broken camera mount. "It's not a thread at all. You're batting away every question I serve you. We're playing verbal ping-pong here. We're trying to get out of this situation alive, Harvey." "Right," Harvey said. "So when you finally cut the bullshit, we can toss around the idea of who might come looking for you. Who knows you're out here? How we might communicate with them." Claire sighed. "Listen," Harvey shifted up onto his knees. "They're about to make me do something really fucked up." She looked doubtful. "That's the mission," Harvey said. "Destroy my reputation. Whatever's coming is going to be bad. We don't know what it is, but we need to have plans in place. Maybe I'm going to have an interaction with someone, like I did in the bank, and that person's going to survive. There might be a way I can say something or do something that they'll recount to the police. The kind of thing that'll give a signal to your husband that you're with me and you need help without alerting Daryl and Tizza that you're even dropping that signal." "Right," Harvey said. "Your husband. He'll be looking for you." Claire's mouth clamped shut. "I know what's happening." Harvey held his hands up. "You're on the run from him. The bruises on your wrist. The lies. The skittishness. It's obvious you're running from an abuser. Guess what? He's going to come looking for you.
We both know that, because nobody runs from men like that. He might be your abuser, Claire, but he's the best chance we have right now of getting found. How do we say Mayday, Mayday to this guy so he doesn't just think you've gone to ground somewhere? He waited. Claire didn't answer, just lay there with her hands over her face. Harvey resisted the urge to bark at her, to reach over in the dim light penetrating the vehicle and shake her by the shoulders. Because he knew she probably had so much of that in her relationship with a dipshit husband that the neurological pathway that took her from perceived threat of male aggression to total mental shutdown would be deeply ingrained and lightning fast. "Hostage movies," she suddenly blurted out. Harvey cocked his head. "What?" "Whenever it happens." Claire sat up beside him. "The next time you get a moment to talk to a person out there, start talking about hostage movies. Mention 2 or 3 of them. They'll see the pattern, surely." You think Daryl and Tiz aren't going to sense what's going on when I pull over a car full of young backpackers at gunpoint and start blathering to them about how much I enjoyed Denzel Washington's performance in The Negotiator? Of course you wouldn't be that obvious. I want something specific that your husband and no one else will recognise. That's our best bet. That's the way we're going to get a signal out that Daryl and Tiz don't know is a signal. "We don't need to signal that I'm in trouble," Claire said. "They'll know that. The cops are going to find my burnt-out car. Then they're going to find your car and the dead guy, Parker. They must have been, 10 minutes down the road? They'll know the 2 are connected, right? I mean, surely they will. So they're going to get the sense that I'm in danger. So long as they assume you're alive. Why wouldn't they assume I'm alive? Because I just turned up at the Cooper Creek Bank alone?" Harvey shrugged. "In their eyes, what the hell have I done with you? Dropped you at a pub so you can have a white wine while I rob a bank?" Claire licked her teeth. "They're probably assuming, right now, that I've killed you," Harvey said. "It's the only thing that makes sense. We need a message that says, hey, I'm still alive and I'm in danger. It'll increase the urgency of the pursuit tenfold. How are they going to know I'm not saying, I'm in danger from this guy, from you? They might shoot you on sight. How are you going to say, I'm also in danger? I left something at the bank. What? A little message. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. It was pretty last minute, very far-fetched, but it was all I could think of in the seconds I had to work with." He heaved a heavy breath. "My concern isn't me right now, Claire. It's you. Work with me. Think." She shook her head. "You're so scared of this guy, you don't want him to find you," Harvey said. "Even if it means getting out of this situation. Jesus. What could he possibly do to you that is worse than this?" He poked her in the chest, right at the centre of the vest, where the red light lived. When Harvey pulled his finger away, the red light was beaming, as though his touch had turned it on. "What the—" Claire looked down at the light. It shuddered and shook as her body was jostled along gently with the truck's passage through the desert. "Why is it on?" "I don't know. It just—" The squealing began. Harvey saw the woman's chest sink as all the breath left her. "What's happening? What are they doing?" "Maybe they're not doing it." Harvey's mouth was bone dry. He spread a hand over the Kevlar of Claire's vest, pressed down, confirmed what he already knew, what he could see with his own eyes, that the tiny red light was on, that the vest was activated, ready to blow. "Maybe I turned it on, or maybe—" "What? What? Maybe what?" Claire got to her feet, steadied herself against the wall. "Their tech is sketchy." Harvey could hardly get the words out. His throat was closing. "The glasses certainly were. The glasses that they gave me, so they could communicate with me in the bank. They had little microphones in the ear hooks so they could tell me what to do. But I kept getting little snippets of their conversation in the truck. Bits I'm sure I wasn't meant to hear. It might be that Tizza kept his thumb on the mic at his end too long, or maybe the mic itself was faulty. If their mic is faulty, then maybe the vests are faulty." Claire exhaled. She and Harvey locked eyes. The alarm squealed and squealed. They moved. Harvey grabbed Claire's hand. They walked unsteadily together to the front wall of the truck bed and began beating their fists on the reinforced panel between them and the cabin.
Chapter 21. I have 4 separate crime scenes going on right now, Edna said. Stevenson didn't answer. Edna saw her glance behind her to where Talon was slumped in the furthest end of the bench seat in the back, his long arm on the sill. Harry Starr, the bikie, sat at the other end, cuffed, watching the road ahead. The ratio of crime scenes in our region to policing staff is 2 to 1, Edna continued. When Stevenson wouldn't respond to her whining, she nudged her partner's elbow. Are you listening to me? I'm listening to you. Stevenson clamped the steering wheel with her knees and swept her hair up again, knotted it at the back of her neck. It was always hair up, hair down with Stevenson, the extreme heat giving her a headache that made her want to let the hair out, that same heat urging her to get it up off her neck. Edna had cut all her hair off within 3 days of arriving at Clifton Hills. You're exaggerating. No, I'm not. Claire Holland's car. Okay, yeah, that's a crime scene. The woman's missing. And I closed down the Cooper Creek Bank so we could come back and take a look at it later. That's a legit crime scene. But we don't really need to examine it. Stevenson patted Edna's knee. I saw the guy. I saw what he did. And we know who he is. It's not like we have to dust the place for prints or spray it with the blue light stuff. Oh, good. We'll call that half a crime scene. Edna rolled her eyes. Harvey Buck's car. Stevenson nodded ahead to the distant site at which they'd soon arrive. That's a crime scene. A full-blown one. You get 1 credit point for that. It's got a dead body and everything in it. Bullet holes, the works. So, what about the bag? The bag is... That's a contained crime scene. Stevenson took her hands off the steering wheel again, made a gesture like she was packing a tiny bag. It's transportable. We're currently bringing that contained crime scene to Buck's car crime scene. So when we get there, it'll kind of be like we're combining 2 crime scenes into 1. So, 2.5 crime scenes all up, Edna said. 3 at best. A mob of kangaroos raised their heads as the cruiser passed. Edna turned to observe them. The midday sun gave them no shadows at all. She wondered how they endured the gaze of the scorching eye hanging above them, its hellish light creeping into everything, drying, shrivelling, and hardening all it touched. They lounged in the dust, fly-hassled and stoic. Stevenson's phone started vibrating. She reached into her pocket and silenced it. Take your phone off silent, Edna said. I like it on silent. I tried to call you at the bank. You didn't answer. Shit's going down, Stevie. If I need you, I'm going to really need you. I wouldn't have answered even if it did ring, Ed. I was in the middle of a stick-up. That's not the point. Stevenson drove, didn't touch her phone. Edna sighed. So, who was she? The older cop lined up Harry Starr in the rear-view mirror. The ancient bikie slid a sidelong look to her but didn't respond. The dead girl. Was she a girlfriend or what? No comment. Where's the rest of her? Edna asked. You've got the head and hands. Has someone else got the body? No comment. You've got to say something, man. Talon shifted in his seat. He was so big, his knees were wedged against the partition between the front and back. Edna felt it bow and push against her seat. They found the body parts in your possession. It's not like you're going to get away with it. There's nothing to say. Harry Starr shrugged. Nothing that won't make things worse for me than they already are. The car fell quiet. Edna heard Talon's fingers drumming on the windowsill behind her. I mean, that's not exactly true, the boy said after a while. His voice was low, confidential. What? Harry's leather seat creaked as he leant over. There's stuff you could say that's not like, I killed a woman and chopped off her head and her hands and you guys caught me dumping them in the desert. Like what? The old man snorted. That's exactly what it looks like happened, mate. Maybe not. What if you say, oh, I found them? What? Nobody's going to believe that. I can see it. You were out riding your bike, Talon said. Edna had to lean slightly sideways in her seat to pick up the low voices. You spotted something on the road, stopped, went over, found the head and hands. You decided you shouldn't leave them to the wilds, right? Because there are animals out here, or someone could run them over, or it could rain, the bikie said. It does rain out here. People think it doesn't, but it does. So, you picked them up. You were on your way to the police station to drop them off, anonymously, because, you're someone who... I've got a checkered past. That's what they say. Right. And it's also what a good person would do, yeah? But when you noticed the cop car coming towards you, you panicked. That's not bad, eh? You got anything else? Well, maybe it's like someone else put them in your bag last time you stopped somewhere. Talon went on. Maybe you stopped at a pub at night, went inside, left your bike and your bag outside. Someone could have come along and put the head and the hands in there, then without you noticing. Maybe to frame you, because you'd be perfect for it, right? You have a checkered past. But I didn't come from a pub. I came straight from home. Oh, right. But maybe someone put them in my bag at home. The old man sighed heavily through his nose, thinking hard. Oh, I've got no garage these days. I live in a caravan up Pandy way. Leave the bike parked outside all night, I do, with the bag buckled on. Could be someone snuck up while I was sleeping. Exactly. Maybe I'll say that. I would. I won't fly, though, Harry said, once I find out who she is. Who is she? She's a prosy. Been working out in the mine servicing the remote workers, Harry said. But she's had long associations with my club, the old biker club in Sydney. Makes sense that she's crossed the boys at the club somehow, maybe stolen some drugs from them or whatnot. Then she's done a runner, tried to escape into the outback, take up some work out at the mines. The club's found out she's there and remember that I'm retired but that I live nearby and asked me to go punch a ticket for them. Right, Talon said. That does make a lot of sense. The pigs will find out who she is, find out who I am, and put two and two together. We're known to do that. Stevenson leant over and murmured to Edna. Unless you can come up with something else, Harry urged Talon. I'll keep thinking. Edna watched the boy in the rear-view mirror as he stroked the corners of his faint starter-level moustache. People have told me that might be my thing, you know? Coming up with excuses like that. Convoluted stories to cover up crimes. That's what lawyers do. Uh-huh. Met a few of them, I have. They make big money, the good ones. There were more people at the crime scene around Harvey Buck's car when they arrived. A couple of cops based in Oodnadatta, west of Edna's jurisdiction, a pair of Indigenous younger people who she had called on frequently when the gap between her age or her culture and that of suspects in her custody became strained. Dot Storch was unloading the crime scene kit from the van the two had arrived in, while Rick Sutkin was talking to Holland by the bonnet of his car, his boot on the front tyre, a notepad on his knee. Stevenson stopped the cruiser and Edna got out, opened the door beside Talon. "Come with me," she said. "Why?" "Because you're going to need to hear what the story is." Edna glanced across the bonnet as the big kid got out. Stevenson was giving her the kind of cautious, tight gaze of someone who knew they were about to be signed up to something they weren't necessarily going to enjoy. They approached Matt and Holland as a group, leaving Harry Starr to enjoy the cuffs and the silence and the air conditioning. Edna saw Stevenson and Holland lock eyes, an intense energy sizzling between them. "Why isn't this man cuffed?" Holland pointed directly to Talon. Talon opened his mouth, and Edna slapped a hand against his chest. "Mr. Crest has not been involved in a crime this morning. I've established that. My partner Stevenson can back me up." "You've got to be kidding," Holland smirked. "I'm not kidding, Commissioner Holland." Edna had to remind herself to take the malice out of her tone. Rick raised a quizzical brow under his akubra. "I'm not in the practice of providing light entertainment while surrounded by the remains of murder victims. Mr. Crest has been instrumental just now in the recovery of further human remains and the possible intervention in a second major crime scene. His own actions were not criminal. He just stole a police car." Holland glanced at Edna's cruiser, at Starr sitting in the back, watching the distant clouds. "I saw that myself. Whatever he's discovered while he was on the run, Mr. Crest was sitting in my cruiser." Edna focused on Rick. "I had been providing transport for him following an incident yesterday in which he also was found by me not to have been at criminal fault. He is a vulnerable and displaced youth who needs to get back to Adelaide." "Okay." Rick was watching Stevenson for a reaction to Edna's words. "He heard a call out on my two-way radio for assistance. Someone had spotted a motorcyclist who'd come off his bike. He gave an approximate location. Mr. Crest, seeing that my partner and I were deeply engaged in an active crime scene, commandeered my police vehicle to render assistance to a possibly endangered citizen, which is not a crime." "Oh, for the love of God!" Holland scoffed. "Are you hearing yourself?" "Upon discovering Mr. Starr at the accident scene, Mr. Crest discerned his manner to be suspicious and threatening and armed himself with the personal rifle I keep in the back of my vehicle for euthanizing injured wildlife. My partner Stevenson and I subsequently attended the scene and discovered human remains in the possession of Mr. Starr." Who do the remains belong to?" Rick's upper lip was curled, a mixture of humour and confusion. "Did you leave them at the scene?" "No. We made the executive decision to bring them here. They're contained, as we do not have the capacity to cover multiple crime scenes right now. We believe they belong to a woman connected to Mr. Starr through his alleged outlaw bikie club associations." "Is it clear that the remains are not, Rick scratched his head with his pen, looked cautiously at Commissioner Holland, then Edna. "Apologies, but, being blunt, it's not Commissioner Holland's wife in the bag, is it, Sergeant?" "The deceased has 6 piercings on each ear and appears to have a nose ring," Edna said, "which is not the brief we have for Mrs. Holland, unless she did get some recent piercings that are not in her licence or online photos, Commissioner." "It's not her," Holland said. "Well, isn't this a dog's breakfast?" Rick lifted his hat and wiped his brow on his wrist. "Don't suppose whoever made the call on the two-way left a name, big fella?" Talon opened his mouth again to speak. This time it was Holland who cut him off. "There was no two-way call.
The kid stole the police car and happened to bumble into a body dumper going about his business. What's your fucking problem, bro? Talon barked. Edna ground her heel into the toe of the boy's shoe. There is no problem here, she growled. Mr. Crest is going to remain in my custody until I have arranged his transport home to Adelaide. I thought you had a flight booked, Stevenson piped up. I did, but it's more complicated than that. Edna felt Talon watching her. I have a duty of care to ensure he's returning home to a safe environment. No, you don't, Holland said. The kid's 18. He's a legal adult. Your duty of care extends to vulnerable people. Jesus Christ. All right, well, Rick shook himself all over, gave a big bright sigh. I best get to work then. I got Dot processing old mate in the balaclava. I'll get her to take the remains out of your boot as well, Ed, and get 'em on ice. We'll have to drive both bodies to Alice so they can wait for a proper look-over. Happy with that? Great. Thanks, Rick. When do the city teams get here? An hour or so. We'll wait to do a proper handover. Rick nodded, looked Holland up and down, pointed to him uncertainly again. Is the Commissioner, again, I'm being blunt, but sir, are you... I'm not in custody. Holland gave a mean smile. But I would like you to return to Clifton Hills to await a formal interview, Commissioner Holland, Edna said, from one of the specialist teams on their way from Adelaide. Dream big, Senior Sergeant Norris, Holland said. My wife is out here somewhere and I'm determined to find her. I'll be heading to Cooper Creek with that pursuit in mind. Well, I can't stop you, Edna said. She watched Holland round the front of the car, heading for the driver's side door. Talon muttered behind her as the Commissioner started his car. Dream big, the kid said. Oh, what a dick. Edna was yanked aside. It was Stevenson, walking her into the desert beyond the crime scene. Buck's car was slowly collecting flies, the tiny, filth-covered creatures taking breaks from feasting on the body on the ground to wander the inner shadows, out of the heat. Edna watched them as she listened to Stevenson's harsh whisper. What the hell are you doing, Ed? This is exactly what got you all strung up down in Adelaide. I know, I'm sorry. I'll take the rap for all of this. Damn straight you will. Stevenson shook her head. A two-way call? It's all I could think of. You know that old bikie isn't going to cop to any of that stuff about Talon rolling up to help him after a crash when they interview him. I don't think the nuances of how he was discovered with that woman's remains are going to matter much in securing a conviction, Stevie. Edna rubbed at a monster headache that was beginning in her left temple. If he's out here dumping body parts in the broad light of day, he's not a genius. We'll probably find the rest of her at his caravan, as well as text messages to the bikie leaders negotiating the hit fee. Holland's car was disappearing into the heat haze towards Cooper Creek. They both watched it fall below the horizon like a setting sun. I'm worried about you and this kid, Ed, Stevenson said. So am I, Edna agreed.
2011. Harvey opened the mini fridge in Major General Evan Leasing's room. That's what snapped the base commander awake. The sound of the rubber seals unsticking from the machine, the clink of bottles inside. Harvey took a James Squire ale from the top shelf, let the door rock closed, and walked to the bedside, where the startled Major was gathering his starchy bedsheet around his balls and fishing for the bedside lamp. He shouldn't have turned it on. Seemed to realise his mistake when he did. Harvey knew he was a sight. The third-degree sunburn had leaked yellowish fluid into the bandages on his arms.
and the blood spatter from the men he'd spent the past 48 hours working on in the heat of the shipping containers was splashed up to his elbows, dried and brown in parts, black under his fingernails. The skin was off all his knuckles. There was desert dirt and grime in the old sweat on his neck. Harvey was sure he held the expression of a man who had been out of control of himself for some time, probably since the ambush itself, the hard and hollow gaze of a cornered animal. He could do nothing to alter it. Leasing watched him take the chair by the bed, with his mouth gaping open and his eyes searching Harvey's face for some frankly magical evidence that this was a dream, that the real Harvey Buck was AWOL somewhere in Qatar, as he'd been told, having absconded from the base hospital in shame or fury, or whatever the hell the consensus was. Harvey took a pair of pliers from his trouser pocket and used their teeth to take the cap off the bottle. Leasing twitched as the bloody pliers clunked onto the bedside table. "I was right," Harvey said. Leasing reached for the phone beside him, saw Harvey's eyes following his hand, and thought better of it. "What did you do?" Leasing asked. "Everything I could think of." Leasing took a few deep breaths. Outside, the base was quiet. "Are they still alive?" "Of course they're alive," Harvey said. He drank the beer. It was painfully cold in his throat, and not in a good way, the liquid sloshing over open ulcers and burns. "They're going to be held responsible for what they did. I need them to confess it all in your presence, in the presence of your superiors, because I don't want it to look like what they're saying here, in these recordings, is only due to what I put them through." Harvey took a USB stick out of his other trouser pocket and put it on the table beside the pliers. "Lipton was the leader," he went on. "He instigated the whole thing. Contacted the main guy on the Taliban side with the idea of selling him some weapons design plans. Parker, Darrell and Tizzer got on board shortly after that point, because Lipton wasn't talking initially about killing anybody. They convinced themselves they were just selling information. From my understanding of what the four men told me over the past couple of days, it was Lipton who gradually led the other three into something more murderous. And even then, none of them had been aware of the scale of what was planned." Leasing put his head in his hands. He raked his fingers up over his skull, gripped the stubbled flesh, clawed his fingers back down his face, leaving pink marks. "Fuck!" He couldn't even finish the word. It wasn't anywhere near adequate. No word in the English language was. Leasing seemed to be torn. On the one hand, wanting to sit there stiffly and silently and think it all through, to plan and strategize and control the damage, and on the other, get away from the imminent physical threat that Harvey presented to him, sitting there in the chair by his bedside like the walking dead. Because any soldier who would abduct and torture his own men, and then stroll into the base command's personal quarters still covered in their blood and piss and sweat, was clearly an unhinged person, however noble he thought his cause. Leasing kept letting his eyes wander to the bare corner of the room, before they snapped back to Harvey. "You've got some cleaning up to do," Harvey said. "No shit." Leasing's voice was high and tight. "Where are they now? The men?" "If they're smart, they'll be heading back to their dorms to have a shower, dress, and await their arrests," Harvey shrugged. "So you just let them go?" "I untied them and opened the container doors and left them to their own devices." "Containers?" "The old ones out in the surplus area." "Jesus." Leasing held his head. "Jesus. I've got to make some calls." "Before you start any of that," Harvey held up a hand. "We need to agree to some things." "What?" "You're going to keep this quiet," Harvey said. "I mean, of course you are. That won't be your decision. It'll come from higher up. Because the international scandal and outrage it would cause, let alone the tension between us and the Americans, would end up in the fucking history books. They'll be teaching it to teenagers in high schools all across the world for the next half a century. The great Australian traitors, and the men who failed to notice them hiding in their midst." Leasing held his face in his hands. "You're going to lock Lipton, Parker, Darrell and Tizzer up. That's for sure," Harvey went on. "But you won't hand them over for federal prosecution. because you can't rely on them to keep their mouths shut. Leasing breathed, open-mouthed, struggling to listen through the panic. Inside the cover-up, you're going to include my part in all this, Harvey said, and Shayna Kinthrop's part, in dummying up the transfer records for the 4 men so I could get them to the surplus area. I'm not going to bother trying to make excuses for her right now. It would be easy enough for you to discover her involvement. But understand this. If there's any blowback for her, I'm talking so much as a dirty sideways look, I'll give my copy of the recordings I made out there directly to the New York Times. He pointed to the USB on the bedside table. Leasing looked at it. You're also going to make sure those men pay for this, Harvey said. All of them. You'll come up with something to charge them with, something to keep them under lock and key until you can figure out what the hell to do with them. You're going to have a real problem on your hands, keeping them quiet. Because I broke them. I went too far. I guess I was angry. Harvey stared at the carpet, thought about what each of the men had told him as they begged and cried and twisted in the chairs he'd tied them to in their separate steel hellholes. Daryl weeping about his daughter's rape at a party when she was 16, about not being able to protect her, about feeling impotent and ashamed and hollowed out by what had been done to her. Tizza losing it completely as Harvey plucked and strummed the tight wires of pain crisscrossing his brain, plugged in one by his abusive father in a childhood that left Tizza with all the self-worth of pond slime. It had taken 7 or 8 hours of working on Parker to get him to give Harvey access to his inner ghosts. The high school best friend who had killed himself after a fight with Parker in the schoolyard. Of the 4 men, only Lipton hadn't given Harvey anything at all. The man was a cold, calculating psychopath, and he only relented and confessed to orchestrating the ambush after 2 hours straight of Harvey waterboarding him. Footsteps in the hall, a sharp knock at the door. One of the stewards. He was in the room and blurting his words out to Leasing before he even noticed Harvey sitting there. Major General, there's been an incident over at T-Dorm. Your presence is requested. What is it? Suicide in the women's shower block. The young steward noticed Harvey. Did a double take. Seemed unable to compute what he was seeing. He turned back to Leasing. They're saying it's Greg Lipton. One of the techs. One of those techs. The guy just walked in and blew his brains out in front of 3 female soldiers. Harvey sucked down the last few drops of his beer, put the bottle on the bedside table beside the pliers and the USB. He didn't even look at Leasing before he got up and walked out the door.
Chapter 22. The truck stopped. Harvey and Claire stood in the dimness, listening to the squeal of her vest. Harvey found that what might very well have been his final seconds on Earth were besieged with memories of what he'd done to the 4 men in the shipping containers. His voice lowered and thickened with a darkness that had frightened even him as he wreaked slow agony on them individually, hour upon hour, unable to stop. I guess I was angry, he told Leasing. That wasn't exactly true. What he was, he couldn't really say, even now. Possessed seemed closer. He knew a psychiatrist, presented with how he'd behaved in those containers, would have accounted for what he'd done with biological explanations. They'd say that when the ambush began, so too did a separation between Harvey Buck and reality at large. That catastrophic gap widened further by 3 days of trudging through the desert heat, with a dying man slung across his shoulders, and a day in the base hospital being pumped with drugs. Harvey was sure, standing there beside Claire, waiting for a vest to blow the 2 of them to pieces, that he would never, ever be able to lie comfortably in the bed of unaccountability a psychiatrist might make for him. Because no psychiatrist would ever learn about what he'd done to Lipton, Parker, Tizza, and Daryl. What he'd done had been so bad, Lipton, the most callous of the 4 men, hadn't been able to endure more than a few minutes of life after the ordeal was complete. The other 3 had managed to live on. But perhaps they'd known, even in those first few moments, that they'd need biblical levels of vengeance to get over what had happened. The truck doors opened. Their captors were standing there,
Did you fuck with the vests? Tizza asked. No, Claire panted. She went to the edge of the truck. Tizza and Daryl didn't back away. That told Harvey something. It just started up on its own. First the light, then the sound. Turn it off! Turn it off! Daryl reached into his pocket. Harvey cocked his head. Thought he heard a double click. A button pushed down and then released. But when he turned his eyes on Tizza, he saw the man's fingers were at the chest of his shirt, between the third and fourth buttons, fiddling with something. He wasn't certain where the clicks had come from, and Harvey needed to be certain. Claire's vest stopped squealing. What happened? Harvey asked. Are the vests faulty? Maybe they are, Tizza shrugged, a smile spreading over his lips. Maybe we're just fucking with you. Who can really say, huh? No. We need to know what the stakes are here, okay? Did you mean to set it off or not? Claire yelled. You have to be honest with us about that, at least. I mean, why would we do what you say when you might blow us up accidentally? If that's the case, we might as well both run, right now. Take our chances out there. Be my guest. Daryl motioned to the desert. Harvey looked. Could see nothing but empty plains, lonely gums. Claire swiped her hands over her face and hair, tugged at the vest where it was rubbing at her collarbones. Jesus, I need to pee. So do I, Harvey said. Fuck you. Daryl jutted his chin at Harvey. You can wait. He beckoned Claire. She refused the help, sat down on the edge of the truck bed and slid to the ground, stumbling a little when she hit the dirt. Harvey saw a slice of her face as she turned to walk out into the desert, her lips pinched tight and eyes wet. Harvey went to the edge of the truck and hopped down in front of his captors. You cut your ties, Daryl said. I told you what would happen if you did that again. Try it, Harvey said. Daryl chewed his tongue, considering, his empty eyes locked on Harvey's. You know, there's an aspect of this you haven't considered, Harvey said. You've told me how I can detonate my own vest. What's to say I grab my zipper, run at you and yank it? End this for us all. Survival instinct, Daryl said. You got it bleeding out your eyeballs. It's what got you through the desert those 3 days you were out there. The pure will to survive. Touch the woman. I dare you, Harvey said. Fuck my survival instinct. I'm there when a woman needs me. His tone, the glint in his eye, hit Daryl just the way Harvey wanted it to. While the line about being there for a woman in need was chauvinistic bullshit, he saw a coldness come over Daryl's features that told Harvey he'd taken the man right back to the containers for an instant, to the howling despair of a father who hadn't been there for his baby girl in the worst hour of her life. Daryl's face changed again as he realised what Harvey was doing. He painted on another warmthless smile. You're too much of a narcissist shithead to kill yourself, Daryl said. Especially like this, when, to all the world, you're looking like a psycho on a spree. War hero destroys legend with devastating final act. Tizza painted the headline in the sky with one hand. Can you imagine it? I can. Harvey felt a tingle in the tips of his fingers, a thought itching at the back of his mind, begging to be scratched. But he was so tired, and whenever he managed to wrench his thoughts away from his current circumstances, all that waited for him were bad memories or visions of Shayna hanging over the side of the bathtub. Her sightless eyes. All he could think was that Tizza's line seemed too rehearsed, like he'd thought about the headline concept before. Claire was out there in the scrub, standing, watching the horizon, her shoulders low and her hands by her sides. Harvey wondered how long shipwreck victims watched the curve of the empty earth before they gave up on spotting a ship bound for rescue. Go piss. Daryl tried to wave Harvey away. We've got somewhere to be. So? What was the alarm all about? Faulty vest? Harvey asked, ignoring the instruction. It was important to defy directions whenever he could. Or was it Butterfingers over here with a detonator switch? Jesus! You want me to hit you, don't you, Buck? Tizza licked his split lip.
Every chance you get, you badmouth me. It's like you want me to hurt you.
If anybody is going to screw up this whole operation with a slipped finger, it would be this guy. Harvey kept his eyes on Daryl. I mean, you know that Daryl, right? He's the weak point of the whole plan. He was the first to fold out there, in the shipping containers. The fastest man to break and spill on the rest of you. You gotta be thinking. Harvey reached sideways, grabbed Tiz's fist out of the air as the little man came barreling towards him, aiming for his temple. Harvey used Tiz's momentum to bounce him off the corner of the truck's door. Tizza collapsed onto his knees. Daryl took 2 steps back, drew his gun out of his pocket, but didn't raise it. Didn't need to. They all knew Harvey couldn't go any further. Daryl kept his eyes quiet and his face rigid, but the ticking vein in his temple told Harvey the adrenaline was loose in his system now.
"Fuck you, motherfucker,"
Tizza rasped. Your daddy teach you how to fight, Tiz? Harvey asked. Oh, no. That's right. You told me. You spent half your childhood cowering in a corner while the old man wailed on you.
"Fuck you!"
You got 2 hits to the face, Harvey said to Daryl. First Claire and then me. Same spot. I've just smashed this little weasel for the 2nd time into this same truck door. Do you feel like you're right back in those containers again, gentlemen? Imagine it. Imagine we're back there. I'm hitting you over and over in the same spot. Daryl didn't speak. I thought of that myself, you know, Harvey said. I thought, why don't I try something different with these guys? Maybe I don't break all your ribs. I just break one. Then I hit it and hit it and hit it until it's pulverized, until it's dust. Were they ever able to fix that rib of yours, Daryl? Does it still bother you whenever you breathe? Tizza dragged himself up, held his head. Daryl went over and took his arm and pushed him towards the desert, where Claire was standing. Go watch the woman. Harvey and Daryl watched Tizza go, his step a little crooked and head bent low. Please tell me that you're the button man, Daryl, Harvey said, and that you didn't give a detonator to that imbecile. Buck, Daryl started. I wonder how that played out, if indeed you didn't, Harvey mused. Because how do you justify that to the little man? How do you say, Tiz, your father knew it, and I know it too. You're barely competent enough to dress yourself. I'm not giving you the detonator to 2 enormous bombs, because it would be like giving a handgun to a toddler. Buck, then again, it would be hilarious if you did give Tiz a detonator, in a way, because that would put you in the same boat as me. Just wondering, from minute to minute, when I'm going to get my guts splattered all over the outback. Daryl beckoned Harvey to him. He went there, put his hands in his pockets, cocked an ear. 2 friends sharing a secret under the hellish sun. Buck, Daryl whispered. You're misunderstanding something. What's that? Harvey asked. I don't care if I die. Daryl grinned at him. Just as long as I take you with me.
Chapter 23. Edna parked outside the Cooper Creek Bank and Post Office, got out of the cruiser and eyed the crowd. The events of the morning were obviously a welcome quickening for the residents of a town accustomed to watching the days slide by like well-fed snakes. There were groups of men and women on the opposite corner of the wide street, a mixture of Indigenous and white, eyeing the police cruiser with the usual quiet scepticism remote town people applied to all police activity. An Indigenous elder Edna recognised, Uncle Adam Bourne, started making his way over. He had to hustle children out of his way who were racing remote-controlled cars between opposing driveways. The biggest car, controlled by a boy in a big red baseball cap, was doing donuts and kicking up street dust. Stevenson had slid into the driver's seat by the time Bourne got there and waved from the car as she drove off to track Gareth Holland in the town. Talon stood on the pavement outside the bank, flipping through his phone and chewing his nails.
I need a description of this Harvey Buck fella you got running around the countryside robbing banks, Bourne said, pulling out his phone and spinning it between his thumb and forefinger so that the screen faced the right way. Edna thought of gunslingers in old westerns. Bourne started trawling through text messages. We got the alert photo and some pictures of Buck as a soldier, but all the shots look a few years old to me. Carol says he was all done up in a cap and glasses so she couldn't see his hair. I don't really want too much public involvement on this, Adam. Edna put a hand on the sleeve of his sun-warmed shirt. The last thing I need are residents pulling over tourists and farmers trying to hunt down an armed and dangerous man. Well, hey, I guess you shouldn't have put an alert out on the guy. Bourne showed Edna his phone. She glimpsed the text message that would have flashed up on hundreds of screens across the top half of South Australia. Police are searching for Harvey Michael Buck, 48, last seen in the Cooper Creek Township area. Assistance is coming whether you like it or not. Everybody from here to Alice knows the prick stuck a gun in a girl's face. You had to know something like this would get everybody excited. I have protocols, Edna said. I couldn't avoid sending the alert, but I hoped people would use common sense for once. Hey, high hopes those were. Yeah. Look, I can't unlight a fire like this. Bourne batted away a fly. But I can make sure they get the right guy and not some unlucky bloke who's got the same chin. Does Buck still look like that, do we know? I don't know. I haven't clapped eyes on him myself. I'm here to look at the footage of the robbery. What's his story, then? Did he come down from the wire? Bourne asked. Some people saying they've heard the name remember him from the news a while back. He's a war hero or something. Has he lost his marbles? We're still working out what's happened, Edna said. Please get the word out that Harvey Buck is not to be approached, followed or arrested if he's spotted by any residents of Cooper Creek or the surrounds. Yeah. If people really want to help, they can look for Claire Holland. Edna waved at Bourne's phone. That alert should have gone out as well. Bourne frowned, looked back at his phone. His thumb yanked the thread of police assistance line messages down, then pushed it back up. Edna recognised all the messages and their accompanying pictures. Runaway youths, dementia patients, a missing tourist from the year before. I'm not seeing a Claire Holland on here. Well, it should be there. Well, it's not. Edna left Bourne, hissing curses to herself, and went to the doors of the bank. Her stomach was unsettled. She had to get out of the heat. The lights were off inside, the door unlocked. Edna pushed her way in and listened to the bell jangle above her, waited for Talon to slide into the dimness beside her. I could go hang out somewhere, I guess, the boy said. Maybe there's a cafe? There's no cafe. But I appreciate you pretending you're not leaping out of your skin to get a look at your third crime scene in 24 hours. Edna closed the door behind them, ending the display for the public, causing the groups across the street to turn inward to compare assessments. She flicked on the lights. We won't be here long. I just want to get a quick look at the CCTV, get my head around this guy. They went to the computer behind the desk. Talon actually stepped on Edna's heel as he trailed behind her. He watched her, restless on the balls of his feet, as she followed the instructions Carol had texted to Stevenson, and Stevenson had texted to Edna about how to open the device and pull up the security footage. Edna and Talon watched as crisp and colourless vision showed Buck entering the building. He hovered uncertainly just inside the front doors. What's with the jacket? Edna asked. Got to hide the gun, maybe? Talon squinted.
Mere seconds clicked by on the footage before Stevenson marched in and went directly to the counter to speak to Carol. Stevenson left the footage belonging to a camera mounted to a pillar at the side of the room, then reappeared on the feed from the counter's overhead camera. Her face was animated, a finger stabbing and drawing on the counter as she described what she needed. Edna was seeing the footage, but at the same time not really taking it in. She was so distracted by the fact that Claire Holland's missing persons alert had not reached the public yet that she could barely focus. She decided to call dispatch, swiping the mousepad to roll the footage back and watch the entry sightlessly again as she dialed with her other hand. "What's he doing?" Talon asked, dividing her attention from halves into thirds. "Bark, with the pens." Edna looked. "Oh, I don't know, he's fuddling around waiting for Stevenson to get lost so he can come attack Carol." Talon smacked his lips, took the footage back and rolled it again. Then he turned and walked around the corner, went to the first row of shelves by the door where Harvey had hovered. Edna watched the footage roll on. Buck approaching the counter, speaking to Carol briefly. Stevenson standing nearby at the end of the counter, closest to the wall. Buck pulling his gun from the pocket of his jacket, stepping back in the same fluid motion. He was definitely a man accustomed to using firearms. His aim was firm, confident, arm at a perfect right angle, supported with an elbow into the ribs. His position, a tight triangulation that gave him a good shot at both women should either decide to make a move. Buck's shoulders were back and his head was up. Edna squinted, waiting for him to tilt his face to the camera. It was almost certainly Harvey Michael Buck behind the thick, black-rimmed glasses. The jawline and nose seemed right. The call to dispatch connected, and Edna cringed at the love song dedications voice that came over the line.
"Edna, good to hear from you again. How are you holding up?"
"I want to know why the alert I put out for Claire Holland wasn't approved."
I can chase that up,"
Richie said. She heard keys tapping.
"The request definitely went in. No sign here in the system about why it was knocked back."
"Find out, let me know."
"I'm onto it, boss."
Edna eased a sigh and screenshotted Buck standing by the counter with the gun pointed at Carol, the best shot of his face, where his unsmiling mouth was open in speech. She emailed the picture to herself and tried to call Stevenson. The phone rang out. "Hey!" "What?" "Come here!" Talon waved. "Look at this!" Edna went around the corner, walked down the aisle to the shelves where Buck had stood, messing around, waiting for Stevenson to do her business and get out of the bank. Talon's face was taut with anticipation. Edna looked at where he was pointing, at a handful of pens plucked from a display canister on the shelf and dumped on the long white pad, where customers could test the colour and thickness of the pen's stroke. "Look at this!" Talon repeated. Huh? What do you think?" Edna looked, shrugged. "These pens," Talon said. There was indeed a series of pens dumped haphazardly in a row on top of the pad, messy black piano keys. They were all the same brand, Artline, felt tip, 9 of them. "You're going to have to be more specific, Talon. What am I supposed to be seeing here?" "The nibs, their sizes, they're written on the pens." "Okay. We got 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. Talon pointed to each pen in succession, left to right. "Then we got 0.4, 0.4, 0.4, then 0.2, 0.2, 0.2 again." Edna felt the muscles of her shoulders drawing tighter and tighter. Talon, please tell me what you're getting at here. I'm not a mind reader and I'm too stressed out to play games. I think it's a code, like he's telling us where he'll hit next. Oh my God. Edna rubbed her aching eyes. Talon. Look at the footage. The boy marched back to the computer. He pointed, arm out straight at the screen. Edna followed, her whole body heavy. See, here? He's playing with the pens. Seems like he's just messing around with them, but look closer. See how he puts them down? Talon, he sets them down very carefully. They'll end up in a row, see? He's not even looking at the pens as he sets them down. Edna sighed. He's looking at the counter, at Carol. But why would he leave us a message telling us where he was going to hit next? Because he's playing a game with us. Talon's eyes were full of sugary light, like Kevin Spacey in Seven. Is that the one with Brad Pitt? Yeah! Oh my God. Maybe it's Talon. If Buck was going to leave us a special message, why wouldn't he just have written it on the notepad? Maybe there wasn't time. Talon licked his lips. Maybe, I don't know, he didn't want to make it that easy. Listen, Edna, there's something here, I can feel it. It's like when I felt it out there in the desert with the guy on the bike, Star. When he turned and ran, it was like I got these chills up my body, a big rush of them. Boom! Edna pushed away a mean impulse thought about Talon's ability to intuit the secret intentions of others and how that had panned out for him in the case of his online girlfriend. Listen, kid, we can figure this out if we try hard enough. Like, Buck was in the army, right? Could the numbers be a location code? Longitude and longitude or whatever? No. Maybe their phone number. I'm going to dial it now. Okay. Edna surrendered. You dial 020202040404020202 and see if a voice on the other end of the line tells you where Harvey Buck is going to show up next. The kid was actually dialing. Edna shut down the computer and called Stevenson as she headed to the front doors. You still on Holland? Yeah, but he's a wily motherfucker, Stevenson said. He drove right through town and out the other side, off-road into the wilds to make sure he wasn't being followed. I had to track him with binoculars just to stay hidden. He came back, parked, and went on foot to the chemist. The chemist? Yeah. Well, that'll be Billy today, Edna said. Do me a favour. Go ask him what Holland purchased. Edna heard a car door open in the background of the call. Listen, Ed, Stevenson said. Something you should know. Holland was on the phone the whole time I trailed him. Never let up once. I'd like to think he was trying to chase down any leads on Claire or let her family know she's missing or whatever. But I'd also like to believe in Santa Claus. Edna felt dread whump into her belly. He's got to be coming for you, Stevenson went on. It might be time to leave this whole thing alone. Go home. Forget it. Edna waved Talon away from the pens. She went out into the wall of heat and shut the bank behind herself and the kid. Meet us at the bank after you're done at the chemist. I've got another call coming through. Edna looked at the number, resisted the urge to go back inside and lie down in the cool of the shady interior. The crowd in the street had cleared. She picked up the call and inhaled 2 lungfuls of hairdryer hot desert air before she spoke. Chief Inspector McAvoy. She winced. I've had 5 years of peace and contentment in my professional life since you moved up there to Clifton Hills, Senior Sergeant Norris. McAvoy started. Just the sound of his thin, faint voice gave Edna the chills. She had always been sure it was a strategy by her superior officer to make people fight to hear him, to never let them get comfortable in conversation.
Now I'm hearing worrying things about your ability to perform in your police work. Again.
I'd just love to know what was said, Chief, Edna sighed, because, unlike last time,
alongside a general comment about your nature and bearing, which the Northern Territories Police Commissioner described to me as frantic, McAvoy sniffed. Holland says he personally witnessed you allowing a civilian male youth to drive your police cruiser, which, if true, is a scenario that beggars belief.
I'm not frantic, Chief. Edna gritted her teeth. She walked away from Talon, towards the sun-baked street corner, giving up the thin strip of shade cast by the bank to get out of earshot of the boy. And that's not even close to what happened. I have at present a young man in my custody who requires my assistance in what, Senior Sergeant Norris? McAvoy sounded tired. I'm hearing this boy is from Adelaide. Is his presence up there due to his having been involved in a crime or the commission of a crime? Yes, sir, it is.
Why then is he not under arrest?
In a certain fashion he is.
In a certain fashion, Senior Sergeant Norris?
He's under my care and direction.
How then was he able to forcefully commandeer your police vehicle, Senior Sergeant Norris? I'm being generous in assuming you didn't simply toss him the keys.
Edna gave a short, hard laugh. Couldn't help herself. It's not as simple as all that, Chief. To put it in such simplistic and literal terms is frankly ridiculous.
There was an icy silence. Edna leapt into it, terrified of the effect of it on her body, which was already gently trembling with fury and dread.
It is essential for the well-being of this young man, for the immediate, short term, in a psychological sense, that he remain with me.
Another silence. Now it was McAvoy's turn to laugh, humorlessly. It sounds like you're right back where you started, Edna.
Perhaps, sir.
Edna forced herself to unlock her teeth. Then I have no choice but to suspend you immediately with pay and restrict your access to police resources and equipment. She heard McAvoy's desk chair creak as he sat upright. You're communicating to me that you feel it is your moral, spiritual, or otherwise fantastical imperative to abandon your work on what I'm hearing is quite a handful of a case, to provide care for a wayward youth. Not even a youth, but a fully grown and legal adult, it should be noted. So, I have to do what's necessary to ensure your mission doesn't interfere with police operations.
As you wish, sir,
Edna said. You can hand your gun and badge to Stevenson. McAvoy heaved a sigh. And I'll let the specialist team I've sent up there know that they can go to her for assistance on the unfolding situation, as you have decided your calling in ad hoc social work is more important. The line went dead. Edna watched as Stevenson pulled into the curb. Talon approached as she made a gesture at Stevenson to unlock the boot.
It's not a phone number,
Talon said, oblivious to the icy awfulness coursing through Edna's body.
It's not a landmark either. I was thinking, maybe they're times, right? Maybe, like, he killed Claire Holland at 2:02 in the morning, and for Carol, he was going to do it this afternoon at 4:04.
Uh-huh, Edna said. She opened the boot and took out her rifle, thumbed a pack of bullets into her pocket as Stevenson got out of the cruiser. You keep working on it, kid. You'll figure it out.
Gauze, tweezers, painkillers, and a sewing kit,
Stevenson said in greeting. Edna thought for a moment. Then she nodded.
The bastard's been shot.
Chapter 24. The truck parked. It had been another hour, maybe longer, of rumbling through the desert, the interior like a furnace, sweat prickling and running down Harvey's ribs and up his back as he lay on the floor beside Claire. He dozed a little, his body relenting to the constant adrenaline dumps over the past 26 hours, since the moment he received the call from Shayna that snapped the cable on an elevator that refused to stop plummeting and hit the bottom of the shaft. Claire popped up beside him and went to the wall, peering through the tiny crack between the steel panels. Whatever she saw had her scooting back to him quickly. "They're walking away, up the hill," she said. "Sit up and take your shirt off." Harvey did as he was told, raked his hands through his hair and stubble, and tried to claw his way back to his dreadful reality. "I found this when I went to pee," Claire said. She showed him a tiny shard of glass, curved, half the length of a sewing needle. It was brown, a piece of a beer bottle, probably flung from a car. Harvey leapt back to wakefulness, gripped her hand, so the edge of the glass turned into the light. "I'm going to use it to cut into the seam of your vest." Claire's eyes were hard and focused. "If we're careful, we can just open a slit and take a peek inside. Maybe we won't do enough damage for them to notice." "Wait." Harvey held on to her hand. "We should cut into yours." "Why?" "If we cut a wire and your vest blows, I'm still mincemeat." "Yeah, but if we find an obvious way to disarm one of these vests, it should be yours. It's my fault we're in this mess, Claire." "I'm not going to argue with that." She peeled her shirt up. Harvey scooted close to her, ran a finger along the vest's armhole seam. Inside was damp with sweat. "I guess we should go in under here." He tested the seam carefully with a finger in the tight, dark space between the vest and her armpit. "If we make a big hole, you can hide it with your arm." She put an arm up over her head, grimaced. "Ah, I reek." "You're all right," he said. From the corner of his eye, he saw her smile. "I'm sure I don't smell like daisies either." He pressed his fingers against the seam, pushed down, and pried carefully at the two pieces of fabric. Sweat dripped from his eyebrow to his cheek, and wiping his brow against his sweaty forearm did nothing to alleviate the problem. "Good thing the stitches are black, like the vest, and fucking microscopic," he huffed. "Don't worry." Claire's sarcasm matched his own. "You've got plenty of time to get it right." He applied the sharp tip of the piece of glass to a gap between two stitches, began sawing experimentally. "What are you thinking you're going to find in there?" she asked. "Do you have any idea about bombs and how they work?" "Look, you don't need a degree in science to make a bomb," Harvey said. "All you need is an accelerant, something that'll explode. Then you get a detonator, something that'll cause a spark and ignite that accelerant. Then you need a trigger, something that'll create the spark, either at a specific time or by remote." "Okay. So, in Afghanistan, you had rebels making bombs out of all sorts of things. You take a tin can, pack it with gunpowder and roofing nails, chuck a piece of flint at the bottom and run a piece of wire from that flint. You put the can inside an object somebody's likely to pick up, like maybe you put it inside a toy or a bag. You attach the wire to an anchor point. The victim picks up the object, the wire pulls tight, the flint gets struck and causes a spark which ignites the gunpowder. Kaboom! Blow some soldier's arm off. Or, a kid who thought they found a free toy." "Jesus Christ." Claire rubbed sweat out of her eyes. Harvey popped a stitch, used the point of the glass fragment to unthread it from the fabric. "The detonator for these vests won't be something as rudimentary as flint," he said. "We're moving around too much for that. It'll be an electrical circuit hooked up to a battery. And Tiz said it was C4, plastic explosive, a lot bigger bang than gunpowder." "So what's the trigger?" "I've been keeping an eye on Daryl and Tiz. I saw Daryl go for his pocket and Tiz go for something at his chest, but they both moved at the same time. I don't know who set the light off. But you've got to think, whatever they're using, it's got to have 3 buttons on it, because there are 3 stages to ignition: light, then siren, then blow. That's a big object. A mobile phone, maybe.
I don't know. A remote control? Like for a toy car? Maybe. I don't think I can talk about this anymore. Claire wiped sweat into her hairline. Tell me something, Harvey said. Is this what you had planned for this afternoon? She laughed. Right now I should be at an auction in Alice Springs. Houses or dolls? Dolls. Claire sighed. I stood to make 50 grand. Such a weird job. He shook his head. I'm sorry, but it is. The weirder the job, the fewer people are qualified. The fewer people are qualified, the more money you can make. That's true. But the teddy bear people are the real weirdos in my industry. She turned and watched him sawing at the stitches with a glass fragment. There was a big scandal last year. A teddy dealer stalking another teddy dealer because he blocked the sale of a lemur fur bear. The guy got arrested. Lemur fur? The exotics can get into the hundreds of thousands of dollars, Claire said. They're illegal, a lot of them. I imagine it's a business that makes it easier to hide your income. Harvey had popped 8 stitches, opened a pea-sized hole in the vest. Sweat was running down his temple, threatening to turn into the corner of his eye. An online transfer here, a cash sale there. Unless your husband is your business partner. Harvey, I don't want to talk about my husband. You have to. Harvey stopped cutting and glared at her. His exhaustion had stripped him of his patience. The frustration was thick in his voice. Whoever this guy is, whatever you think he's going to do to you, you can't stay here in this situation to try to avoid it. Because you'll end up dead, Claire. She let her head fall into her hands, put her elbows on her knees. I feel like I'm trying to escape the boiling pot so I could jump into the frying pan. It's the only escape route, Harvey said. Hot or not, it's the only way out. Claire chewed her lip. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Remember when you said that? Her voice trembled. She shook her head hard. What? Just forget it. Not a chance. Remember when he said that in the containers with those guys you sort of became someone else? That all the exhaustion and the rage, it brought out something in you that wouldn't have been there if... Her words choked off. She glanced at him, her face darkened with shame. Harvey, my husband has been trying to kill me for the past 2 years, Claire said. But Harvey waited. He sensed, in some closed-off part of his mind, that he was gripping the piece of glass so tightly it was now cutting into his thumb, but was unable to loosen his grip. I've been trying to kill him, too, Claire said. It had started with an anniversary getaway. Gareth and Claire on the Margaret River, 15 years into their marriage, a childless and warmthless and mechanical affair that had begun as an accident and progressed out of habit. The two of them had showed up at an internet-organised singles meeting, devoid of marital options at their workplaces, and discovered the gap between them and the youngest other prospective partner was 30 years. Gareth had rescued her from the clutches of a handsy lawn bowls enthusiast, whose wife had just died of cancer, and she'd stuck with him, the rigid certainty and authority he presented as a cop, like a broad umbrella under which she could shelter from the rain. Gareth came with problems, sure, but so did everyone. He wouldn't so much as hold hands. His kisses were thin-lipped and hard, and sex departed the marriage within the first year, a sort of relief for them both. The fast and silent activity that was only performed in solid darkness, a thing they both seemed to know was only necessary until something came along to do away with it. Like buying an electric car and letting petrol station visits become a curious inconvenience of the past. There was a quietly regretful understanding on her part that she was only with him because he reminded her of her father, her icy sanctuary, a quiet shoemaker who taught her to sew and cut fabric in his bolt-hole shop in King's Cross. Her father had been a quiet man too, but regular, predictable. He brought money into the house. He decided how it went out again. With an alcoholic mother prone to disappearing for weeks at a time, Claire had delighted in all the things she could count on about her father. And it was the same with Gareth. If she cared to investigate the messages on his phone while he showered,
She invariably found texts from police colleagues, operational in nature, with the occasional invitation to the pub for drinks, politely declined. Every Saturday evening at dusk, Claire could find Gareth cleaning and vacuuming his car. Every Sunday afternoon, she could find him in the kitchen, meal prepping for the work week. Broccoli and tuna. Every day, he had a single clove of garlic, swallowed whole before he brushed his teeth, to ward off illness. True to form, he was never ill. Claire hadn't even been able to figure out exactly why Gareth chose her. She suspected, in some way, he'd been waiting for someone to come along who met a minimum standard of features, abilities and intelligence, and when he alighted on her, he didn't question or evaluate the decision that she should be his life partner, because he wasn't a person who questioned or evaluated systems that worked. On paper, she was the quirky one in the relationship, with her garage workshop cluttered with dislocated doll parts and jars of buttons, vacuum-sealed pouches of carefully sourced vintage fabrics for those custom restorations she took on. But in truth, their shared appreciation for order and quiet and solitude made them a perfect match. On Friday nights, he sat at one end of the sofa, writing a speech or answering emails on his laptop. She sat at the other, bidding on glass eyes on eBay or flipping through monograms of doll catalogues from the 1920s. Then came the trip to Margaret River. It was their usual anniversary destination, a sparse rental house with a small dock, accessible only by boat, a setting that inspired all kinds of silly romantic fantasies in her. Wealthy women who owned big glassy remote riverside mansions, who took on hunky, dark-eyed men to repair their boathouses for cash, and ended up uncovering their dangerous pasts. Because she was a little bit like that, taken to fantasies, corrupted by the story winds of different lands, a woman who searched the shady pockets of sandstone and gums beside the river for wild men or witches. Gareth had never tolerated her musings, and neither had her father, so she'd learnt early in the relationship to hide them, to keep her whimsical wonderings about dolls that came into her care, their pasts and futures, to herself. Gareth was out at 4 a.m. and 4 p.m, kayaking every day of the trip, making a black silhouette against the pink sunrise on the water, while she sat on the balcony and sipped tea and compared bulk deals for horsehair on her phone. One afternoon, completely out of the blue, he paddled in and she'd seen flickers of that romantic fantasy she'd been having about the dangerous man on the dock as he climbed, shirtless and hairy, onto the pier. He beckoned her down with a big, friendly hand. "Let's go out together," he'd said. "It'll be fun." She'd leapt at the chance, though her stomach immediately plunged, because it was 6 p.m. now and night was falling, and the wind was picking up, and she knew from a decade and a half of being his wife that Gareth's idea of fun wasn't this. Not at all. Gareth's fun was listening to obscure legal podcasts and running on his treadmill until the track became so damp with sweat it was dangerous, not splashing and laughing along a moonlit river with his wife. But she went, wrestling the second kayak down from its rack in the boathouse, batting away mosquitoes in the purple twilight. His gentle encouragement set her heart on fire, a smile and a piece of advice offered now and then, as she fumbled with the big slippery paddle and blathered nervously about bull shark feeding times and winced in the wind. In a high-walled cove, she caught up to him, and he'd reached over with his long arm, seemingly to take her hand and pull her and her kayak closer to his. But when their outstretched fingers met, instead of a gentle pull, there'd been a sharp tug, and her kayak had flipped, plunging her into the icy black water. Harvey watched Claire's eyes. Her hands were still on her vest, the shard of glass clutched in his fingers, the gaping hole beneath where the vest looped around under her arm, pinned open by a fingertip. He could feel wires inside the hole, but Harvey couldn't draw his gaze away from Claire's downcast lashes, the muscle ticking in her jaw, as she remembered. "At first, I thought he was trying to get his fingers steady," she whispered. She drew a rattling breath. "He was standing right beside me. I was gripping onto his legs under the water, trying to climb up him, to use his body to flip myself and the kayak back over. When that didn't work, I thought
Maybe he was trying to flip it this way, and I was trying to flip it that way, and we were working against each other. I was under the water, twisting around, trying to get my legs free from inside. I remembered I had a lap belt, and I reached for that, and that's when I realised that Gareth already had a hand on it.
On the lap belt?
Yeah.
Harvey went quiet.
I think he had one arm around the keel of the kayak.
Claire put an arm out, hugged the air,
and one hand up underneath, keeping my belt in place.
Jesus, Harvey said.
He only let go because I scratched the fuck out of his hand.
Claire rubbed her nose on the back of her wrist.
I flipped myself back over, vomited water everywhere. He said all the right things, of course. That he was holding the strap because he was trying to undo it. That he hadn't been able to flip the kayak because the air trapped underneath had suctioned it to the surface of the river.
Bullshit, Harvey said.
I know. That's not how it works. I know that now,
Claire nodded.
But I lay awake all that night, trying to work it out. If he'd been trying to kill me, or teach me a lesson. If he had been trying to kill me, why? Why not just divorce me instead?
Did you ask him?
Of course I did. He was appalled, but I knew. Sometimes I'd catch him looking at me and it was just there, in his eyes, an intent.
Why do you think he was trying to do it? Harvey asked.
The words felt heavy in his mouth, weighted with dread and disbelief. It's going to be hard to explain, but...
Claire shook her head. Her eyes were distant.
Killing me just made more sense than divorcing me.
Harvey batted the idea around in his brain a little. Tried to make it stick. It didn't.
Nope.
I don't get it.
It's like... We had an oven once,
Claire said.
An old cast iron thing that had been in the house when we bought it. It broke down. We ordered a council pickup.
Claire turned to him.
Gareth took the whole oven apart. Every nut and bolt. Every rack and rail. He kept half the pieces back from the roadside pile, stored them in the garage, so that if someone came along and decided they wanted to take the oven, they'd never be able to put it back together and make it work. We ordered a second council pickup for the rest of the pieces. No one was going to have his oven.
You're not an oven, Claire, Harvey said.
You're a person.
That's right. She turned to him. Her eyes were fierce now, glittering in the furnace of the darkened truck.
I'm a fucking person. I'm not a doll.
Harvey watched her.
So I put fentanyl in his aspirin.
Jesus Christ! Harvey felt his eyes bugging from his head.
I know.
Claire held a hand up.
I know.
Harvey bent his head, trying to hide his bewildered expression as he pried the hole in Claire's vest apart. He needed something to do, something to focus on, so that he could keep his grip on reality. What he saw inside the hole in her vest gave him no mental relief. Thin black wires, 10 or so, bound by a tiny cable tie. Harvey stuck his finger into the hole, felt the sharp edge of another band of wires below the one he could see. He pushed a finger sideways and felt a box shape covered with fabric.
What?
He fumbled for words.
What was your plan, exactly, Claire?
I don't know. Claire sighed, making the whole vest expand and contract.
I thought, fuck you, you know? From the moment I met Gareth, I went into training to be his wife. On our first date, it was like, when you walk beside me, you walk on this side, not that side. When you kiss me, you don't use your tongue. When we have breakfast, you don't clink your spoon on the side of your bowl. And I know what it sounds like. It sounds like that movie, the Julia Roberts one.
With the towels, Harvey nodded.
But that's not what it was.
Claire shook her head.
Because for years, all that stuff was actually comforting to me. I didn't have to think how to be. I didn't have to try to find myself. It was like Gareth knew who I was. I was his wife. And so I talked like this, and I dressed like that, and I squeegeed the shower screen every time I used the shower, and I weighed myself on the first of every month and made sure I never went over 70 kilos. Harvey tried not to speak. Felt his jaw tighten with resistance. He really hated that shit, with the weighing and the dieting. He'd seen enough of it in the army, with both male and female recruits. Why would you train me for 15 years to be something? Claire wiped her eyes. And then try to destroy me? Harvey listened. Said nothing. I thought, I'm going to survive you, Gareth, Claire went on. Her eyes narrowed, ignoring Harvey completely. Because it was pretty clear then that surviving him was the only way out. He told me about his early days on the force, about the high wire and the stuff that went on out here. He told me how easy it was to use the outback as an escape route and a body dumping site. Your body doesn't stay intact out here. It bakes and turns to dust and gets blown away by the winds. Harvey picked up his discarded shirt and wiped cold sweat from his face and neck. I knew Gareth was trying to kill me on that river, Claire said, and I confirmed it for myself when I poisoned him. I got the drugs from a nurse I'd sold a doll to. Half a speck, the smallest amount you can imagine, soaked into an aspirin. I had to peel the backing off the blister pack, heat glue it back together. It didn't kill Gareth, but the dose made him sick enough that he knew. His behaviour changed. He took an aspirin for a headache, and suddenly he was out cold for 16 hours. I mean, he knew. Were you trying to kill him? Claire was silent for a long time. No, she said. Or maybe. I think I was trying to see how brave I was, whether I could play with his life, the way he'd played with mine, treat him like a doll. I stood at the foot of the bed while he lay there breathing shallowly, completely unconscious, and I felt such power over him. It's hard to explain. It's bizarre. It is bizarre, Harvey relented. 6 months later, he was repairing the garage wall and a brick fell off the scaffold he was sitting on. Hit me right on the collarbone while I was walking underneath. Shattered it. If his aim had been a centimetre better, I'd have copped it in the top of the skull. At no point did you ever talk about it? Harvey frowned. What was I going to say? Hey, honey, I have this feeling you tried to kill me on that river. So in response, I poisoned you. Now things are getting silly. Should we call a truce? You might have started with, I think we need a break. I'm going to a hotel. You don't understand. Claire shook her head. We didn't talk in those terms. If we ever had a fight, it was a Cold War. One would do something to the other and he'd just go silent, and his silence snuffed out everything. It would drown out the words. It was like a black cloud falling over the house, choking out the air. I just wait until the cloud lifted, until we started talking and acting normally again. Harvey sat silently, listening. There were signs that running away wasn't going to be possible, Claire said. He said that? That he wouldn't let you get away? No, not in those words. But after the thing with the fentanyl, suddenly he wanted us to combine our bank accounts. He didn't ask me. He told me. We're combining our bank accounts. I've made an appointment for us with the bank. We're going there. I knew then that I was being watched. My purchases, my savings, everything was being tracked. Then he installed GPS navigators in the cars. Both of them. For a decade and a half, he'd been a man who prided himself on his ability to know where he was going at any given minute, or to plan his routes with street directories. He liked the tatty old books. They'd been his father's. They were full of post-it notes and highlighted sections, handwritten notes in the margins. But the GPS systems, they collected your routes, listed your destinations. I turned that function off on mine. He turned it back on. Neither of us said anything about that. Harvey nodded. I know it sounds crazy, Claire said. Did he make other attempts on you? I think so. I got really sick last November. My liver almost failed. It was a mystery to doctors what was wrong. Then suddenly, it cleared up. Did you make attempts on him? I planned some things, she nodded. Didn't carry them out. It was hard, because I couldn't search for anything on my phone or computer. I didn't trust the devices to delete my search history completely, and getting to an internet cafe or a library meant driving there and leaving a trail. What happened last night? Harvey asked. To get you out here. He arrived home earlier than he should have. Claire wiped her eyes. I don't know why. I thought I had another hour to myself. He came in and caught me in the kitchen with a beer bottle presser. You know, the kind with the lever that presses the cap on properly, seals it shut. I was recapping a Corona bottle I just slipped ricin into. Harvey laughed, covered his face with both hands, surprised that the sound coming from his lips wasn't a mournful howl. He might have been too exhausted for despair then. The laugh was an easier, lighter reaction to access in his frayed and burnt mind. It was an attempt that was several months in the making, Claire said. I bought the bottle cap presser from a craft beer supply shop in Breitling. Paid cash that I'd been skimming off the top of cash sales with the dolls. To get to Breitling, I had to dummy up a fake Facebook Marketplace ad about a vintage doll collection being sold out of a